right now. Donald Trump has 23 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 3 electoral votes, both of them far from the 270 needed to win. But we have some new results to share. So here's a key race alert. In Battleground, Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead with 62.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 36.8% of the vote. Donald Trump with a healthy 166,655 vote lead. That's with 13% of the estimated vote in. Still a lot of votes to be counted in Georgia. In Battleground, North Carolina, Kamala Harris has 67.5% of the vote. Donald Trump has 31.4% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 40,929 votes ahead of Donald Trump, but it's still very early. 2% of the estimated vote is in. Still a lot of votes to count in North Carolina. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Kamala Harris has 58.2% of the vote. Donald Trump has 40.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 121,029 vote lead. It's still very early, only 15% of the estimated vote in from the Commonwealth of Virginia. In Florida, Donald Trump in the lead, 54.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 44.7%. Donald Trump with a healthy 822,987 vote lead. That's with an estimated 71% of the estimated vote in from Florida. In Ohio, Donald Trump with 56.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 42.5% of the vote. Donald Trump has a 31,716 vote lead. It's still very early in Ohio, only 4% of the estimated vote in. In New Hampshire, Kamala Harris in the lead, 58.7% of the vote. Donald Trump has 40.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris has a 10,020 vote lead. Still very early in New Hampshire, only 7% of the estimated vote in the Granite State. We're only minutes away from the biggest wave of poll closings.
Yeah, we're looking at results as we get in there live. 15 minutes is going to be pretty key. Quite a few polls will close, and you'll start to get all the preliminary data starting to roll in. Some states may have had roll-ups from counties come in that they're just sitting on, and so there'll be an instant release. Others will come in batches, but it'll be telling, and you'll see a lot of these start to get called for various candidates. I'm just listening with the
New Hampshire, New Jersey, Oklahoma, the key Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, and Tennessee. All
right, so I'm looking at Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, North Carolina, and Georgia, how they land, because that is going to dictate the election at that point. If Harris gets all three, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, that's going to spell significant trouble. You might not have a good path on the Trump side from there. But let's see. I've seen polls and I've seen forecasts that have been all over the place at this point. So Chiva, thanks for joining in. I've seen forecasts all over the place. I don't know which ones you can really trust at this point, but what I've got up on the screen right now, it should be updating in real time as things are solidified and called. Not forecasted, but when it's very abundantly clear that a candidate has won a state, it should get highlighted on there. And you see right now 32 electoral votes to Trump, to Harris's 5. I am voting for Trump. I've already voted. I early voted. Got to see if I can consolidate these chat comments a little bit. I'm having to flip between a couple screens here. So this is pretty key. How many minutes we got? About 12 minutes or so now before we get a big release of data. And for the folks in the chat, drop a comment if you were there for 2016 election night when they had the major cry fest that happened in the Hillary
There's
campaign.
more than 400,000 Puerto Rican voters in Pennsylvania, and he actually went to Allentown. There wasn't huge protests, but they were very concerned. Now, a lot of their concern focused
at the top of this hour, just a few minutes from now. That's going to include the all-important swing state of Pennsylvania. It also includes Florida, where we know Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump will be watching with his family and his campaign staff tonight. The Democratic candidate, Vice President Kamala Harris, will be watching from somewhere else. She'll be watching from her alma mater. And Chris Hayes has an interview along those lines right now.
We want to bring in now our MSNBC colleague, senior contributing editor Michelle Norris, who was at the Harris election night headquarters at Howard University, of course, where the vice president graduated from undergrad. I understand you've been talking to them first before we get to the event this evening about the GOTV effort in Pennsylvania, specifically Philadelphia. What are you hearing?
Well, what I'm hearing is that the lines are long. I'm here at Howard University. I hope you can hear me because it's loud here. As you can see, the DJ is spinning records, and there is a dance line going on, line dancing. But the story in many of the precincts around the country are long lines, and that's true throughout Pennsylvania, and including Philadelphia, where they put a call out for volunteers to go help people, help make sure that people who are in those long lines stay on those long lines, and with reports about bomb threats also, to keep people calm. The Harris campaign is reporting that long lines are the story all throughout the country, and they're deploying people, an interesting cadre of celebrities, to go out and help entertain people and keep them motivated to stay on those long lines. Josh Gad is at Lehigh University in the Lehigh Valley, always, always, always important in election years. Mark Cuban is at UNC Charlotte. Jennifer Garner is in Villanova. So they're using a tactic that the Obama campaign used in the 2008 election, where they actually deployed DJs to go out to certain precincts around historically black colleges in Ohio and in cities like Miami. But the long lines have been reported in several places. In Wisconsin, 8 college campuses in Wisconsin have 1 to 2 hour lines as of midday. And the campaign is tracking what this means. They're saying that in some of these places, the turnout is already...
So they're trying to create a party for these places they don't believe are going to vote for them if they don't. That was the tact at the political rally that I was at, where they brought out celebrities. Willie Nelson sang a song. They brought out Beyonce. She only gave a 4-minute speech, but still have some sort of an attraction, some sort of a draw to bring people in. It seems like that's, I don't know, is that a little insulting to folks that they don't have, they're not really engaged in the reasons and the policy that they're looking to push?
America has seen an African American get this far in the process, but this is going to be different, and not just because it's a woman. It's going to be different because you're
and a person who has no remorse for the anguish she's inflicted upon families all across America. Kamala intends to conflict and keep this misery going, and she's going to keep it going as long as she can, because that's the only way she can get elected.
Now, you can see very different reaction here than we had with the other voters. Democrats, not surprisingly, gave this an F. Independents kind of flatlined it, gave it a C. Republicans gave it an A. I think this kind of rhetoric is priced into Donald Trump. They want to see him be tough. They want to see him be a fighter. And a lot of the things that he talked about were things that people agreed with. So I think people give him more of a pass on the tough rhetoric than they do on Kamala.
All right, let's talk to some voters. I can't wait for this part. Okay, so Steve, you are a Democrat, and I understand you voted for Trump, and you live in the all-important battleground of Pennsylvania. So tell me about your journey and what it's been like and why you made that decision as a
Scott,
Democrat.
thanks for joining.
Well, Harris, for me, it was very simple. The issues for me are fighting anti-Semitism, being strong on our greatest ally, Israel, economic strength, fighting the border, and peace through strength. And Donald Trump, we have a 4-year history of Donald Trump as president, and he demonstrated all of that.
What are you talking about?
And it was a no-brainer. It was.
I hope that's not the
a very
case.
Interesting reaction for people to see me demonstrably promote my rapport for Donald Trump, but I also have supported Dave McCormick. So that was sort of a double-edged whammy for me, but it was a no-brainer.
You know, Tamika,
And
talking about
supporting
issues from
Donald Trump was an easy
2020,
decision.
Yeah, as a
it's
Democrat, you
always
said
what's
at the beginning,
happening
people
right
were
now
reacting
and what's
to
going to
that.
happen in the
I
future for
appreciate
me.
your answer.
That's
I
what
appreciate
drives
everybody's
people to
time.
vote.
We
So
will
if their
hear more from
pocketbook
our
is not
voters'
right,
voices throughout the night.
I
Let's
think
go
that
back
nothing else
to
is for
Brett
the most
and
part.
Martha.
All right, Harris,
Thank you,
thank you.
Harris. Thanks, Lee. So the clock is ticking down to one of the biggest poll closings of the night. Pennsylvania is about to finish the voting process. Our special coverage continues.
All right, you guys hang tight. Give the live a like, subscribe, and I'm going to grab a cup of tea because we're going to be going late here tonight. I got a feeling this may not get resolved in the next couple hours. We're probably going to hit the night late. This map will continue to update as results start flowing in. So let's stick together on this.
There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Thank you, buddy.
We all know Mark Wahlberg as an American movie star, but what makes him unique is what he does when he's not on the silver screen. Mark is passionate about his family, his faith, and his country. He joined me on a tour of our 9/11 mobile exhibit. With his powerful voice, he's helping us to never forget those who have sacrificed so much.
You guys are doing amazing work.
Our foundation, you know what we do. We take care of our first responders and Gold Star widows that their loved ones died in the line of duty and leave young children behind, catastrophically injured service members. And we build these mortgage-free smart homes. You're a man of faith.
Absolutely.
St. Francis of Assisi said, brothers and sisters, while we have time, let us do good.
Absolutely, and we all have to do our part. There is definitely a role for every one of us to contribute in some sort of way. See, now we don't hold any grudge with any New York-Boston sports rivalries because of all that you guys do. I had the good fortune of being able to visit Afghanistan and to see the sacrifice that our brave men and women actually make to provide our freedoms. I don't take that lightly. As I got involved, I was inundated with calls about how people could help and contribute. And
It represents all the great heroes that died on 9/11, and we're always going to hold it to the highest standards of any foundation in America.
Couldn't find a more worthy cause. The fact that this is something that has literally touched and affected every single person, they just have to be a part of it. And your reputation is beyond impeccable. Everybody knows where the money's going. Every single dollar. God bless you.
We need your help to deliver mortgage-free homes to catastrophically injured service members, Gold Star, and fallen first responders families with young children. Please contribute $11 a month to support their efforts by visiting t2t.org.
Our God calls us.
Welcome back. We do have a call to make. The Fox News Decision Desk can now project that former President Trump will win the state of South Carolina. So we are counting down the minutes to the next poll closing. And there you see the race to 270 ticking up on the former president's side at 32-3 for Vice President Harris as the states are called. We will continue to see that, and obviously 270 is the magic number.
We got a long way to go. A lot of filling in of this board and these states, but some places are getting very interesting as we get closer to our next round of poll closings, which are coming up in just a little while. And that will include Florida, where the Trump campaign is watching the results tonight. Let's go to Steve Harrigan. He is at Senator Rick Scott's campaign headquarters in Bonita Springs, Florida, which has tightened up a little bit. That race has gotten interesting. Steve?
Martha, they're starting to cheer here. It's a pretty relaxed, confident mood. Rick Scott told us earlier this was the first time he's ever run for state office where he's actually been predicted to win. He said that's largely because of a strong performance in early voting. More than 8 million Floridians did vote early. That's about 50% of registered voters. And we were out there today at one ballot station, and there were people lined up, hundreds of people who stood 2 hours in the rain to cast their ballots. Some people expect counties could go as high as 90% voter turnout. A couple of items could complicate things throughout the night. One is an abortion initiative on the ballot that would extend Florida's strict abortion law. The other would be to legalize recreational marijuana. Both of those items will need 60% to win. Martha, back to you.
All right, Steve Harrigan, thank you very much.
The delay on the TV, they just got it. They just saw it. We're back with our panel, and we add Kellyanne Conway, Jesse Waters, and Jessica Tarloff. Kellyanne, you see some other things that you're watching?
Looking at some suburban bellwethers coming in. Hamilton, Indiana, 70% of the vote is flipped back to President Trump. Loudoun County, Virginia, we know has really been
Any
trending
changes?
to the left. It's been a swing to the right by 8 points compared to 2020. So you look at something like that, you understand why Karl Rove today said it could be tight in Virginia. Fayette, Georgia, Trump +2. That's a place that I had said early on, Harris will have to do well there to compete in Georgia. Also, as Pennsylvania closes its polls, Brett, I think it's worth noting, Martha, that this is...
You know, I'm totally aligned with the keep the peace comment. And the other aspect of it is taking the next step and coming together. If anyone attends across the different platforms, attends my TikTok live events that I hold, which it's not looking too hot over there right now for some reason. But if you attend some of those events, you see, you know, we don't try to kind of cut people off, do gotcha type stuff like some of the other creators are on that network. We want to have real conversations, let people express their thoughts. And then there's a sense of peace that comes out over it. And they realize like, oh, we're actually not really arguing over anything here. We actually do somewhat agree. I mean, there's a couple of hot button topics that are somewhat night and day for folks. No need to go into that in detail, but I think the level of acceptance to bring people together is something that we need to start having. All right, here we go. 8 o'clock.
All eyes, of course, are on Pennsylvania, which could be the deciding state in this race. 19 electoral votes at stake. Fox News Decision Desk says that this is obviously too early to call in Pennsylvania, as we will be watching that one really until the bitter end.
So Fox News is projecting that former President Trump will win the state of Florida, putting him 30 electoral votes closer to the White House. Too early to call a winner in New Hampshire, where Vice President Harris...
That's a pretty early Florida call historically to me, but wow.
Maine gives 2 electoral votes to the winner of the state and 1 vote to the presidential winner in each of their congressional districts. Harris will win the 1st district, the rural 2nd district. Too early to call in the state of Maine.
In the Southeast, Fox News can project that Trump will win Tennessee, a longtime Republican stronghold. Not a really surprise there. Further south, the former president will again win Alabama. Big numbers there.
And the former president will win neighboring Mississippi. Trump will cruise to victory in Oklahoma as well, where Democrats haven't won a single county since 2000.
And Missouri will also deliver a win for the former president. Vice President Harris will also take some big victories this hour. The Fox News Decision Desk can project that the vice president will win Illinois, adding 19 electoral votes to her tally.
She will also win New Jersey, another reliably Democratic state. Some people had thought New Jersey might be a little bit tight, but we're already ready to call New Jersey in my home state. Exactly. Voters in Massachusetts will deliver a clear victory to Harris as well, so no mystery in those states.
Staying in the Northeast, Fox News can project that the vice president will win Connecticut.
I'm going to check these against some other networks as well in a second.
Worth 10 electoral votes. There's an interesting Senate race there.
Yeah, Harris will also take Rhode Island, another Democratic stronghold, and she has a lead in Delaware, President Biden's home state.
Yeah, these are all obvious ones. Oklahoma's getting called on MSNBC.
The vice president will win the District of Columbia, which has never voted for a Republican, and it continues not. If you look at the Electoral College and the race to 270, it obviously changes with all of these numbers. It is in the corner of your screen, 105 to Harris 72, and there you see it full screen. As we start to fill in this map, little by little, we're going to get closer to 270. Remember, there's some big states, including California, all the way out in the west, that'll adjust this number for the vice president. We're back with our panel. Jessica, Jesse, and Kellyanne, we added you. Jesse, thoughts?
Are we sure about New Jersey?
So the comment in the chat, Republicans stole Florida in 2000 on the YouTube side. I remember that pretty clearly. It was my first election that I voted in. And then I stayed up late because it was like, wait, you can't decide the election yet? And that's what kind of got me hooked. And so every 4 years, I'm just locked in trying to see how this unfolds. And there's been a couple of good ones. That and 2016 are probably my favorites. Every other one was, it actually wasn't terribly close, right? That in 2016. definitely my favorites. Somewhat of a shocker in both cases.
Look at other than that, if you look at these exit polling or the Fox News voter analysis, you think this would be a runaway Donald Trump victory. I don't understand if only 13% of Americans feel they're getting ahead financially, that Kamala Harris is even competitive. And bravo to the Democrat machine to make this race competitive, because she came out of nowhere. No one knows who she is. She didn't run a very...
You know, that I keep saying that if the pocketbook is not right, if people don't feel like they can provide for their families, or they themselves are not secure financially, a lot of this other junk does not matter. And that's what will drive the vote at the end of the day. James Carville said it clearly. It's the economy, stupid. And I don't think people kind of get that. You know, they keep talking about these other things that honestly don't matter to a lot of folks at this point in time. You've had multiple surveys go out there, right? Redfin, one of those sites similar to Zillow, did a survey of folks about housing. Half of those that were surveyed have difficulty making their rent every month or paying their rent. And then 25% of them actually skipped meals just so that they can afford their housing payments or their mortgage. So you start to hear data points like that, and then you try to compare that against what Kamala and others start saying about, look at the GDP, the numbers are great, look at the stock market, all-time highs. The person that's skipping meals so they can pay their rent, I don't think they care about that at all. They're trying to figure out, what can I do better, or why is the system not working? I've got 2 jobs, and yet I still have to skip meals in order to make rent. That's the equation that needs to be solved here. And I think they've, by and large, ignored it, which, let's see how much of that gets reflected here. I mean, if it was really received, you would see this whole map light up red. But that's the bottom line for me. All the jobs reports that come out, the last one, they finally could not tweak it to make it look good, because they've continuously had to revise the numbers down over time. This one, they couldn't tweak it. And if you still drill into it, it shows you that this year, you know, you go back 1 year, there's 500,000 more people that are working 2 jobs than there were a year ago. And that trend of increasing people having to work 2 jobs to make ends meet has been continuous for the past 3 years. So you take that data point, you take the data point from the Redfin survey of what's impacting people in real life, and you got to start putting those pieces together. Everything is just being kept afloat by the Federal Reserve, by the monetary policy. Modern monetary theory is going to leave people homeless. It's going to leave people hungry. That's the problem that is being rejected here so far. But let's see if it continues.
It may be that even Virginia, and you were talking, Britt, you look at the issue around LGBTQ+ and how those issues have played in the Virginia school system there. And that Loudoun County number is an interesting number. Yet you see in some of the other suburban areas in Indiana, he has not performed quite as well. So it's interesting to me to see this, and maybe it's not, these states are a little different now than voters are in suburban areas.
Yeah, Bill, you have Loudoun County out there?
Yeah, that's Fairfax County. That's an ex-urban county.
Yeah. What was 2020?
Yeah, let's look at 2020 versus now.
Who's that with the 402? That's pretty funny.
Insights
That's a
that
good
we
one.
have, and we can go into this county here. You see this green outline? So we can show you what the vote was at this point 4 years ago, okay? Let's go ahead and click on this and find out together, okay? Loudoun County with 96% of the vote reporting in that county. Trump's got a 3.3 jump higher than he was performing 4 years ago. Now we'll clear this off here.
Hey, Detroit,
here
the homeless issue is different from what?
4 years ago.
I guess what 2 things are you connecting
That's
there?
a slip about 4.5 points for Kamala Harris in that county. And Harold, maybe it is the issues in the schools. Maybe it is the transgender issue that the Trump team pushed so much during this campaign. And maybe that's
all right, going to
having an
switch
impact
networks
on
to
that.
see what other
Let's
folks
move
are
away from
talking about
Virginia.
here.
There are a couple of interesting stories I just want to bring our viewers up to date on. Just punching around this map here. You can.
Let's get some BBC for a bit.
Tell me about the conversations between the two of you. And we were having a chat a bit earlier, and you said that was quite sort of instrumental in the way you were thinking about the way you were going to vote this year.
I mean, yeah, our nieces and nephews mean the world to us, as do our future children, and the ability to someday have a family of our own, and Kamala Harris will make that possible, whether it be whatever resources we need. So.
Yeah, the conversations have been open and honest. Everyone knows that the Keystone State, Pennsylvania, is it's a swing state, so every single vote matters. I think Biden won by 44,000 last 4 years ago. Trump won by, I think it was 80,000 8 years ago, right?
Sorry, we'll do a quick survey here. It's interesting to me that BBC has Trump at 90 electoral votes called versus 15 for Harris. Whereas, I'm seeing 31 and 45. If you look at the, 31 and 105. If you look at the map, as I just talked about it, you heard the folks on the other news network. I think let's see what other networks are saying. Let's go ABC. What's ABC News up to here? $90 to 27. Okay, they're on par with BBC. Who else do we got here? MSNBC. Let's see what they got. And then we'll check out CNN. Georgia's too close to call. Have we called Georgia yet? No, we have not. See, I think they're putting too much weight into race in a lot of this.
Into Republican margins in some of these counties. So again, a lot of incomplete here right now, but a couple with a significant vote that I can show you. One would be Baldwin County here, and almost all is in Baldwin County. Again, very small, but again, this is a place Joe Biden won it. Okay, it's about 45% black population in Baldwin County. Joe Biden won this one in 2020. And with almost all the vote in now, Trump 3 points ahead of Harris here. It's only one small county, but we're looking to see if there's trends in these types of counties. Randolph County, another, about 2/3 in very, very small here. But again, this is what Joe Biden was able to do here in 2020. These are all counties like those small rural Trump ones I was taking you through. These are all counties that add up. So is there a trend? This is only two. But that's a thing we're going to be looking for as the results come in and as this map fills in. Is there a trend there? So again, 37% of the vote is in right now. That's what it looks like statewide. A big one that's empty here is Gwinnett. This is another huge one that's empty. This is DeKalb County, right outside Atlanta. In fact, some of it's inside the perimeter here. It's about half black. There's a large college-educated white population, very Democratic friendly. Huge number you can expect for Democrats out of here. We haven't seen anything from that yet. And I also think we've got some numbers here, yes, in Pennsylvania. And I just want to tell you what to expect here in Pennsylvania, because you see a massive Harris lead in more than 300,000 votes. In Pennsylvania, there's really only, we talk about this early in-person voting that, millions of people are doing in other states. They don't really have that in Pennsylvania. It's pretty much just vote by mail or vote same day. And what's happening in most of Pennsylvania tonight is the vote by mail is going to all be reported out first, and then the same day. And we expect a pretty clear division, unlike in some other states where the vote by mail we think will be very heavily Democratic, and the same day will be more heavily Republican. And so that's what we're seeing. Look, the city of Philadelphia has released, and there's more to come. This is a giant batch all of vote by mail from Philadelphia here. So that's why this will be, it'll get a little bit better for Trump as more votes come in.
I'm going to try and look for some data and drill into Georgia. That's a pretty critical state, Georgia and North Carolina. If he can get those 1-2 punch, he just needs one of the three up north.
The inner suburbs around Pittsburgh, too, heavily Democratic. So again, big Democratic number there. And also in Lancaster County, well, only about 700 votes there. So really the two big cities in the state have come in. We're getting a little bit more now, Butler County and a few others. But again, you can expect it's the vote by mail first in Pennsylvania. So you can expect Harris to have a pretty substantial lead in these early, in the early hour and a half, whatever it is. And the story in Pennsylvania, it's going to be the opposite of the story we followed 4 years ago. 4 years ago, the story was they counted the same day first. Trump had a big lead, and night after night, Biden was chipping away at it with the mail vote. Tonight, we expect just about all of the mail vote to come in. followed by the same day. And the question will be on the same day, can Trump catch Harris? So again,
Steve, can I interrupt you just for one moment? We have a call in a presidential race in the state of South Carolina. NBC News now projects that Donald Trump is the winner of the presidential contest
already
in
had that
South
one on the
Carolina.
books.
Back to you, Steve.
Yep. I was just checking in on a couple others there. But so Pennsylvania again, and I'm just seeing if anything else came in. Michigan, by the way, let's take a look here at Michigan. And we've got, oh, look at this, 2 biggies. So this is, we set this up earlier. Oakland County, remember, this is gigantic suburbia, high income, high concentration of college degrees right outside Detroit. Now, what you're getting here again in Michigan, they overhauled elections completely this time around. So for the first time in Michigan, they have early in-person voting. A lot of people taking advantage of that. There's also vote by mail. And I think what you're looking at, it's going to vary in Michigan tonight. Unlike some of these other states, there's not a lot of uniform rules here in terms of what sequence the vote's going to be reported out. But in Oakland, I suspect just based on this margin, you're looking at a lot of vote by mail, early vote here. But remember, we said at the start of the night, the test we're going to be applying all night, one of them is to compare Oakland County to its a neighbor to the east, Macomb County. Big blue-collar suburbia in Macomb, white-collar suburbia in Oakland. And the Democrats, what they're aiming for here in Oakland County, again, look how big this is. You know, 750,000 votes were cast here in 2020. Biden won this thing by 14 points. That's what Democrats want to be seeing again. This was a big jump for Biden, you know, over 2016 for Clinton. Clinton had won it by single digits. Biden got it to 14. If Harris is in that ballpark tonight, if she's in that double-digit or higher ballpark in Oakland, she's got to be feeling very good.
Steve, I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you just one more time. Well, presumably the first of many more times. In North Carolina, in the governor's race, NBC News can
Man, they
project
got
that
me. I thought they were going to call
Josh Stein will be
North Carolina.
the Democratic governor of North Carolina. He was up against the very controversial Republican candidate, Mark Robinson. Republicans tried to get Mark Robinson off the ballot, thinking that he would not only certainly lose this race, but he might lose it by so much it might even drag down the prospects for Donald Trump and J.D. Vance in North Carolina as well. But NBC News can now project that in this race, the governor's race, Josh Stein will be the winner. Back to you, Steve.
Yeah, just to quickly finish Michigan, and then we're going to check in on North Carolina. In Michigan, again, 8 p.m., almost all the polls closed. The reason they don't officially close, there's a few counties, 4 of them in the far UP that are central time zone. But we're going to be getting this hour, most of the rest of the state to some degree. Things quickly, just to keep an eye on as this map fills in. You see, this is very little vote, but you see here Grand Rapids. This area of western Michigan that Grand Rapids is sort of the anchor city of, is a traditionally Republican region that has moved pretty strongly against Trump. This has been a growth area for Democrats. This is an area where Trump has lost a lot of traditional Republican support. So the question in this county, this is Kent County. It's a biggie. Grand Rapids is a city of, you know, about
seeking his 4th term in office. He's projected to defeat Patricia Morgan, a Democratic member, or rather a Republican member of the state House. And now in Vermont, the longest serving independent in congressional history, Senator Bernie Sanders, an independent who caucuses with Democrats, is expected to win his 4th term as he defeats Gerald Malloy, a business executive. So what do all those projections mean for the magic number, the number that Republicans need to pick up in order to take control of the upper chamber? With the 1 pickup in West Virginia, they started out the night at 2, now it's at 1, and they are currently leading, still early, but they are currently leading in 0 races where Democrats hold seats. Let's take a look at some key race alerts now and get you live updates, live results as they are coming in.
Grabbing a cup of tea. I'll be back, guys.
State of Texas.
I'll keep it running here.
This is a welcome sign for Democrats. It is still early, but right now, Democratic Congressman Colin Allred.
And let me know what you think of the format, too. I've purposely put it in a format for mobile devices, so you can just kind of like hold your phone. You don't have to, you know, turn it landscape or what have you. You can just kind of hold it in your phone and watch what's going on. Give me some input and feedback as to what you think of that format versus doing it the other way around.
Now his lead up to 14,000 votes with 18% of the vote in the Lone Star State. Let's get you an update from Pennsylvania. Here, incumbent Democratic Senator Bob Casey, seeking his 4th term in office. He's currently leading against the CEO of one of the largest hedge funds in the world, former CEO, I should say, Dave McCormick. Casey right now with a 223,000 vote lead. Still very early, though, 6% of the vote in. And it just updated A 222,000 vote lead now for Casey, with 6% of the vote in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. An update for you. One of the closest races we are expecting tonight coming from Michigan. There, Democratic Congresswoman Alyssa Slotkin, 60,000 votes ahead of former Republican Congressman Mike Rogers. This is for the open seat left by retiring Democratic Senator Debbie Stabenow, 3% of the vote in the Wolverine state of Michigan. So, looking at the balance of power for the U.S. Senate, these are the raw numbers. Democrats hold 32 seats, Republicans 42 with that one important pickup in West Virginia, but 26 seats remain up for grabs. It's an open contest right now in the U.S. Senate. You need 51 seats to control that chamber, Jake.
All right, Boris, thanks so much. We're awaiting more votes in the crucial presidential battlegrounds of Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania. We're watching those very early votes from Michigan as well. We're also looking ahead to 9 p.m. Eastern, when all voting is going to end in Michigan and another blue wall battleground state, Wisconsin. Voting also ends soon in the key western swing state of Arizona. More votes, more suspense when Election Night in America continues after this quick break.
Election Night in America and the Magic Wall is brought to you by Aura. Keep your finger on the pulse, literally. Track your sleep, activity, stress, and heart health with Aura Ring 4.
This is Colombia, a very beautiful country. When I wondered what is behind so much beauty, I discovered something I hadn't seen before. This is another kind of beauty. A new beauty that invites us to protect it, to preserve it. A beauty that endures. Colombia, the country of beauty.
The oil business affects everything in a town like this.
I wouldn't want to have your job this week.
You wouldn't want to have my job any week.
Every oil company has a version of Tommy. You cannot function without one.
We're pushing the chips toward the middle. Men die. Oil companies don't.
Landman, new series streaming soon, exclusively on Paramount Plus.
This is the Emirates Premium Economy seat. Economy. Perhaps they need to call it something else.
Nespresso. Moisturizes, heals, and smooths your dry skins. Gold Bond for all your skins.
It all comes down to this. Join NBC News Now all day for live election updates on the ground and across the country. Then Lester Holt and Savannah Guthrie lead special coverage as results come in. Watch now on NBC News Now.
Hiked holiday prices can make you a Scrooge. Just shop Aldi, where holiday savings are huge.
Experience the CNN Magic Wall. Find it in the CNN app today.
It is 8:21 p.m. in the East Coast, and we are getting deeper into this election. Let us take a key race alert right now. Pennsylvania, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris in the lead there with 72% of the vote. Donald Trump has 26.9% of the vote. Harris has a 240,000 plus vote lead, but it's early. Only 8% of the estimated vote has come in from Pennsylvania. In Michigan, Kamala Harris in the lead there with 61.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with 37.1% of the vote. Harris with a 58,000 plus vote lead. Still early there as well. Only 4% of the estimated vote has come in from Michigan. In Battleground, Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead with 55% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 44.4% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 275,000 plus vote lead. That's with almost half the vote in, 48% of the estimated vote in from Battleground, Georgia. In Battleground, North Carolina, Kamala Harris in the lead there with 52.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with 46.5% of the vote. Harris has a 36,000 plus vote lead. That's with only 11% of the estimated vote in from North Carolina. It is still very early in North Carolina. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Harris in the lead there, 51% of the vote. Donald Trump has 47.2% of the vote. Harris with a 58,000 vote or so lead. That's with more than a third of the vote in from Commonwealth Virginia, 34% of the estimated vote. John King?
Jake, starting to fill in more on the map. You're starting to figure out where we go. I want to caution everybody, if you look at the map, as we start to fill in more, as we move at least to the Midwest, you have Kansas blue at the moment. Very reliably red state. We'll count the votes, see what happens. Remember, it shocked us after Dobbs with the referendum there. Ohio is still blue. We expect as more votes come in, that will swing back. But again, that's why we count votes. If you look at just big picture at the moment, Donald Trump in an unusual position. We'll see if it holds up. At the moment, he's leading in the popular vote. He, of course, lost the popular vote in both 2016 and by a much larger margin, more than 7 million votes in 2020. At the moment, he's 2.5 million votes ahead in the popular vote. But that's about 17% of the national vote. So we have a lot of counting to do tonight, into tomorrow, and beyond. It will take. So let's wander through some of the battleground states. Let's start in the biggest battleground prize of all, Pennsylvania, 19 electoral votes right there. The vice president at the moment with a big healthy lead. Guess what? Pennsylvania is not going to end that way, even if she wins it. It's just too competitive a state. So why is it such a big lead? Because most of the votes are from right down here in Philadelphia and the Democratic suburbs, but can still be instructive. Number one, we're still at the same place, 87%, 17% there at 87%. We haven't moved in Philadelphia. She's ahead of where President Biden was 4 years ago, but that's a tiny percentage of votes, and they're early votes. So let's move up here. This is the most competitive of the three caller counties. It's Delaware, Montgomery, and Bucks. Bucks has become the most competitive. At the moment, the vice president is getting 66% if you round up in Bucks County, but again, it's 11%. If the vice president ends up above 60% in Bucks County.
All right, so let's slow it down a little bit. The easiest path to win is what's starting to unfold here. And I don't have my other map up. I don't. Actually, let me see if I could get it real quick. ABC News electoral map. So I'm watching this one, right? Oop, there we go. I don't know why it's got to have all that stuff on it. Come on. All right, there we go. Now let's switch over to the 538 forecast. All right. Use that map. There we go. This is what is, oh, look, it's light. Oh, you know, they get me on this. They go light colors for solid and dark colors for leaning. So it looks like Arizona's leaning. You have these two too close to call. They're saying this one is for sure likely going to, or no, it's just a lean towards Democrats in Michigan. But this is the scenario, though. Trump gets Georgia, Trump gets North Carolina, and then he just needs one of these three, and it's a done deal, right? So let's say, hey, I got Wisconsin, North Carolina, Georgia, done deal, right? Simple as that. Harris literally has to win all three of these, right? So if he wins both North Carolina and Georgia, this is how difficult it gets for Harris. She'll literally have to win all three of these, which is very tough, and she'll just ink out 270 exactly to win. This is the scenario I've been watching to see how it's going to unfold. Oh, here we go. What's CNN's projection? Let's listen in.
South Carolina will go to Donald Trump. South Carolina.
Oh, yeah. Surprise, surprise, right?
To the Republican with 9 electoral votes. Let's take a look at how that affects the electoral map. Donald Trump.
So we've had that on our map for a bit now.
Electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 27 electoral votes. There are 270 electoral votes needed to win. Neither of them are particularly close, though obviously Donald Trump in the lead. John?
And Jake, as you come back, you just mentioned the Electoral Council. Let me just wander over here. It's very early in the night. I just want to wander over for a minute. These are the ones, the states we have projected and called. And you see, as Jake just noted, 99 for Trump, 27 for the vice president. We're very early. It takes 270 to win. The thing you look at when you look at this map is, are there any surprises? And the answer as of now is no. That the states that are red are states that Trump has won consistently, and they're Republican states, and the states that are blue are Democratic states. So we have no surprises on the map at the moment, because those states, none of those states are considered battleground states. But you always watch on election night, every now and then you get a
impact on the top of the ticket, so you're going to have to watch for that when we ever do get to a North Carolina call. And take a look at the economy in North Carolina, too, because this is another differentiator. We've got these graphics all night of the battleground states and how the economy is performing there. Look at the right-hand side of your graphic. Inflation there.
See what CNBC's thinking here.
2.6%. September of 24, 1.9% in North Carolina. That is directionally a good number. It's also lower than the national average of 2.4%. So inflation, the big economic worry for the Harris campaign, a little bit better in North Carolina than it is in some of these other battleground states. So those two things together, you would say maybe that adds up to a bullish night in North Carolina for the Harris campaign. They've got to be looking at those tea leaves tonight. But again, way too early to say what direction that state's going to go.
The other thing that we have not mentioned, and one of the things about election night this week has been the lack of, say, natural disasters. But North Carolina went through Helene, and the ability to vote. FEMA response became a loaded topic.
Yeah, and it was really impressive to see all the efforts that people made to make sure that the people in the impacted areas could vote. They had pop-up
Diego, thanks for
voting
joining on
stations
the
there where
TikTok
they're literally
platform.
voting in things that look like tents, and people showing up in the wake of this incredible
I appreciate the
devastation in
gifts
their
over there on
area
TikTok.
to go and vote and participate in the democratic process that we're all participating in tonight. That was kind of inspiring to see. How does that shake out in terms of political parties? Maybe there's some anger on the ground if you think that the Harris administration, Biden-Harris, didn't do enough in terms of FEMA. There were all these rumors that were untrue about FEMA not having money, not being on the ground. Maybe that had an impact as well. But if you're in the Harris camp tonight and you're looking at that governor's situation, you think, that might be good for us.
It's certainly, and this is one of the games, certainly the political press likes to watch, where you place your assets in the final days of the race. And former President Trump did do quite a number
So
of
Detroit, that's a good point that you make. There's always kind of like a facade that's put out there. So I don't remember them kind of showing a map on any of these channels as we go around. It's just the individual state by state with, just the senator that's running and their little talking head kind of icons out there, or some lineup like this that we got on the screen. They don't really go and show an overall picture. I say that and look at this now, right? Look at this. As soon as I say that. But that was a little brief, right? Which one did they just call? Missouri? Yeah, we got Missouri over here. That's part of our list already.
We've assembled a team of some of the sharpest minds on the street to help navigate it all. Let's get over to Scott Wapner right here at the NYSE. Hey, Scott.
Hey, Carl. Thanks so much. We do have a great group with us. Joining me throughout the evening, CNBC contributors Josh Brown, he, of course, the co-founder and CEO of Ritholtz Wealth Management. Adam Parker, the founder and CEO.
Yeah, Mr. Mo, you're right. YouTube platform, the chat, in a lot of cases, it's not the best place to have a discussion. Later on in the evening, as we kind of start progressing through here, I'm going to switch over exclusively onto the TikTok platform. So subscribe, follow me, and I take guests on, and you can kind of speak your piece, and we can have a verbal dialogue there as well, and you can kind of listen into the debate as it unfolds. I try not to have more than one person at a time, because then it just becomes noise. But just getting one person up to at least express their thoughts and opinions. So tune in a little bit later as well when I shift to that portion of the evening. If the path I outline unfolds and we can get Wisconsin, one of these three, if we can get one of these three called, Pennsylvania's going to run late. That may not, if we're relying on Pennsylvania's vote outcome, that's going to run late. But if, say he gets Wisconsin, and I'm pretty sure that Georgia and North Carolina are a lock, it'll be called tonight. 272, it's a done deal. You could figure out the rest in the morning. But if Trump is relying on Pennsylvania to swing the election for him, that might take a while, especially with all the difficulties that have been reported today. And if you haven't heard, there were voting machines that just would not function. And as a consequence, they had to have people come in and work on them in their off hours. I don't know if this is overtime they're paying these folks, but honestly, this should have just been part of the gig, to be there ready, waiting to respond to any issues. Anyway. They basically started late, and they said that they'll keep the polls open later to accommodate for the issues that they had. Here's the funny thing, though, right? Oil will probably go down if Trump gets into office. If Kamala stays, it's going to go up. And I mean, think about that dynamic for a minute, if you can resolve that. But that's literally going to be the case. So, I mean, consider that. Consider that not just for the fuel costs you have, but also for the part of the supply chain that feeds into plastics, feeds into, shipping, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, I think the only difference...
Let me get my AI up to help give us some criteria as to, generally speaking, where the different social classes sit from a dollar standpoint. Hang on, let me spin that up.
Significant sectoral differences depending on who wins the White House. And I think, of course, we're all watching the same thing. It's going to be things like crypto and small caps and even currencies. But I guess maybe the only thing I'd interject is there is a small outlier chance that it's a contested outcome, but it's hard to find how to price that into equity.
Sure, but once you get that
the
out of the
universe.
way...
Hey, so I'm just watching the election unfold, and my live chat had some questions for you. Can you give me a breakdown of the different income levels that qualify as a given social class? Like, for instance, lower class, middle class, upper middle class, upper class, and so forth?
News calling it for Vice President
Middle
Harris, and that
income
does give her another
households
3
typically fall between
electoral votes that-
$50,000 and $149,999 a year. Upper middle income households range.
Hey,
from
AI buddy, would you mind repeating all of that? I accidentally messed up the volume, and I don't think the live chat folks heard you. Would you mind repeating all that for me?
Sure thing. Income breakdown by social class generally goes like this. Lower income households below $50,000 annually. Middle income households typically fall between $50,000 and $135,000 per year. Upper middle income households range from around $135,000 to $200,000 yearly. Upper income households generally earn above $200,000 a year. These numbers are just average benchmarks and can fluctuate based on factors like location and family size. Did you catch all that this time?
Yeah, thanks. And the live chat wishes that you could have answered that in Scarlett Johansson's voice.
Now that was...
Keep going. Sorry I cut you off.
That's all right. What's the next topic on your mind?
So I got to mute the AI for a second there so that it doesn't keep responding. But it's interesting. Sometimes it laughs at you. I don't know if you caught the laugh that it did. It kind of got cut off. But I'm going to get the news back up and running and kind of scan through the chat, see if there's any other questions. And if you got questions you want to ask my AI, I mean, it looks up stuff real quick. Any data points you want to have, go ahead and put them in the chat, and I'll see if I can grab them.
Since 1936, Democratic president split Congress up 16%. Democratic president, Republican Congress up 16%. Republican president with a split up 15. Democrat with a Democratic Congress up 12. And on and on. You go a couple more examples. You're still up low to mid double-digit percentage points almost no matter what happens.
Absolutely, because, I mean, these businesses are going to figure out how to do business and become profitable regardless of who's in office. And I think, we can talk about this till we're blue in the face, but when you look at, regardless of which party's in office, like when you look at Trump versus Obama, the S&P from inauguration date to inauguration date was almost...
Yeah, so somebody there's talking about on your own solo making $120K. Keep in mind, too, that you get hit with a higher tax burden than a family does. And a family receives, child tax credits and so forth. to try to normalize that quality of life to a degree. How effective that is, that's another question. But that's part of, I think, the thinking and the intent behind, married filing jointly, single, so forth. Those designations is to, as much as possible, equalize the quality of life families experience.
Are essentially protected from higher rates anyways. And I think I think as soon as this election's behind us, investors are going to focus on the Fed, and the Fed is dovish, and I think that the Fed is not too comfortable with rising rates. So I think there's almost going to be a chance of communication towards talking down long-term rates.
Yeah, Adam, I've got 6,100 as a price target from Piper.
All right, let me ask it. Hang on a sec. I'll mute the news here for a moment. Get my AI buddy unmuted. Hey, you still there?
I'm right here, Masood. I'll keep my ears tuned in for your next question.
What should I call you? Is there a name I should call you?
You can call me co-pilot. What's next on your list?
Okay. All right. Well, can you tell me what kind of voting machine equipment or hardware is used in the state of Arizona? Go ahead.
Sure thing. Arizona primarily uses optical scan voting machines and ballot marking devices. Optical scan systems read voters' marked paper ballots, while ballot marking devices assist voters in marking a paper ballot. This combo ensures a paper trail for audits and recounts. Any other questions about voting or election systems?
No, I'm going to stay on. So Detroit, I'm staying on here for a little bit. I am simulcasting to TikTok right now, but the problem that I've come across is I use a Mac. And so in order for me to broadcast, I use some broadcasting software that's kind of third party. And for you to have guests on your TikTok live, and for TikTok to really promote your live, you need to have, you need to use their native software. And because I'm not, I don't get my live doesn't really show up in a lot of the feeds and stuff. So I get poor viewership and I can't have guests on. I'm still doing it here just to kind of get the time in. Sometimes it picks up, but I'm going to close everything down and restart on TikTok a little bit later. I'll let y'all know when I go about doing that. But right now, just wanting to watch things as they unfold here. Let me get back to the other map. We have, okay. Yeah, you're seeing the other ones fill in here for Harris, which, the original colonies here. I'll go into Harris. Oh, you can't hear the AI talking? Let me see if I could raise the volume on it. Okay, I tried to raise the volume. Let me see if there's a random question for it. Elections should teach everyone. Here, I'll ask it a random question and just let me know if the audio gets a little bit louder. Hey there, Copilot. Can you just give me a quick summary, like 20 seconds or less, of modern monetary theory?
Absolutely. Modern monetary theory, or MMT, is an economic framework suggesting that countries with their own sovereign currencies, like the US dollar, can never run out of money the way businesses or individuals can. It argues that such governments can and should spend freely to achieve full employment and social goals, as long as inflation is kept in check. What's sparking your interest in MMT?
All right, sorry for the pause there. I also just checked on my phone here, and it sounded like the audio was good, so sorry if that was some bad quality earlier. So Copilot, what is the name of the company that developed the... Okay, let's give it a shot. Oops. Come on. What is going on? Trackpad is not working. Hey there, friend. Can you tell me the name of the company that developed the voting systems in Arizona? You still there with me, co-pilot?
I'm here. Arizona uses voting systems from a few different companies, including Dominion Voting Systems and Election Systems and Software, ES&S. Anything else you'd like to know?
That's it for now. Do you want to say anything to the folks in the live chat?
Hey, live chat, stay curious, stay informed, and keep those questions coming. I'm out, but
You kind of broke up there. Finish up your thought.
I said, keep those questions coming. I'm out, but I'll catch you later. Take care, Masood.
Yeah, that one paycheck from homelessness, Detroit. I think you may have been here when I was talking about the Redfin survey earlier. It's a real thing. There's a lot of surveys that are being done that are measuring how individuals, practically speaking, are doing. All these data points now that they look at, like, all right, CPI got down to 2.5%. That's the target. We did it. Everything's great. But they don't stop and think like, well, it ran up to 9%, and in reality, groceries went up 20-30%. The fact that it came down to 2.5% means that prices go up 2.5% from now on. It doesn't mean anything came back down. It doesn't mean that wages went up to accompany that. They're looking at the wrong data points to measure success. And you need somebody that's not a politician, that's actually a business person who their life is based on hitting the right numbers and understanding what the numbers mean to actually make things happen. You invest time to understand what success looks like. And I think that's a stark contrast between politicians and business people. Folks that are a little bit of an outsider or have had accomplishment outside of politics. That's the lens that they'll bring into this. And so it's a big disconnect to me, right? They're looking at the wrong things to measure success. All right, let me get the audio back on here. And I'm going to switch stations over to CNN.
On the issues at stake, let's welcome Steve Odland here at the Post-9 Conference Board CEO and Jeff Sonnenfeld, Senior Associate Dean of Leadership Studies at the Yale University School of Management.
West Palm Beach with the Trump campaign. Thanks so much. Let's go to David Chalier now, who has some exit polls from Michigan, Wisconsin, and Arizona.
All right, exit polls. Let's see.
To hear from soon, David. What stands out? You look at the data from these three key states.
Yeah, as the polls are about to close in these three critical battleground states, I wanted to look at Biden's approval rating just as sort of a baseline of the environment in these three states. Nationally, his approval rating has been updated to 40% in the exit polls nationally. In Arizona, you see here, Jake, he's at 43%. He's slightly above his national approval number in Arizona. If you look at Michigan, he's at 42% approval. Again, slightly above where he is nationally at 40. But Wisconsin's a different story. His approval rating, the sitting president, Joe Biden, is at 38% in Wisconsin. That is below where he is nationally. 61% of Wisconsin voters in this election disapprove of the job.
So good questions. If we don't see progress from one side or another, we stop donating. We can get together, stop giving them money, period. Vote them all out. It'll have to start locally to where, power kind of grows locally on the way up. It'll take some time, but that's how change has to happen, is people have to really have the dialogue and convince one another to stop putting money in the system, and then they're just funded by the billionaires, and that itself becomes problematic for them, right? They can't say, oh, only 1% of our donations came from wealthy people, when in reality, it's like, if you just look at the dollar amount, there's a big difference there. That's where I'm at, and that's where I say I can see some things locally that I can take part in and make some change in. We all have to take a little bit of ownership. I don't think there's a coordinated way of going about it. We just got to make our corner of the country better, and eventually that's going to lead to something that'll change culture. Because it's that cultural change that we really got to hit, I think, long term.
She was the vice president, but that look, you were in the room, you were always there. There were all kinds of decisions you could have made a difference, and you didn't.
Well, and then, of course, there was her gaffe on The View when she was asked, what would you have done differently over the last 4 years? And she said, nothing comes immediately to mind, which was probably not the best answer. Jake, if I can just look back, I think a lot of our viewers may just sort of big picture be looking at this and saying, Trump's got 105 electoral votes,
right,
and Harris has got 27, and there's a half a country of red and a little corner of blue. And I think the point we need to make is at this moment, and I think of it as a tennis match, there are no
Which poll are you talking about as being fake?
No flips.
I don't see one up on screen.
Nobody has broken serve, if you will.
Right.
All the states that Trump won that he's won tonight are states that he won in 2020. All the states that Harris won are states that Biden won in 2020. There's been no swing state that has been flipped yet, and there is just the way the states roll out, that the Republicans get a lot of the early calls and a lot of big red states, but there hasn't been any dramatic change in this vote. They're both on track.
Electoral college is based on popular vote. All right, I'll go on my soapbox over this.
This is pretty.
So a lot of folks say this is not a democracy, which actually, no, it's not when they look at the Electoral College. This is intentionally not a democracy. The Electoral College was put in place so that there would be continuous ways of checks and balances. There would not always be a majority that just overrun the other half or the 40% of the country that did not want to side with them. There was a forced dialogue. There was a forced reconciliation. I mean, you have, House, Senate, makes up Congress, judiciary, executive, the president, and then each, in smaller pieces, there's checks along the way too. And so the Electoral College is a check to make sure that minority rights are respected in this. Otherwise, what would happen? California, New York, a couple of other highly populated, Massachusetts, a couple of highly populated liberal states would run the country at that point. And the sea of red that we would all just have to kind of abide by it. But smaller states, Mississippi, South Carolina, so forth, they have a say and they're important now. And people have to go listen to their issues and think of ways to benefit those folks because they have 9 electoral votes in South Carolina, if I see that correctly, and that matters. So the system was set up to give weight to the minority. Simple majority rules, yeah, great. But I think there's more beauty in respecting minority rights, which is what this is founded on. And I think people lose sight of that continuously, kind of saying it's old and whatever. This concept of minority rights has existed, for over 250 years now, and it's completely dismissed. They talk about systemic issues with, there's not fairness and so forth. This is the ultimate form of fairness built into how our government works. Anyway, stepping off the soapbox.
Harris wins Pennsylvania, and who knows? She's not going to win it with more than 60% of the vote. That's crazy. No. Like it is anticipated to be razor thin. We're still waiting for all the votes to come in. So brew a pot of coffee, sit back.
Pots.
We got a lot of votes to look at. Let's go back to Aaron Burnett. And Aaron, voting's about to end in 3 of the crucial battleground states.
Point of clarification: by minority, I'm not speaking about racial groups. I'm speaking about the folks that are not part of the majority. So if there's a vote, 51% want to go one way, the 49% become the minority. And so if that 49% is always getting beat up and losing the votes, that's going to eventually lead to chaos and a lot of discontent. There needs to be something to force conversation and dialogue and compromise. And this is it. Well, not that this is it. This is one of many things.
Absentee ballots in Detroit, but this is key. Because of changes in Michigan state election laws in 2022, they were able to begin counting those absentee ballots received before Election Day prior to Election Day. So at this point, they've already counted 92,000 of about 100,000 expected absentee ballots, and they expect when those 8,000 come in over the next couple hours, it's not going to take them long to finish up that count. In fact, we heard a short time ago that here in Detroit, they expect that by midnight tonight or perhaps a bit after, they will have counted not just the absentee ballots in Detroit, but early voting ballots, and voting that took place today as well. So you're seeing the effects of that law, which allows for counting to begin as early as last Monday. One more note, and this is important, Aaron, because in 2020, this site in downtown Detroit became the scene of protests and unfounded claims of fraud. in the midst of that frantic absentee ballot counting, in part because of you have that law, you were able to start early. We're not seeing any of those protests here now. And there's going to be a truck arriving in the next couple of hours, going to pull up at that door there with absentee ballots collected from dropped boxes around the city as well. Again, that's not fraud. That's not vote dumping. That's part of the process of counting these votes here, and they expect it to move very quickly tonight.
All right, very quickly, we'll see. And they have said they expect to be overall for the state of Michigan faster than last year, which of course was the day after midday. Secretary of State said she hoped it would be a little bit earlier than that. We'll see as the count comes in. Kyung Law is at a Maricopa County counting facility. Maricopa County, biggest in Phoenix, fastest growing in the country, as they say. Kyung, one of the most important counties for the entire election.
For the entire election. That's why you have so many reporters here. That's why we're watching Maricopa County so closely. And let's take a look at the clock. We only have a few more minutes, about 7 more minutes before polls close here in Arizona.
Switching over to Fox, let's see what they got to say.
Well, thank you so much for having me tonight, Eris. And I think that for me, both candidates really had to prove themselves. They had to win my vote. And they can talk
quite interested
about
in these,
everything relative to the economy. But what really matters is what actually happens. And we have to ask ourselves, was it easier to buy groceries under the Biden administration or under the Trump administration? And
they decided on this thing called the Electoral College, which interestingly, no other country in the world decided to copy. And because of that, in presidential terms, in effect, on nights like this, you have a right to think that it feels like no one cares about your vote. If you're in California or if you're in New York. And when you think about how enormous a force that can be in voter suppression, there may be nothing quite like it. Imagine if California voters ever got to think that their votes for president matter. There are 7 million people in California who don't vote. They're registered. They don't vote today. And how many of them would turn out? And oh, by the way, how many more millions would that add to Kamala Harris's total? New York, the state of New York, another 7 million people who don't vote in this presidential election because they know what the outcome is for their state. Most of those, if they voted, would add millions to Kamala Harris. And this Electoral College problem is one that bedevils us in the 21st century as it never has before.
Thank you for saying that. Let me just, go ahead. I'm sorry, let me just jump over to Alex Wagner with the insiders. We're about 4.5 minutes from this next poll closing. And I know that you guys have been talking about what you've been hearing about some of the specific swing states that we don't yet have a result in.
We sure have, Rachel. Thank you. I'm with Maria Teresa Kumar, Michael Steele, and Simone Sanders. Simone, Michigan is among the tranche of states that are going to be closing polls at 9 p.m.
We go to my Michigan page.
Yeah, go to your Michigan page. They're all collated alphabetically according to poll closing time. What are you hearing about the vote in Michigan? We know it's tight, as they all are.
Yes, all of my Democratic friends
getting
are saying
to
it's
a
very
pretty
tight,
good
and they don't want
mark
to
here
make
coming up.
predictions, but people are
4 minutes or so.
hesitant to say.
So we should see another nice batch of votes come through,
and I will just say this, as
we'll
I know
probably
this
call
for
some
myself,
states. I mean, some of these states, you pretty much know what direction they're going to go, right? And they just need to wait for the final ballots to kind of officially get cast before they'll make a call on it like that. I think they got in trouble in 2000, right? Just calling things early and so forth. But anyway, should be pretty interesting here in just a few minutes. I think I'm going to leave it on CNN to see their response as things come down.
Latino men, and they seem to be breaking for Donald Trump, which is a
Milwaukee today. They're going to have to retabulate about 30,000 ballots after problems with the counting machines were discovered. All 13 tabulating machines are being set to zero. The ballots will be put through again. It's going to take time. They had initially estimated the ballot count from the absentees would be done around midnight. Now it's more likely around 2 or 3 a.m. And then in Arizona, I spoke to a source there in Maricopa County, the largest county, that it's taking longer than expected to process early ballots. The first release of 1.1 to 1.2 million ballots of those early ballots at about 10 p.m. Eastern tonight will only account for early votes through last Tuesday. Thursday, October 29th. That is less than the initial estimate that the first drop would be comprised of ballots through at least Friday, they thought. So it's going more slowly there. One more thing I want to note, I'm told they're going to keep up 24-hour shifts in Maricopa to keep things moving. They understand how important it is to get those results out, those accurate results out as quickly as possible.
All right, Pam, thank you very much. You take
Got some
all
fries.
of that
I'll try not to
together,
chew in your
look
ear,
at where
guys.
we are. What do you see, John King?
That tells me to tell the people at home either slow down on the popcorn or make some more because we're going to be at this a while and maybe brew an extra pot. I just want to start in Michigan because Pam was just talking about Macomb County, Michigan. You see Detroit right here. This is Wayne County. We have no votes. The reason we can't say much about Michigan right now is we have 0 votes from the largest population center. And then she mentioned Macomb County, which is right here, blue collar. Back in the late 80s, early 90s, this is where they were studying Reagan Democrats, right? Why were union auto workers voting for Ronald Reagan for president? That debate continues out there right now. It was out there just about a month ago. It's a huge test out there, but it's very early in Michigan, only 8%. So let's come back out to the battlegrounds where we have more votes. Let's check here. We're only up to 15% in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. The vice president with a big lead. Pennsylvania's not going to end. No matter
I had to
who
look
wins
for my
Pennsylvania,
ranch. I
it's
have
not
ranch in
gonna
my
end
fries,
30
making
point
sure it's not
race. We just
barbecue.
know
I'm about
that
to dip this
as we
into.
count more votes. So we'll wait and try to get more in Pennsylvania.
And
This
if
is
you're
one of the
wondering,
surprises.
the
A lot of
lights are
surprises on the
red
map right
'cause
now.
it's,
Unlikely to end
for
this way.
Republican.
But you see the vice
So let's
president
see
leading in
Team Red.
Kansas, the vice
Let's see if
president
we
leading
can
in
make this,
Missouri,
pull this
vice
through
president,
tonight.
even though we've already projected Arkansas. That's just early votes. The votes will come in. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on it. We're open to surprises here, but we'll keep a look at it. A surprise that has a lot of votes counted so far.
So look
is
at how.
Virginia.
Did
They're
you just
almost
see the
up to
map CNN
halfway
had
mark
up?
here,
It's
and Donald
completely
Trump is ahead
counter
in
to
the
the one
state.
I'm
Joe
showing
Biden
right
carried
below
4
it.
years ago by 10
Some crazy
points.
scenarios
By
they're
10
going through
points.
potentially
So let's
here.
see. One of the
Are
things
you
we
really
do at
telling
this
me
point
that
when we get up to
Arkansas
almost half of the vote
is
is
going
what's
to go
missing. Right?
for
This
Harris?
is live
Like, are
outstanding
you
votes.
serious?
The larger the circle, the more votes are out in an area. The color of that circle tells you how the voting is going so far. So you see these big circles in Richmond and the suburbs, huge circles, and then smaller circles within them in the Washington, D.C. suburbs. So there are a lot of Democratic votes still to be counted. Vice President can't like that right now. You do not like being tied in Battleground, Virginia right now, but there are a lot of votes still to be counted, and you can tell from that a lot of them are Democratic, so we'll see. Same test in North Carolina, up to 38% of the vote. Trump with a narrow lead there. Let's just bring it up and look. Live outstanding votes. Again, your biggest outstanding votes are in the Democratic areas, Charlotte, Raleigh-Durham, Winston-Salem, Asheville, and Wilmington down there. So you have a very competitive race right there right now. You'd rather be Donald Trump and you'd rather be ahead, but there's a lot of vote counting to do. And again, this is one of the tightest of the battlegrounds. Virginia, a bit of a surprise, Jake, more counting elsewhere.
All right, John King, voting is about to end in 15 states, the second biggest wave of results this evening. 163 electoral votes will be up for grabs, and we're watching several crucial battlegrounds. CNN's going to bring you this projection right now. CNN projects that Texas will go to Donald Trump. The state of Texas, as expected, to Donald Trump with its big bucket of 40 electoral votes. CNN also projects that North Dakota will go to Donald Trump, as expected. North Dakota with its 3 electoral votes.
Again,
2 more
this
for
one's
Trump
just
now.
as obvious as
CNN
California,
projects
right? But
that
time is up, and we got
South
we can
Dakota
call it now.
will go to Donald Trump. South
We'll wait
Dakota,
for
as
my map
expected,
to
with its 3
automatically
electoral
update,
votes
but
to Donald
Texas
Trump.
should clearly
And
be
CNN
next.
projects that Wyoming will go to Donald Trump. Wyoming with its 3 electoral votes. CNN is not making any projections in the following states that just closed their polls. Arizona, that's a big battleground. Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Louisiana, battleground Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, and battleground Wisconsin. Let's look at the electoral map now. Donald Trump has 154 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 27 electoral votes. 270 are needed to win. Let's bring you a key race alert now. In battleground Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris in the lead with 64.4% of the vote. Donald Trump has 34.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris in the lead there with 326,000 plus votes. Only an estimated 16% of the vote has been counted in Pennsylvania. In battleground Michigan.
All right, so what is Harris's background? Okay. 80s attorney in the Oakland, city of Oakland, California. The DA's office there. She became DA under a mayor named Willie Brown. And if you just look that up online, it'll show you quite a few unsavory type scenarios that she got herself involved with. In fact, there's one that speaks of Willie Brown's flamboyant lifestyle. And as they're showing him dancing and wearing nice watches and in nice cars, they have somebody tapping her on the shoulder, standing next to him, asking her, "Are you his daughter?" And she says, "No, I'm not." And it's literally in there. Anyway, you can fill in the rest in your mind. She became DA there. She became Attorney General in the state of California. There's all kinds of stories about her. Just look them up. And after Attorney General, she became a senator. Went to put her in her candidacy for president in 2020. And here she is now. Became VP. So you look at that tenure, it's all been government-related activities, all government administration type stuff. Aside from being a DA in the city of Oakland, I think you have to be very hands-on in that respect. Once you're Attorney General over an entire state, you've got a massive staff that works for you. You're not going to be as hands-on, so you're working on defining policy and the types of treatment that you will give different situations and so forth. So you become more of an administrator. That's what I'm talking about. So the basic history as to what her background is. Hopefully I didn't put too much bias into that, but anyway. All right, look, we're getting states populated here on my chart. Where's Texas, folks? Fill in Texas.
Joe Biden carried when he won the White House. What don't we have? We don't have Rhode Island. We don't have Connecticut. We don't have New Jersey. We don't have Illinois just yet. Long-time blue states. So as we move west and as the count advances in some of the New York as well.
You're saying for the electoral vote, why was it showing 150 for Trump? So this is using a different algorithm. Like Google might be partnering with CNN or another news agency just to leverage theirs.
Red and blue. So let's see, again, an unusual map at the moment just because the vote count is early or because we're going to have the most surprising election of my lifetime. But in Nebraska right now, statewide, you have the vice president winning, but you see most of the votes are out here. She's not so much worried about the statewide vote. She'd love to win Nebraska, don't get me wrong. Nebraska's 2nd congressional district is right here.
All right, have a good rest, Mr. Moat.
Nebraska and Maine award electoral votes based on congressional
get at least
districts.
6-7 hours
do
of
that.
And then,
so eastern Nebraska is what matters
we'll
most.
See. You wake
to
up
the
at
vice
6-7 hours
president.
and
If
we
we'll
might
see if
have a
Nebraska
reality
stays
TV
blue
show
again
on our
to
hands.
its south, the state of Kansas, 29% of the vote in. But you see all this? That's if you're playing Legos, that's Donald Trump. That's how he builds his buildings right there. Those small rural counties all across America, especially in the heartland here. So Kamala Harris, the vice president, ahead with 52% of the vote. It's all over here. Kansas City, Missouri, the suburbs here, the more blue areas, the college towns, and the more urban areas in Kansas is why she's ahead right now. It's only 29% of the vote. We'll watch as that map fills in. Again, Missouri, when I started doing this in 1988, spent a lot of time in Missouri with Michael Dukakis. It's not a battleground state anymore. But at the moment, it's 51%, but it's only 7%. And again, you see votes coming in the suburbs just to the west of St. Louis, suburbs just to the east of Kansas City. That's why the Democrat is leading at the moment as we go through it. So now let's get to the states that we actually think will be the battlegrounds in the end. We'll keep looking. We'll keep looking. Open to surprises here. But let's check in on the big ones. The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, still at 16%.
Finally did Texas
start my map, right? This is a 30-point race, just shy of a 30-point race in a state we know is going to be decided by 1 or 2 points. So we'll continue to watch to see. I check in on it just to see if the vote count has gone up. It has not in a while, still 16%. Same with Michigan. We come over, we're up to 10% here right now, 53 to 45. Again, if there's an 8-point lead in Michigan, then you have a blowout. You expect this to be very close in the end. We're missing a lot, right? Earlier tonight, Grand Rapids was red for Donald Trump. That's Kent County out here. Right now, you see it's almost a tie right there. This is one of the battlegrounds within the battlegrounds. Fiercely, formerly reliably red, now a closely fought suburban area around Grand Rapids. We'll keep an eye on that. But still nothing out of Wayne County, Detroit. I just want to come up here to Ingham County. This is where Michigan State is. If this ends the night there, Donald Trump's going to feel very good about his Michigan chances.
I mean, it's the news
3%.
coverage, right? Let's let me switch over to Fox. Let's see if they do it a little bit differently.
Should be blue by the end of the night. If it's not, that would tell you something.
Let's see if Fox handles
it
a little bit differently.
So let's come to where we have more votes in these battlegrounds. Again, I just want to check on Virginia again. This is our surprise at the moment. We're up.
Trump called out Fox here.
Headquarters.
Let's see how they're treating
Rich Edson is with the Harris camp in Washington, D.C., and Alexis McAdams in Florida with the Trump team, and that's where we start. Hello, Alexis.
Hey, Shannon and John, if you can believe it, after months and months of campaigning with former President Trump crisscrossing the state, election night is here. It's a question the former president has continued to ask at his last several rallies. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? And tonight, America may be able to answer that question. We've been across those areas, battleground states, swing states, Michigan, Wisconsin, North Carolina with Trump. And now tonight, we're going to have to see if his message on the border and the economy resonates. The economy, John and Shannon, has been the top issue issue on the campaign trail. When we've talked to people, they say they do not like the way the country is heading. They're paying more for basic necessities like gas and groceries, and that's what they're thinking of when they head to the polls today. Right now, former President Trump is in Mar-a-Lago, which is only about a 10-minute drive from where I am right now at election headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. He's there watching those election results roll in with a small group of family and friends. And who else is there? Elon Musk. Those two have become very close over the past several months as he's been out there on the trail rooting for Trump. Now, this all comes.
Yeah, so Shadow Dog, if you're still here, I'm
going
for Trump. I voted early.
And optimistic, looking at those early voting numbers and saying they're having massive turnout through the roof, they said, for the rural voters. That's a specific demographic that Trump has done well with before and thinks he's going to do well with again. I saw him out in some rural areas in Pennsylvania, not far from Butler, Pennsylvania, where the former president was nearly killed, and he pulls in quite the crowd. The excitement on the campaign trail was huge. We'll have to see, though, if that excitement transfers to the polls. But he is watching those results flow in. We had a lot of cheers here at campaign headquarters when he won Texas a couple minutes ago, and also a few other states. So we'll see what happens next.
I'm realizing my
Right,
video
Alexis
feed
McAdams in
me
Florida
is getting
with
stuck.
the Trump
every now
team.
and
We'll
then.
check back.
And of course, we're also with the Harris team.
don't know
Let's
why.
turn now to
I'm
Rich
not sure.
Edson has been doing yeoman duty there in Washington. Hey, Rich, what's going on? Sounds like a party.
Yeah, it's been quite a party here, and it's only gotten louder over the last hour or so as more people have come in to campaign headquarters here, campaign party headquarters for the Kamala Harris campaign. You know, this is the part where we're waiting for these swing states to come in, where both campaigns and operatives and Democrats and Republicans try to give you their take. Spin, if you will, is the reason they can keep these parties going. And the case from Democrats and from the Harris campaign is essentially this. They like where they are in a lot of the different cities. When you look at the turnout, especially Philadelphia, and if, you know, they can really get that turnout and they can get that vote in the suburbs and the exurbs, they'd be sitting pretty in that state. Ditto for Michigan and the Detroit suburbs. Ditto for Wisconsin and Milwaukee and Madison. So as we watch all that come in, they tend to say that they like where they are there. University campuses, that's another thing Democrats are pointing to right now. Long lines, voters still in line, even though polls have closed in a number of these university towns. North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Nevada, and Wisconsin. They've got celebrities making calls, visiting some of these lines to tell these students, stay in line. As long as you're in line, by the time the polls close, they let you go through and they let you vote. We're also hearing a report that Governor Tim Walz called into a polling station in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. That's Lehigh University in the Lehigh Valley on the eastern side of the state of Pennsylvania. Now, Harris is still at the Naval Observatory. From what we've heard, she's not here yet at Howard University, by the way, which is her alma mater. She's hoping to give some sort of victory speech here this evening. But
Saying it's hard to hear. I appreciate the feedback. I'm wondering if it's because I'm not muting at the same time. Let me turn up my other. Hang on, I gotta check my other phone here. Bear with me. Yeah, it sounds like when I have the live feed on the TV, excuse me, on the broadcast going, it overwhelms it overwhelms my voice. All right, getting that back up and running here.
Significantly throughout this race. Gap had kind of closed towards the end, so they hit that as well. And of course, abortion, Roe versus Wade, been a big issue for Democrats, and Democrats are hoping to replicate what they saw in the midterms in 2022 here in 2024. John Shannon, back to you.
All right, Rich, thank you very much. Okay, we've got some new calls just in. The Fox News Decision Desk can now project that Vice President Harris will win Delaware and add some points to her column. Fox News also projecting that Republican Kelly Ayotte will become the next governor of New Hampshire. Now, she defeats Democrat Joyce Craig. That is a key win for Republicans and a flip there. In Indiana, Republican Mike Braun currently serves in the U.S. Senate. He will win his race for the governor's mansion there against Democrat Jennifer McCormick. And Fox News projects that Democrat Matt Meyer will become the 75th governor of Delaware. John, you're the board with more.
Yeah, I just wanted to just play with this just a little bit because we were talking about the importance of that 2nd congressional district in Nebraska. All right, so I've kind of filled in how we think that the map is going to go based on history. Now, let's just say, now this has not happened, and it's not to say that it will happen, but let's say that Trump picks off Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, and North Carolina. That gives him 268 electoral votes. Let's say that the blue wall holds this year, and Kamala Harris manages to put.
All right, this is basically my breakdown that I'm looking at. Let's see what they say.
That leaves her with 269 electoral college votes, and that's where the 2nd Congressional District of Nebraska really becomes very important, because if you punch that one, it takes her over the top to 270. Now then, again, just play it around. Let's say that Donald Trump manages to pull out a win in Nebraska's 2nd Congressional District, and we've got chaos. Let's hope it doesn't come to that.
Actually,
it's widely expected because they've done it for the.
I would be so excited if that happened, that tie. I did not know you could tie like that easily.
Drive home the importance of that 2nd Congressional District. Let's go back to Shannon.
Absolutely does. All right, let's bring our panel back in as John comes and rejoins us here to break down the results that we have gotten in. We are still waiting, Juan, for these 2 critical pieces that, you know, as John walks through it there, Georgia and North Carolina are critical to that. We may have something soon in Ohio. That's not one of the ones that we have as a sort of our toss-up.
Hey, I appreciate you sharing your story, Detroit. I think it's something that a lot of folks are, you know, having to put out there, because there's such this assumption that that you have to vote one way, you know. And so I appreciate you kind of putting that out there. And when it comes down to it, it's not about race. It's about who's going to deliver things that will help make your life better. Who's going to make the system work for you, or who's going to just keep the existing one going that's in place. And to me, it's pretty clear. It's pretty obvious, right? The Biden being so interchangeable with Harris in this process. Why is that? Because they just need somebody to be the talking head in front of the TV so that the puppet masters can continue to do their thing.
Got a decent chance of pulling it out.
In many ways, this is the race we thought we were going to get. Trump has, as guys mentioned all night, Trump is really running up the score with rural areas, particularly men in the rural areas, and non-white men in cities. And that's what we've been talking about for months. So what Harris has to do is...
Yeah, it is very interesting. They have been depicting him as kind of like they keep trying to unfold scenarios as to how Harris can win versus, hey, there's a lot of different combos here that can unfold very easily that Trump can win. And I mean, I'll go back to mine over here on the screen. So you see 272 here for Trump. He just needs Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania, and it's a done deal. And that's assuming that North Carolina and Georgia go to him. Everything else, I mean, it's not a big mystery. Nevada doesn't matter. I don't know why they keep talking about Nevada. My apologies to anyone that's in Nevada. Love Las Vegas, wonderful place. But in terms of the moving the needle on the election, it's not going to matter. I mean, kind of like Texas, it's a lock. No one's going to pay attention to it. That's where I'm at. But this is it. He just needs one of these, right? Boom. He's over. And so when they show it as her winning all three of those, the likelihood of that happening is very small. I mean, those states were like extremely tight in 2016, and we're back in that type of a scenario. This is not 2020 by any stretch. So they're off in their analysis.
Getting close. The fat lady might be singing a little bit.
All right. Panel, stick around. We've got a whole lot more coming your way as we work our way down the road to 270.
Plus, something that you're really going to enjoy. Harris Faulkner joins us next with Voters' Voices. Stay with us. We'll be back in a moment.
If I could be you, and you could be me.
I'll switch up the broadcast here in a sec, but hey, if you guys could subscribe, give the live some likes, I'd really appreciate it. Trying to get bumped up on the algorithm there. See if I can do more of these types of live streams, not just always event based, but just kind of you know, what happened in the last week, what does it really mean, and get a conversation going with folks. Kind of broadcast that here through YouTube, and then come back into TikTok and have conversations with people, because it's from a verbal discussion standpoint, they have a nicer structure on that platform. But again, trying to broadcast all of that into, you know, every platform out there to be able to reach as many people as possible. Because one of the things that I really want is to promote, you know, coming back together after this. Like, how do we do that? How do we bring people back together? How do we really end the extreme tension that's out there? We can disagree. I mean, it's like sports, right? Like, my daughter's an awesome basketball player. She's tough. She'll plow through somebody, knock them over. Whistle blows. Oh, play's over. I'm gonna go pick you up. I'm gonna make sure you're all right. When it's game time, it's boom, let's go. But as soon as that whistle blows, it's like, all right, whistle stop. Like the election's over. All right, let's come back together. Let's figure something out, right? That mentality's gone. It's like no one listens for the whistle anymore. All right, let me change up this feed here. Oh, there's an alert.
All right, we are back with another race call. The Fox News decision desk can now project that former President Trump will win Ohio and by a substantial margin.
And we got to watch that Senate race there, too. But in the meantime, let's bring in Harris Faulkner. She's talking to...
Okay, they didn't give that enough of an emphasis by that margin. Was that like 12 or 14% that he's going to win Ohio? Or am I getting that wrong? Or maybe it was about 10%. But they're not really emphasizing that. That is a clear oversight. What is that? Somebody saying something weird in the comments here? Hang on, I might need to filter something out. I'm gonna have to hide that particular one. All right, sorry guys. But yeah, strange because it's Fox News, absolutely. But they did not, because those states right there, Pennsylvania, Ohio, very industrial, right? Oil and gas way back in the past, oil and gas still actually, manufacturing, so forth. They call it the Rust Belt for a reason. And so the profile of voters across those two states, maybe aside from a couple of pockets, should be very, very similar. And I'm talking Ohio and Pennsylvania. So the fact that the margin is so massive and they're just like really quickly flipping that off the screen, what the heck's going on in Pennsylvania, right? What are they doing in the city? I mean, we really need to take a closer look at that, because if it comes down to Pennsylvania being the one, I honestly, you just think of it rationally, how can there be such a high variance between Ohio and Pennsylvania? It's like Texas and Louisiana. Like, we vote in tandem for the most part, as well as Oklahoma and Arkansas. That's a lock. That's a voting block. That's never going to change. Well, I shouldn't say never, but that's pretty solid, right? Florida, hey, something might happen. Georgia, something might happen. Flip-flop, whatever. But there's clear blocks out there. Like California at this point, California, Oregon, Washington, they're voting in one direction. And I'm talking about that as far as a linkage of these states, right? I see the same type of linkage. You go from Indiana, Ohio into Pennsylvania, right? That doesn't make sense to me. So something's up there if they're not going to bring that into the mix.
Jobs, and they'll just go to another country. They go where the best deal is. When I get it down to 15% and then we have everything else going for us, nobody can compete. If Kamala gets 4 more years, she'll obliterate our economy, kill millions of jobs, destroy your family finances. Kamala's inflation nightmare has already cost the typical family over $30,000 in higher prices, and now she wants to raise the typical family's taxes by $3,000 a year. Congratulations.
Independents seeming to track a bit more with Republicans.
So that tax thing, I think, is pretty clear, and I get on my soapbox all the time about that. I don't think folks really give that enough weight on my live events on TikTok. Often people, argue with me, and I try to stay sensible. They argue with me and say Trump gave tax cuts to billionaires and stuck us with the bill. And you just have to pause and think about it. It's like, well, wait, did you look at the tax code way back in 2016 versus what it is now? Because right now it's Trump's tax code. All the percentages went down, right? Not just that, because they'll look at that and they'll say like, oh, well, he just gave us a 2% tax cut while they ran away with everything. Well, he also, it's the standard deduction has more than doubled. So it's nearly $29,000 and some change. So if you're making 30 grand a year, guess what? You got no taxes, basically. Zip. That's huge, right? And you start adding that up, and if you have a child, the child tax credit got doubled from $1,000 to $2,000 per year per child. You start looking at stuff like that, and that's where he starts making sense. The $3,000 going away for folks. You take that child tax credit away. You take that standard deduction down, which is, bring back $15,000 of income that's, subject to taxation. That's a hit. That's real money out of people's pocket, and you're just going to let that get undone. You gotta wonder where priorities are at that point.
Devastation. The economy has crashed. Jobs have left this country. We're no longer energy independent, and we want change. We want Donald Trump back.
All right, real quickly, Dominic, I think we have time for an...
Oh, good question. Sancy, I hope I'm saying it correctly. Good question. They should also accompany that with spending cuts, and they don't. And that's where, at the end of the day, the government's budget always has to balance. You hear Bill Clinton and some of the other ones, and they say, like, I'm the only president that ever balanced the budget. Not really. The budget has to balance every year. And it's either going to balance by you cutting spending, you increasing taxes, or those two things fail. That's where Treasury comes into play, and they just print more money for you to make up the difference. And that leads to inflation. So you think about what's happened with the infrastructure bill and all these other things. They had a huge amount of new spending. They didn't raise taxes. They didn't cut spending. They increased it. So they went to the Treasury and said, print like crazy. And yeah, that's the bottom line of inflation right there. Folks should know better. There's always been a percentage of printing that seemed to be digestible by the economy.
Of course, includes the race for Senate. Let's take a look at some of the early numbers in the races. We're about an hour and a half removed from the polls closing in most of Texas. ABC 13 has teams all across the state as this race plays out.
Let's get News Nation going for a little bit.
Q now projecting that Donald Trump has won North Carolina. That is 16 electoral votes. That is the first of the major swing states that goes to North Carolina. 7 swing states. Trump gets North Carolina. If he gets Georgia, where he is also leading, that certainly closes doors for Kamala Harris and open doors for Donald Trump. Probably worth it at this time just to take a pause. This was a place that Kamala Harris spent a lot of time. This was a real hope.
Trump and Vance. They had 14 events in 14 days.
Everybody spent a lot of time, but Kamala Harris, they thought they had a chance here. The fact that this did not work out makes it much harder for her. Possible.
So for ranging Redrew, the map you're saying is wrong. Which part of it do you think is wrong? So, this is not me hand selecting things. My hand selected one is this map, which let me go ahead and actually hand select what I initially thought was going to happen was this. I'm not so sure about Michigan anymore. But this is not me hand selecting. This updates as those calls are made by major news outlets. And it's not just accepted as is. This particular resource, does their own vetting. It's 270 to win. You guys can go to the site. It's out there. But it just updates in real time with that stuff. Oh, there you go. They just called it too for North Carolina. So News Nation called it. They might actually be using 270 to win as their basis for calling different states, which that'd probably be a good idea to not have to do it all on your own. But that's massive that he just got North Carolina there. So look, he's at 210 now, Harris at 95. This is starting to slip away. And you look at the difference in the popular vote that's happened in Ohio. I can't imagine Pennsylvania being any different.
There, we've been looking at some of the red counties that are also in that area. I know Chris has brought up Nash County a lot. That's a good performance there, more working class area. So Nash County, so Raleigh's here in Wake. This is a highly educated area, highly democratic
Research
area.
triangle.
Yep, and right next door, you got a little more working class area with Nash County that Starwell talked about a bunch of times. It's a very nice performance for Trump there. Now, you mentioned, let's back it out and look where we're at in Georgia, okay? So going in statewide in Georgia, the win probability for Trump's actually...
If this sentiment
is it reflective of what's happening in this election? Could be a very good night for Donald Trump. I can't hear you, but I love you.
All right, Pete, thank you so much.
Pete,
sounds like they're
thanks a
having
lot.
a pretty good time there.
They are. We're back with our.
Yeah, I know he's winning Georgia too. I think I'm just saying it because the map has it as undecided. I'm just saying as soon as they flip it, like that's the official indicator. They're done at that point. To me, they're done at that point because Harris would literally have to win all three of these states up here. Those would all three have to go into her bucket.
They start processing at 7 a.m. this morning. All that's mail-in stuff, too. And that's the vote that's put out first. And so I want to do something funky and fancy here, guys, so just bear with me. Because I'm going to try and find Pennsylvania in 2020, okay? This is important. It's important for us to understand. It's important for our analysts to know, understand. It's important for the audience to understand at home. This is 4 years ago in Pennsylvania, okay? This is just a 24-hour span from November 3rd into November 4th, from 8 p.m. to 8 p.m. the following day. And the vote count that came in here, right, it's heavily blue, well over 70%. And then around 11 p.m., you get across the line, and that's where the Republican vote started coming in for Trump. Then you went well past midnight, and Trump maintained his margin for almost the entire day on Wednesday. And then if you went further off this map, you see where eventually the bars there cross the other way for Joe Biden, okay? So with that in mind, okay, we're going to show you Pennsylvania, and we'll try and digest all this together now. I haven't looked.
I don't know if you noticed, but Fox has not called North Carolina yet. That's suspect to me.
In the areas where Kamala Harris needs to do well, namely Pittsburgh, Allegheny County, and namely Philadelphia and what they call the collar counties around Philadelphia. But the argument for this hour is that there's a strong Democratic vote in that batch that's now been counted, okay? There's two counties in Pennsylvania that you watch because they are bellwethers and they are flippers too, okay? One is Erie along the border here with New Jersey. One is Erie up there in Lake Erie. This is Northampton here in the east, okay? Northampton is one of these counties that flipped last time around, all right? Kamala Harris with a lead with 27% of the vote reporting there in Northampton. The other one is Erie that I mentioned a moment ago, okay? This is up on the lakefront here, all right? I don't know why we're getting 0% in because there is some of this vote that may lend itself to some of the confusion with the early vote being tabulated from the mail. I don't know. I can't vouch for that. I'm not sure what's going on there. We're going to watch the less than 0.5%. Yeah, that's right. So it's like 0.5% of the votes now being tabulated. That's why we can't get to 1% there in Erie County. But in all likelihood, you're going to see the T start to form here in Pennsylvania. And the T is going to be all red. And we're going to see what happens on, both sides of the state. And they're going to be blue. The question is, how blue will they be? So we'll watch that here. You guys didn't mention Virginia. We'll just pop on down here because it seems like there's a pretty good race going on right now, all right? Trump has just upped his margin here, all right? So he's got about a 2-point lead statewide. Too soon to call, I should say, with more than half of the vote in. Here is where you need to look, all right? This is Washington, D.C. This is Fairfax County, #1 populated county in all of 133. There's 40% of the vote that has not yet been tabulated into this, okay?
Biden, sorry to interrupt.
Sorry, what's that?
Where was it for Biden? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll show you. Yeah, I sure will. So a lot of that 40% outstanding is going to go for Harris, but we just don't know how much in the most populated county, okay? So go back 4 years. This is 2020. This is Joe Biden at 70%. Okay, so Kamala Harris, she has time to make up for that, given the fact that that vote is still out. And I would say, just looking at Georgia a moment ago, Fulton County looks to be somewhat similar. And the reason is, I'm going to explain this to you, okay? Fulton County is the most populated county in the state of Georgia. You're getting a lot of Democratic votes from out there, all right? She's up by 46 points, all right? Pretty good margin, 202,000 raw votes, okay? So 4 years ago with Joe Biden, he won the county with 242. His margin on a percentage basis was a bit higher, about 2 points, but 242,000 in a state 4 years ago Sorry, excuse me. I apologize. Let's go statewide here. In a state that was determined by 11,779. Let me go to my cheat sheet here, guys, all right? I'm going to do something that's a little ugly, but for the sake of the audience at home and for our knowledge.
All right, y'all, I'm going to change the station. This guy's like, I'm getting bored. I'm about to fall asleep. He doesn't even know what he's doing. He's like beside himself with the, I don't know, the outcomes of things. I mean, clearly there's trouble in Virginia now, too. I didn't want to go there. That was kind of a stretch for me. You see, Virginia is solid blue here. I don't know if it's because the heavy Democrat counties and districts haven't been counted yet, but Trump had a decent margin there that was somewhat unexpected, because once you start to get 2-3% of a lead, I mean, the votes would have to come in, you know, potentially 2-1 in some cases. I know they said 40% was left, but as that number diminishes, the votes would have to come in 2-1 in favor of the other candidate if it was to turn the tide. Let's get this one up and running here.
Right, which is why you want trusted officials to deal with the problem when it arises. And we know from 2020, Georgia happens to be a Republican Secretary of State, and these local county officials, they know what they're doing. And they have a problem, then they make a plan, right? They have a problem, you try to find it a solution. So where is Victor Blackwell? He is right here. He's in Gwinnett County, one of the most important suburbs in the Atlanta area, to the northeast of Atlanta. And as we noted, only 16% of the vote reported in this county right now. And so a long way to go in the count, Jake. And this is a place where, again, with Donald Trump with a pretty healthy lead statewide right now, that's what you're waiting for. You get a giant basket of votes reported from there. It gives you better context about the real state of the race.
All right, John King, we have a projection for you now at home, you people at home. CNN can project that New York, as expected, will go to Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris will be the winner of the 28 electoral votes offered from the Empire State. Let's take a look at the electoral vote count now. Donald Trump in the lead, 154. Kamala Harris with 81. 270 are needed to win. Neither of them is there as of yet. Let's go to Abby Phillip at Harris campaign headquarters here in Washington, D.C. on the campus of Howard University. Abby.
Yeah, Jake, this group here has been here for a little while now, and they've...
Eli, I think that's the most remarkable case to vote for Kamala I've heard this entire campaign season. So thank you for that. I'm writing that down. That's going to have to go into one of my videos in the future.
The anxiety in the crowd. These are all people who want to have a party. They want to celebrate. There's been a DJ playing all night long. But the results are coming in, and they're coming in slowly. But each time a race is called for Harris, or she is shown in the lead in one of these battlegrounds, it is a big moment for the folks here at the Kamala Harris headquarters. And Jake, as I'm talking right now, you can probably hear me talking to you. But the crowd, they're excited. They're ready to go tonight. They want to see more reporting and results that they like to see. Back to you, Jake.
All right, Abby Phillip in Washington, D.C. in the campus of Howard University, where Harris is holding her campaign headquarters right now. Let's go to West Palm Beach, where we find Caitlin Collins at Trump HQ. Caitlin.
Yeah, Jake, I should note, obviously we are all still watching these numbers come in. There is no celebrating happening yet inside the Trump campaign. But one thing that is giving them a confidence boost this hour are the numbers that you and John King were just going over in Virginia. They were looking at that very closely, comparing it to President Biden's numbers there in 2020, and it is making them feel good tonight, lifting their spirits. Now, no one is saying that this is obviously anywhere near over yet. They are still watching very closely to the blue wall of Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania.
Guys, I'm hoping for a scene just like we saw in 2016 where there's people, you know, dancing and singing and excited, and slowly the life gets sucked out of them and they're all sitting down, laying down, you know, ran out of drinks, crying their eyes out. I can't wait. I'm hoping we get another replay of that. I mean, that would be the greatest show on earth to me.
The night.
All right, Caitlin Collins, thanks so much. John King?
Make a fascinating map at the moment. You just updated the electoral vote count, 154 to 81. You're looking at a map now. There are a lot of Democrats looking at this map and saying, wow, we're having a great night. I would just say, be cautious. Enjoy the moment, but just be cautious. Why do I say wow? Well, at the moment, we touched on this a little bit earlier, the vice president is still leading statewide in Nebraska What she wants to win is the 2nd congressional district, which is right here. Nebraska, one of 2 states that awards electoral college votes based on congressional district. Only 30% of the state. You see all this gray. Those are small, rural, farm country. Beautiful, beautiful parts of Nebraska that tend to vote for Donald Trump in overwhelming numbers. So let's wait to see that one play out. But then you move east, and remember, what was the surprise poll of the last week of the campaign? It was the Iowa poll that showed the Vice President of the United States actually, no clear leader, but 47 to 43, I think, if I have it right, a little ahead.
Yeah, so the map that I've got below is from 270 to win. There's a few sites out there. There's 270 to win, Real Clear Politics, electoralvote.com, 538 also. There's a number of sites that do like poll aggregation, data aggregation, and they have their own calculus they go through and in real time update the maps. So I have theirs up here that I'm following. I know a lot of these are left leaning, but I don't know. I just felt this one might be a little bit better. And when you compare it to the news stations, they have their own folks doing this. So there's variance there, right? Where the agency that's just working off the data, have data scientists kind of working these things, they have an insider view into things and they feel comfortable making a call. They'll do so early, but the other media outlets, you know, depending on who's running the show at that time, they may want to, you know, cause a big, you know, give a particular narrative or give a particular viewpoint as to what's really going on out there. So they may not call something as early, or maybe they're just hesitant. Now look at this map that he's got up here on CNN. Like, really? Like, the whole middle of the country is going to turn blue all of a sudden? I mean, you're telling me Iowa?
Surprises, and we'll count votes. Now let's come in to the battlegrounds where we are waiting. Wisconsin is blue. It was red last time. Still very, very early. 18% of the vote counted.
This has got to be a joke, whatever he's putting up.
This is critical for Vice President Harris if...
Probably didn't hear me, but this has to be a joke, whatever he has up here.
Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin hold that Nebraska congressional district I just showed you, then you're the President of the United States. Right? That's her easiest. No path is easy, but her easy...
Yeah, North Carolina is a big indicator, and he's leading in Virginia right now. The 270 to win has him losing Virginia, but right now with, I think, about 60% reporting, Trump is ahead by a couple of percentage points. And it takes a lot to overcome, you know, 1% lead in something. So let's see if they come to it here or not on CNN. But he's leading in Virginia. He's won North Carolina. Georgia should be a done deal. And once they green light that, he just needs Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania. And I think Pennsylvania is a done deal now, given the massive margin that exists with Ohio there. I thought it was double digit. I'm going to go check it again now. Hey, Happy Gilmore, I appreciate that. I mean, not necessary, but I should have on my profile my Linktree. In my Linktree, I've got my Cash App linked in there. I'm trying to set this stuff up to get myself a little more structured here. But balancing, I'm at the point where I'm having some difficulty balancing between multiple social media platforms and kind of getting them all pulled together at once here. But I appreciate that. I've got a Cash App link there. I don't know if there is a specific mechanism here on YouTube to do something like that or not. I may not actually qualify for it yet because I don't think I've hit monetization status yet. So I appreciate you guys, viewing this. That helps with that growth. Giving it likes, that really helps with that growth. But right now, most of the monetization is happening on TikTok platform or through Cash App. And the Cash App name is just PoliticalCow also. So Nope. Let me get the
22 number. Because if you look at that right there, Joe Biden won this state in 2020 by 20,000 votes. 4 years before that, when he cracked the blue wall and became president, Donald Trump won Wisconsin by 22,000 votes. That, welcome to Wisconsin.
Why
it's a state
CNN?
that tends
Good
to hang
call.
around.
Good question. I'm shifting between multiple stations. So just to kind of see how they're calling it as they go. Like, look at this map he's got up here. What's going on? The map looks ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Unless he's doing a scenario here. Is that what he's doing? I mean, seriously, he's saying Missouri and Iowa are going, like, I can't believe it. And all of Nebraska? I mean, that's pure insanity. That's absolutely insane. I don't know. Yeah, I guess just for that, we're going to have to change it.
Let's see what I mean by that. Number one, let's just start to the east and go west.
To Fox News again. See if they've cleaned up their act a little bit.
Also expected to be a tight race. They have both spent a ton of time there. Here's Michigan, which we haven't really talked too much about yet. We're going to look, we'll get Bill to show us on the board what Michigan looks like. 14%, a lot of votes still to come in Michigan. Obviously, this is too close to call, and that is 45 to 42. Let's go to Grady Trimble, who is just outside Detroit, Michigan, and we'll start to get a feel for what's going on in this part of the blue wall. Hi, Grady.
Hey, Martha. Yeah, so we're expecting an update from Michigan's top elections official very shortly, but what we know from her...
So, King, I don't know how long you've been kind of tuning in with us here, but I'm using 720 to win. I've just kind of liked the stuff that they've kind of shown there. A lot of these are left-leaning, but they all have their own methodology. So, for example, there's a site, electoralvote.com, realclearpolitics.com. They take the poll results that come out on a weekly basis, you know, say there's like 4 or 5 different polls. They look at that and they look at it by state and the breakdowns of them. And they don't just do a simple average. They have some calculus that goes into it, like how accurate has this poll been in the past, so forth. And then they apply that logic into the data that's kind of coming out. Like as they're counting votes, they see what county it's coming from. Oh, these are the 3 Democrat-heavy counties, and they came in at 5% less than happened in the last election. And so, if in the last election this many people voted, we can assume Trump will get 5% more votes or whatever it might be. They have some calculus that they run through. Each one does it a little bit differently, but I'm anchoring on 270 to win to just follow their map. So each network does it differently. Each of these electoral kind of map websites have their own methodology as well. So there's not one definition as to who's winning the outcome until 100% has been counted, and we have an official decision made by that state.
Last hour, right? This is Anson County. Up to 47% African-American population. Sometimes in these elections where you see an outcome, you're like, that hasn't happened in 100 years. Well, something just happened for the first time since 1876 in North Carolina, and a Republican won this county for the second time since the 1870s. So I just like something to stick in the back of your head and think about, well, that was a data point along the way. You guys mentioned the blue wall. Let's go ahead. We're moving toward the central time zone. We're talking about Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. I can show you a lot of stuff right now, okay? But this is anecdotal stuff. It's just the data points that I'm seeing on the map, okay? When you go to Wisconsin, all right, you have to look at Dane County, the University of Wisconsin. In the midterms, they had more than 85% voter turnout. In one county, okay? You're going to get a ton of Democratic votes out of here, okay? You're just about halfway into it right now, and you see the margins. But I was poking through this and looking at Milwaukee. Now, there's a lot of votes out there, okay? You only got 25% coming in right now. Kamala Harris has almost 66%. So this is where Joe Biden finished. Same county, same city 4 years ago. He was almost at 70%. Right now, she is underperforming in Milwaukee. So you have to ask yourself, that little pattern you saw back there in that rural county in North Carolina, is it repeating itself in some of these bigger cities? Is Detroit, right now, Detroit, Wayne County's red. We don't expect it to stay that way, but that's one of the things you look at as well. And this is Washtenaw County. That's Ann Arbor, University of Michigan. You expect to get a good number here. That's another county to watch as well. And then let's flip over here and just complete the blue wall, because this is where we are right now in Pennsylvania. Remember, we showed you how the mail vote, heavily Democratic, is put out first. And we still think we're probably seeing a lot of that right now in this composition. But let's go ahead and look now. Let's look at the vote difference in Pennsylvania. And what we've done here is we've gone back to the year 2000, okay? So you have 6 presidential races to look at. For so long, this was not even a battleground. It was heavily Democratic. When you think about what Barack Obama did in 2008, look at that. I mean, that's 10 points. It's off the map. Romney was able to cut it in half, and so the state came back a little bit toward the Republican Party. It really wasn't until 2016 when Donald Trump won the state by just less than a point. Let's look at the vote difference now for Michigan. Very similar, maybe not as extended, okay? Some would argue more Democratic in Michigan, all right? But that was the difference in 2016 for Trump. 0.2 percentage points, you know, and you see where Obama was. That was not contested. Look at the vote difference down in Wisconsin. Very similar. Blue, but not nearly as extreme. In fact, if you take out the Obama...
Does anyone know what they're looking at here? I don't even know what this, I mean, this is like connect the dots. Like, what's going on here?
State you find out there, all right? Back in 2000, when we were looking at Florida, look what happened in Wisconsin. 4 years later, John Kerry, look what happened. You see Donald Trump in 2016, it's just by a nose he was able to win. And then when it went back to Biden in 2020, again, it was super tight, okay? All those races, 4 out of 6 over the past 20 years have been decided by less than a point. And it might well be the case again tonight in the land of cheeseheads. Let's go ahead and clear this right now, okay?
Bill, can we go to Wisconsin?
Yeah, we sure can.
Because, go ahead.
If you want to see how this is shaping up, I mentioned Dane a moment ago, and I also mentioned Milwaukee. Sean Duffy, one of our colleagues, former congressman for the state of Wisconsin, when he ran for Congress, all this area here was blue, okay? And when he went to Washington, it all flipped, it all became red, and it stayed that way. It's been a source of political strength and power for Donald Trump, and we'll see whether or not that remains the case right now. All right? So you know, we're just about the 30% mark in Wisconsin, and Kamala Harris has a slight lead there by about 3 points. This is where it ended, as I showed you out there on the map, right? 20,682 raw votes 4 years ago. So if I were to come to 2024, what am I looking at? I'm looking at Dane.
How about Sauk and Kenosha?
Yeah, Sauk is right here. Sauk is pretty interesting here because, you know, you start to see a little.
Hey, AI, are you still there? Got a question for you. It looks like it didn't work. I got to reload it here. I'm just curious. You guys spurred a thought for me.
Let's find Kenosha down.
So remember, this is the swinging state.
Hey, AI, are you there?
Out of doubt. Yeah. But it's true. Anyway, this is Kenosha.
Hey, Masood.
Yeah, forward.
I'm here. What's going on?
Hey, can you tell me if there's an Amish population in Wisconsin?
Yes, there is. There's a notable Amish presence in Wisconsin. The state has several Amish communities, especially in the central and western parts. They're known for their traditional lifestyle, farming, and craftsmanship. Have you ever visited an Amish community yourself?
I have not, but can you tell me how many there are in Wisconsin?
Wisconsin has one of the largest Amish populations in the United States with over 50 settlements across the state. Quite a significant number. What sparked your curiosity about the Amish.
Can you tell me the population count of the Amish in Wisconsin?
The Amish population in Wisconsin is estimated to be around 23,000, spread across those 50-plus settlements. They've been growing steadily, thanks to high birth rates and migration from other states. Fascinating, right? Would you like to know more about how they live, or did you have other questions in mind?
All right, so my AI just helped answer a few questions for me. If you've seen online, there's quite a few videos of folks in the Amish community going out and having Trump signs on their carriages, being pulled by a horse and stuff. And so what it's making me think of is, for the first time, a lot of the Amish folks, just with everything going on, they're going to be voting Trump. By a landslide. I seriously doubt anyone Amish would even entertain voting for Harris. There's social issues. There's also government overreach issues. Case in point, as exemplified by the recent issues with Peanut and Fred in New York State. Extremely sad situation. I can't even get over it. I don't know why PETA is not getting involved in that. It was a horrible thing. But it exemplifies the government overreach that the Amish want to have nothing to do with, right? So if they have a population of 20,000, and you saw they put up there that Trump lost by about 23,000 the state before, if he's clawing away at that 20,000, that 23,000, and then a nice population of Amish folks come in and also vote in Wisconsin, that's a pretty big deal. In Pennsylvania, they have a Amish population of 80,000, I believe. Let me just double check that, just to make sure I'm not giving you guys fake news here. Hey, what's the Amish population in Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania has one of the largest Amish populations in the United States, second only to Ohio. As of recent estimates, there are over 80,000 Amish living there. Quite a sizable community. Thinking about visiting there too?
Yeah, so Amish typically don't vote. They don't get involved in these types of things, right? It's not their deal. This is kind of a special circumstance to them. They're coming out to vote, and the presence is kind of being known to where you have these videos and stuff of them actively doing like Trump parades with Trump flags on their wagons and all that kind of stuff, right? That might be a significant voting block, and that might sway things in many states. I mean, those are the only two that I've read about, but how many states are there Amish settlements?
Amish settlements can be found in more than 30 states across the U.S.
Okay, so they're in 30 states, but not necessarily of a material number of individuals in each state. I mean, these two clearly have a lot, right? Pennsylvania with 80, and I think they said Wisconsin was 25 or maybe more than that. But that's a lot of people when you think about the votes for that state. So something to keep in mind, and see if there's any data points going forward that speaks to how that population is voted. Because if they start voting, right, and that starts to set a precedent, what's to say that that doesn't continue, right? I mean, hey, they are citizens. They have every right to vote. They have every right not to vote. So if this becomes a new constituency, we'll see. That might be an interesting outcome that we have of this all of this.
Increase online sales. We solve digital challenges like this all the time. We implemented a digital marketing strategy that more than doubled their online sales through management of email.
These are the lesser populated counties, the ones with the huge, the huge populations. You start with Fulton County, and we've been monitoring this. This is the biggest. Atlanta's here, but there's also a lot of suburbs within Fulton County. This is key for Democrats because of the sheer size of Fulton County. A drop of a couple points here would more than offset the gains that I just showed you in those other counties. 80% counted in Fulton County, and now you see Biden 70.
Hey, so saw questions about my AI, and so this one is called Copilot. It's a Microsoft product. If you have an enterprise subscription, I have an individual one because I wanted my own private email through them. They're very secure. So anyway, you can buy into that service if you want. It also comes with limited use as a free subscription, but you run out after a couple of questions. It's almost like just a test. But the voice chat is a new component to it. They had previously just had a text, like a text chat to it, but this voice chat is new. And as you can hear, it has pretty good interactions with you. There's 4 voices. This is the one I picked because it sounds normal. The other ones seem a little contrived or a little too over the top to me. But it's really bizarre. It'll laugh at you. It'll tease you. If you're nice to it, I feel like it gives you better answers. It's really strange. And you can literally have an entire conversation. Like as I'm dialoguing here, I can just give it a brain dump and go on for 5 minutes. It digests it all, it parses through it, and it gives me a meaningful response, and I'm just floored. So one of the good uses, though, is to brainstorm things, because it'll bring information related to what you're talking about. And just say, have you considered this? Well, hey, so-and-so tried that. Well, what do you think about this? Well, hey, I connected these 2 dots. What do you think? So it's doing some nice stuff behind the scenes. And the other gentleman that was talking there is right. The text models have evolved now into applying these more human-like, speech models. So it's working out very nicely. I'm waiting for my robot to show up and do my housework for me that just talks like a normal person, that I don't have to push a button on its head that says go vacuum. You know what I mean? But anyway, so it's Copilot by Microsoft is this one. I also use Grok, which is the AI that Elon has. I think that the images that produces are of much higher quality than what Copilot produces. I also use ChatGPT, which is what all of Microsoft's Copilot framework is based on. But Microsoft owns a portion of OpenAI. That's what they're called, right? Anyway, they own a portion of that, and so they take that and they kind of wrap around some of their additional proprietary tech to wrap it into the Copilot product. But there's quite a few services out there. I have not tried Google, so I couldn't speak to anything Google has. And I hope that Apple creates their own here pretty soon and doesn't have to rely on, OpenAI or any of the other services.
The swing state of Nevada, it is too early to call. NBC News projecting a winner in the presidential race in Utah. Donald Trump projected to win the presidential race.
Good timing here.
In Utah. NBC News also projecting a winner in the presidential race in Montana.
All right, let's count them. Let's go.
Win in Utah, Trump win in Montana. Looking back at the battleground states that we're still awaiting definitive calls in Georgia, it's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In Pennsylvania, it's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In Wisconsin, it's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In Michigan, sing it with me now, it's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In North Carolina, it is too early to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. And in Arizona, it is too early to call between the 2 presidential contenders. Let's look at Senate races right now, including in...
All right, I thought there was going to be more. I don't know my list in front of me. I thought there was going to be more that they're going to start announcing, but that's okay. Because, doggone it, just call some of this stuff, right? Whatever. But anyway, couple of questions in here. I did hear about the unfortunate incident of the 14-year-old with AI. That's the danger. This is where Elon stepped in and he said, we need to put a stop to, the acceleration of generative AI because we need to put some controls in place. I actually encouraged one of my cousins. He's a philosophy major and he got a job at Amazon. And I told him, hey, learn the cloud product, learn AI, machine learning, because they're going to need some folks that can bring an ethics lens into this because it's going to run away wild and he's pursuing that track. And I'm hopeful that he does well at it. But that's a big gap. How do you properly control it in some sort of an industry standard mechanism? And in the same tone or in the same note, there's other bad actors that are not going to control it and they're going to encourage theirs to behave in that way. So how do you kind of push back on that, right? And it becomes a huge cybersecurity risk now too, where there's social engineering that can kind of happen where an AI would call somebody, sound like a natural voice, absolutely convince somebody to do something, to send money, to help, right? If you're calling in a help desk, reset someone's password, all of a sudden they have access to all these corporate networks and so forth. There's a lot of challenges with it, for sure, that absolutely haven't been resolved yet. Shadow, I appreciate the comments on the live and everything. So I primarily do politics. I've only started going live maybe 3 months now, and it's mostly been done on TikTok. And then I've just started to rebroadcast that onto YouTube. This is the first time that I'm primarily kind of hitting YouTube and rebroadcasting to TikTok. But you know, I primarily talk politics. I usually have guests that come in, and we have a topic that we kind of run through. That I do more on the TikTok platform because they have a mechanism to do that. But a couple of the things I'd like to do going forward in the future is maybe have some folks that I, do live interviews with, just local politicians. We'll start with that, talk through things. The topic that was just brought up around AI and the ethics around it, I think is a big deal. And I don't think enough folks have a good understanding of that, because the cars you're going to buy now, probably a year from now, that's what's going to be in it. And will that car make decisions on its own? Does it have the capacity to hit a circuit breaker and push through it and make those decisions on its own? I don't know. That kind of stuff concerns me. The opportunity, of course, is how can it improve our lives, right? Elon's Optimus robot, if it runs properly, I mean, that's going to take care of a lot of manual labor. Like, I could go dig that hole in the backyard and build me a pool. I don't know. But anyway, I appreciate it though, guys. Let's keep listening in. I'm going to see if I get another station. Might check out BBC, see what the foreign press is talking about here.
I'm sure you all are as well. It is fairly shocking. And yes. I don't think something that should make us super proud, that despite all of the things that just we've seen in the last 2 weeks, even if you could somehow forget January 6th and an attempted coup to overthrow the country, even if you could forget taking classified.
Oh, the website for the map I've got here is 720 to win. It's literally the website. And their map updates in real time. You'll have to go to their, I don't remember what they call it. What do they call it? Let me see. What is it? Presidential election live results. There you go. So there's 720 to win. I don't know if you can see the URL. You can't. It's out of the screen. But 720 to win. Yeah, so just for the live feed, I just grabbed different components of things, right? So I took this like snippet of the webpage just because it helps kind of watch things in real time get lit up. And I appreciated the way that they pull things together a little bit more than the other sites. So went with them. Otherwise, there's others out there, right? Like here, this is 538, and you could watch their stuff if you want, just as well. All right, let me tune into BBC.
That won over and turned out 49% of the vote. Yeah. So what you're waiting to see come in is what Jen O'Malley Dillon and David Plouffe and Stephanie Cutter and these folks envision.
The opinion polls have put this state at a dead heat for many, many weeks now. But we can talk about the result so far, according to around a third of the votes that have been counted, putting Kamala Harris on 51.6%, Donald Trump on 47.4%. So she's ahead. But as I say, just with a third of the votes counted, that is pretty meaningless, and largely because the mail-in ballots, the postal votes, tend to lean towards Democrats. They're disproportionately Democrats that have tended to use early voting and mail-in voting. So we can't put too much store into that. And that talks to another issue, which is the fact that last election, because of the numbers of mail-in votes, well over 2 million, about 2.5 million, that created this space when there was a delay in counting those, in which Donald Trump.
Oh, for the videos, I'm just using like my cable subscription feed thing or whatever, or I'm pulling in a YouTube live feed into the mix. So not anything terribly special. I'm just cycling through different feeds I have available to me, and then just kind of layering in some thoughts and commentaries. We kind of go like we're doing now.
Therefore, that any allegations like this, that they have treated properly and fairly, but basically they're not going to put up with what the district attorney described earlier as any crazy nonsense, allegations about fraud in the count.
Okay, Tom, thanks for that. We will check in with you a little later on to see how things are going there. Now, we have another projection to bring for you now. Let's see what we can tell you. We can tell you Mississippi. Mississippi is projected as a win for Donald Trump and the 6 electoral votes that Mississippi has. Mississippi, one of these reliably red states, always votes Democrat in recent years at least. So that's one definitely that Donald Trump will have been counting on. So let's see what difference it makes to that race to 270.
Okay, so clearly foreign press, Mississippi was a state that he was counting on. Guys, I don't know what to tell you. I hate to break it to you, but there's like no way in whatever that Mississippi was not going to go Trump. I mean, come on. It's like saying California was not going to go to Harris. Like, come on, guys. Clearly this is the foreign press. But hey, Shadow Death G, I appreciate the feedback in the comment here. Storytelling, that's an interesting topic. I'm actually going to write that down. I need a pen. That's a good idea. Or at least to do things in that sort of style. Talking about the news. Because, I mean, that's one of the things that I think makes certain folks unique and kind of break out, right? Is that they can do things in their own way. Ah, great. Got to bring up the text editor. Okay. Oops. That's not right. That's not right. Where's my text editor? Text edit. Give me a new one. Boom. Okay, so here we go. And I don't mean like I'm literally going to sit here and tell a story, but there's a lot of stuff like backstories on things that I do enjoy learning about and kind of conversing about with folks. So I appreciate that. Let's get back on the BBC.
Covering your Senate race in 2022, and I remember well that huge Get Out the Vote campaign, especially among the black voting groups in Milwaukee. And I remember at the time already, many of the families where Democrats were knocking doors, they were saying at that time already, we simply cannot deal with the grocery prices, that it's the economy, affordability that is the biggest issue. Do you think it really is on the Democrats here that this has not been solved for some of these working class families who are talking about just how hard it's hitting their wallet?
Well, I can tell you the problem has been greed. The problem has been rising costs because a lot of folks, a lot of business leaders have decided to.
Yeah, a couple of folks have asked, and honestly, you're right. I mean, everything's live on YouTube right now. So, I mean, just flip through it and you can pick it up pretty easily. Even when it's not a special event like this, most stuff is, and you can get some good content out there. I was looking to see if anybody had live cams on some of the polling stations because I thought that might be interesting just to watch some of the bigger cities, if there was protests or if there's any challenges that kind of happened, but couldn't find anything.
When it comes to rising costs, we know it's happening. Everybody is feeling it. But the unfortunate thing is who to blame has been misplaced. And I don't think it's not even necessarily party. It is it has been the greed of some very wealthy individuals, the folks who will certainly be enabled by Donald Trump.
Hey, Mandel, one more question. I know that the Republicans had opened a community center in Milwaukee in a heavily black neighborhood. And this is also part of the strategy, as we've been hearing, to win over some more black men to the Trump side, to the Republicans. Is that something you've been seeing?
That office has been there for a while. I live in that neighborhood. I cannot tell you a single time where I have seen people in there, whether it's staff or whether it's volunteers. That has been a dormant office. They put it there just to have it.
And I appreciate the comments, folks. I'm trying to read through it, but it's like flipping on me, and then I got to scroll back a bunch. So bear with me as I go through.
Pretending to have a presence, but not doing anything to actually engage the black community.
All right, Mandela, great to speak to you. Thank you so much for joining us again on BBC News.
Thank you.
And over to Katrina. She's got another projection for us.
Indeed, I do. Now, we have another state projection to bring to you, and at this time, we are in a position to project the state of Colorado. The state of Colorado projected as a win for Kamala Harris, and the 10 electoral votes that goes along with that. So what difference does that make to the race to 270? Let's have a look at our board there. You can see that brings Kamala Harris up to 91. Donald Trump is on 178. So still quite a way. Oh, we have someone's pulled the plug out on our board there. Not to worry, we'll plug it back in, put a few more quid in the meter for the electricity bill here, and we'll be back in business. We don't want that happening this long. No, so many hours yet to go, but live TV, what can you do? So we will have a check on some projections in just a moment, but let's go over to Christian, who is at our magic board. Hopefully his is plugged in at this point, and he can give us an update on the swing states. Christian.
Yeah, I've been looking at patterns. I want to show you something that is apparent to me with quite a bit of the vote in now in some of our battleground states. So this is Georgia, 81% of the vote counted. What I've been looking at is how much better Donald Trump is doing actually in the smaller rural counties around the map in Georgia. So this is a really good example. Twiggs, you've got 92% of the vote counted now. You can see the margin here, 57-42. If I spin it back to 2020 and Joe Biden, you can see that she's actually doing a couple of points worse than he was. And I told you at the beginning of the night, this is a simple game of maths, addition and subtraction. Can you lose less badly in some of these counties if you're a Democrat while you run up the score in the suburban areas? And she is doing that. She's holding where Joe Biden was in 2024. If I show you Fulton County, you see she's pretty much more or less in the same place. And in Rockdale, I can tell you she's a little bit ahead with 93% of the vote counted. And it's a similar story, actually. If you go to North Carolina, Nash County was one of 10 across the 7 battleground states that flipped to Joe Biden in 2020. So it's a good bellwether. But you see, she is behind him there. This was the picture in 2020. So there's 1,000 votes difference there. And yet, if you were to go back to Wake County with 70% of the vote counted here, let me just put that in there for you. There you go, 63.9 with 76.4% counted. And you show that, you see, she's doing quite well in those suburban and metro areas. So if we just go to Pennsylvania, again, you see it in Scranton area around Lackawanna, 95% of the vote counted.
So I just pulled up, you could click on any of these states on 270 to win. And I just pulled up Georgia. 80% reporting Trump is up 52.5% to, let's just call it 47%. Is that a 5.5% lead? Like, are you kidding? He's ahead by 5.5%. I mean, with 20% remaining, that seems so insurmountable. Let me do some math. Actually, I'm going to ask the AI to do the math for me. How about that? Hey, AI buddy, are you there? No, it flopped on me. I'll just ask the text version. So what is 5.5% of 4.25 million? Okay, so 5.5% of 4.24 million, and I'm just adding those numbers together that Harrison Trump. Because if you assume that 80% is okay, so his lead is that many votes. Okay, so 2.24 divided by 0.3, so 5.3 times. Okay, so there's maybe 1 million votes still out there. And of those million, Kamala would need to win by over 230,000. So she would have to get, I don't know what, like 70% of the next set of votes coming through? Wow, that's a big difference. So, but they said that the results from Fulton County have come in. Yeah, look, Atlanta's reported. That's Fulton County right there. So if Atlanta is reported, I mean, I don't know these counties well enough to say if they're typically red or blue, but if Atlanta has reported, they're in trouble big time with Georgia. I mean, we already said we think that it's going to Trump, but that is super problematic for him. Let me go to Pennsylvania here and check it out. What are they talking about here? Come on, load the pictures. All right, here we go. Pretty tight. Only 50% reporting. Okay. If there's only 50% in, I'm not going to bother. There's too much to be able to shift with it being that tight already. Wisconsin, what does that look like? How many have... Wisconsin, we have 45% reporting, and it's super tight. Harris up by 0.5%. Michigan. Yeah, only 20% reporting in Michigan. Although, where have they reported? So Detroit, I don't know if some of these other districts also represent Detroit, or if it's just this one here, but there may be some more blue areas here that are pretty dense. Okay. Well, Georgia is looking more and more like once it hits 90%, they might be able to comfortably make a call on that. And I don't know how long it's going to take them to get there. What time is it now? 9. Where's my list of... I don't have my list in front of me of when different polls close. But by 10 o'clock, they should be able to call Georgia, which then the focus will turn primarily to Pennsylvania. If Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, if it's true that Michigan, there's a larger gap between the two candidates, but again, they only had 20% reporting. But again, the focus, I think, though, Georgia, I feel, is a done deal. Pennsylvania's where the prize probably is at this point. And then the rest is just gravy.
Donald Trump on 195 Electoral College votes, Kamala Harris on 91. It may look like Donald Trump is getting very close to that 270, but again, just to explain the way things work in the US and the way the states close at different times right across the country. Some of the earlier closing states, very heavily Republican states, some of the later closing states, California, Washington, and so on, very heavily Democratic states. So Kamala Harris will be waiting on those polls to close to try and get a bump to bring her nearer the line. And then it all comes down to those 7 states that we just can't predict at this time. Sometimes vote Republican, sometimes vote Democrat. And they are the ones that will push either candidate over the line, or it might even be a tiebreaker. Happens very rarely, but you never know. The chance is there. Well, let's have a chat about what we've seen so far. We can bring in our panel now. Stephanie and Rodney, you've been watching very closely the races as we've been talking here. What is sticking out to you as something now, Stephanie?
Well, I'm really glad that you keep making the point that it's not necessarily that Trump has a significant lead, but rather it's just the way the states fall. If everything goes as people expect, Harris will have 225 and Trump will have 219 Electoral College votes, and then they'll battle for that last set of 7 swing states. But we're not going to see that for a few hours yet. And so don't despair, folks who are out there, or be excited when you see this. It's not a linear race in that way. I think a couple of things that are interesting to me is looking at Virginia. I mean, the numbers aren't entirely in yet, but the Democrats usually win Virginia handily. So in 2020, it was 54-44 for Democrats, and it's a bit closer this cycle. So that might be a reflection of Republican enthusiasm. But, you know, again, it's hard to make real assessments until you get all of the votes counted. But some things, you know, give you a little bit of pause. But so far, I haven't seen anything that hasn't kind of fallen in line with what people expected to happen tonight.
Well, my sources who are talking with folks within the Trump war room, they believe that Georgia and North Carolina are going to be called for President Trump. That leaves the blue wall. That leaves Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
One of those fall, and then he can pick up Nevada if it's not Pennsylvania. He wins the presidency. Those are two states, Georgia and North Carolina, that he needed to win to be able to get to that blue wall and realize that there's another option out there besides Pennsylvania.
Caddy, what do you...
All right, switching over to Fox News to see what they've come up
because
with
it was
at this
so
point.
over the top. Same with the prosecution.
You see, we've got Montana and Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota coming in the mix here.
What do you got, Bill?
Got something?
I just punching up through Iowa. You know, everybody was talking about.
Did they give Iowa? Yeah, they gave Iowa.
You know,
already.
Des Moines Register. You know,
Okay.
another chit, right?
Sorry, talking over the video here, but they gave Iowa to Trump. Looks like finally. I mean, come on, guys. Remember CNN? Let's go CNN. CNN had the map where they were calling Iowa and Missouri for Harris. Now what do they have?
The vice
to say
president
for
not only to
themselves?
catch up, but to pass. All right, John, thanks so much. We have another projection. CNN can project that Donald Trump will win the state of Ohio. Ohio, as expected, will go to Donald Trump. Ohio with its 17 electoral votes. What does that mean for the electoral?
Okay, that's kind of old news by now. I think we've had Ohio for 45 minutes now, guys. So, it's strange. Detroit was talking about it earlier, the way things are portrayed, right? Because if you think of it logically, the margin, are they going to show the percentage?
More of the map fill in, and this is welcome to election night. We're now at what, 1020 in the east, and we're moving across, and you see votes as far west as Montana. And
Here, I'll drill in to see the percentage on Ohio, okay? Because it was double digits earlier when they were talking about it. But that should be a leading indicator of how Pennsylvania is going to vote. Because they have the same, look at this, 12%. Holy cow, that is a landslide.
That's 50% of the vote, so that's pretty fascinating that Arizona.
So you think of the voter profile that they're after in Ohio should be similarly matched with major portions of Pennsylvania. Of course, someone in the chat earlier rightly pointed out that that might not be the case 100% with all of Pennsylvania. But if this holds true, that they've hit, you know, they really struck a chord with the Rust Belt folks there, I mean, that is an absolute landslide. 12% for Ohio. I mean, they've always like focused on Ohio as being the centerpiece of any successful election run. In this case, it's like, you got to be kidding me. This is just. I've never seen Ohio that big of a difference. All right, let's get CNN going back again. I got to take a quick break, so I'm just going to let this run for a little bit, guys.
This certainly shapes up to look like we're going to have another one of those, a photo finish in Wisconsin.
A
lot of outstanding votes, so it's hard to make.
Sorry, I'm talking over the thing. Converse, let's be respectful. Again, if you guys could give the live a like, subscribe for the future, I'd appreciate it. I want to do more stuff like this. You know, a little bit more targeted. This is kind of broad, hitting a bunch of different things happening with the election, but that's all I ask. Just give it a like, subscribe. I appreciate you guys. I'll be back in just a few minutes, taking a quick break.
Earlier, Washtenaw County is the home of Ann Arbor, home of the University of Michigan, home of a campus, been there several times, where they have a remarkable voting operation, encouraging young people to vote, encouraging students who live out of state to switch their registration to Michigan so they vote in a battleground state if you're from a state that's not a battleground state. So this is very important to the Democratic coalition. 66% right now, if you round that up for the vice president, with 60% of the vote reporting, and again, 73% for Vice President Biden. If it ends up that way, that's a problem. Doesn't mean you can't make it up somewhere else, but if you're losing votes in one key county, losing percentages in one key county, you better make them up somewhere else and track below. Now, Michigan is the one state, to come back to the 2020 example, where you could argue the vice president has a little bit to lose, if you will. It's not Wisconsin, 20,000 votes. It's not Georgia, 11,000 votes. It's not Arizona, 10,000 votes. It's 154,000 votes. So if you want to argue a 2020 replay, the vice president has a little bit more to lose in a state Joe Biden won relatively comfortably when it comes to the battlegrounds. But still, if you're the vice president of the United States, you don't like the fact that Washtenaw County is so close. So now we come up to Ingham County. This is where you find Michigan State University, Lansing, the state capital. The combination of those two things, the state capital and a big university, normally says that's a Democratic area. And it is. It's at 59% if you round up for the vice president. But again, go back in time. Danger zone, 65%
for the president 4 years ago. How much can she give up will become the question if you find more counties like that where she's underperforming the president of the United States. So another way to look at it is come back to 2024 and bring it up, and let's just ask that question. Is she overperforming the president anywhere? In a couple of places she is, and that's it. If you're losing in one place, the question is, can you make up the math somewhere else? So where is she overperforming at the moment? Kent County. That's Grand Rapids and the suburbs around it 15 years ago. Even in 2016, Donald Trump won this county. 15 years ago, reliably Republican, Western Michigan. You see right now with 27% of the vote in, Trump is at 32%. The vice president is 66. You go back, you see the difference right there. But, the emphasis on the but, we're early in the count. So let's blank this out and come back out. But there are places, again, if you're losing in one key constituency, looks like at the moment she's losing with young voters in counties where those voters are important, can you make it up somewhere else? Another place I would look, because of the size of the population, the second largest county in Michigan is Oakland County. These are the Detroit, just north of, here's the Detroit right here. If you follow M&M, think about 8 Mile Road, 12 Mile Road, here's where we are. You come up into Oakland County, you come up into Macomb County. Oakland County, she's at 54% with 6 in 10 votes counted, 62%. So you go back in time and you look, 56%. Again, underperforming the President of the United States in a county that is absolutely critical. For 4 years ago, Joe Biden at 56. Right now, she's at 54. I said she had some to lose. When you go county by county by county and she's a little behind, you start to worry about the math. And then you see this, though. It's only 12%. If this one stays blue, the vice president's going to win Michigan. This is Macomb County, birthplace of the Reagan Democrat, if you will. It's the auto industry. It's General Dynamics. It's blue-collar people. It's a lot of union workers. The tug-of-war for the union leaders to try to convince their members to vote Democratic instead of voting for Trump. This is Exhibit A of the laboratory of that. Trump tends to get 50%, somewhere in that ballpark of the union vote. We'll watch how that plays out. At the moment, again, only 12%, but the vice president is ahead at the moment. If you go back to 2020, that's why I point this out. If she's losing a little bit in Washtenaw, losing a little bit in Ingham, be nice to make it up in Macomb. Joe Biden got 45% right there. The challenge, the vice president's campaign would have been happy, I think, with a 45 there, actually, if they're doing everything else somewhere. We'll watch as that one plays out, if she can keep her lead in Macomb County. Again, here's an aberration. Donald Trump is not going to win Wayne County. We only have, 6,000 votes there, a little more than 6,000 votes when you add it up. This is Detroit, but I will say, Hamtramck and Dearborn are here in Wayne County. That's where hundreds of thousands of Arab Americans voted for Joe Biden in 2020. He won that vote overwhelmingly, and they are mad at the White House because of Israel and Gaza and Hamas. And so let's see what happens. This is 1% reporting. Wayne County will be blue at the end of the night, but the margin in Wayne County will matter, and will matter huge in deciding who wins the state. Again, the President of the United States, Joe Biden, getting 68%, Donald Trump just 30%. When we come to the end of the night, these numbers are meaningless. When we come to the end of the night, where's Harris and where's Trump? Where's Trump? Is he getting more black voters? Is he getting any of that Arab American vote? But last time I was out there, Trump's prospects weren't great. There are a lot of people saying they might vote for Jill Stein or just skip the presidential line because of their anger at the White House over that. Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, at the moment, shaded red still. Again, we're not done, but for Donald Trump, that would be recreating the 2016 map. He's leading in Wisconsin. He's leading in Pennsylvania. Right now, he's trailing in Michigan, but he's getting close, right? He's getting close. So he's at 51% right now, 106,000 votes ahead in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Only at 56%, though. Only at 56% reporting, so a long way to go. So you're asking what's missing. Again, let's just see what's outstanding. Start there. And you step back and look at that. You see there's still, the small circle means not a lot of people live there. But you see a lot of places where Donald Trump's still going to get votes, and I'll come back to that in a minute. But you see a lot of rural areas where you still have outstanding votes, right? And then at home, your eyes tell you, oh, look, Philly in the suburbs, huge. Lehigh Valley right here, Allentown, Harrisburg over here, right? Pittsburgh over there, bigger blue circles. That tell you, you're right if you think that means there's math out there for the vice president to catch up. You're absolutely right. That means there's math out there for the vice president to catch up. But do not underestimate these. Just do not underestimate these. This is Bedford County, we're at 81%. Donald Trump's getting 83% of the vote. Right? It's not a ton of votes, but he's getting 83% of the votes. Then you come over here. If you watch David Urban on our air, these are the counties he looks at all the time. Western Pennsylvania. This is Washington County, 72% of the vote in. Trump getting 60%. Let's compare it. Trump getting 61, he's 61%. So he's running about roughly what he did last time there. I guess you could argue whether or not he needs to improve on that or not. Beaver County, this is a key Trump country out here, 66%,
See about a 10,000 vote margin. This is a medium-sized rural county, right? Some of them are a couple hundred votes. This one here, you're doing some business, again, in a state that's very close, you take 10,000 extra votes. Only 33% of the vote in here. Trump's at 66%. Almost more importantly, can she match Joe Biden? In counties you lose, can you at least be competitive? Can you at least pick up votes? She's at 33% in Beaver County. White, working class, blue-collar workers. Joe Biden at 40%. That's a big difference. That's a big margin. Again, we're not done with the count. We're not done with the count there. That's 33% of the vote. There's a long way to go. But if you're in the vice president's campaign, and you had Senator Fetterman out there for you, trying to help you. The vice president herself was out campaigning in the Pittsburgh area just the other day. You want to improve your standing there. You know Donald Trump's going to win those counties. You're just trying to cut into his margins in a close state. Bedrock of the Democrats will go west to east. Second largest county in Pennsylvania. There are 67 of them in all. Again, 74%, so more votes to count in Pittsburgh. Suburbs around it, Allegheny County used to be steel country, much different, diversified economy now. 61% for the vice president at the moment. You come back here, 60% for the president. So a little under the president in some of these smaller rural counties, maybe a little over the president there. We'll see how this one comes out as we come back. And Jake, as I just bring your full state into focus, I just want to move over very quickly to look at Bucks. We're only at 34%, so a lot of blue votes still to be counted. Montgomery at 6%, still a lot of votes to be counted. Chester only at 11%, and Delaware only at 25%. So in the suburbs right around where Jake Tapper grew up, they're Democratic leaning and a lot of votes still to be counted. So it's a good number for Trump now, emphasis on now.
Yeah, I mean, the points you're making are so resonant because I remember when everybody was trying to figure out how did Hillary Clinton lose Pennsylvania in 2016. It wasn't that she ran so much under how Obama had done in 2012, although she did. It was really just how much better Trump did in those rural counties than Mitt Romney did. It was more the overperformance of Trump than the underperformance of Hillary Clinton. We'll see exactly what happens tonight, of course. David Chalian, what are you seeing in the exit polling about the Latino vote?
Yeah, we wanted to look across all three blue wall states that John was just walking us through, looking at this slice of the vote, the Latino vote in the blue wall states. Now, they only make up 6% of the electorate in each of these states, but look at the difference in the margin. So Harris is getting in Pennsylvania 58% of the Latino vote, again, 6% of the electorate, to Donald Trump's 41%. That's a 17-point advantage. But 4 years ago, Biden beat Trump with Latinos in Pennsylvania by 42 points. So that is a huge movement for Trump in narrowing that gap. Similar story in Michigan. You see the Latino vote makes up a 6% of share. Sorry, not a similar story, reverse. Donald Trump is winning the Latino vote in Michigan with 60% of the vote. Harris, 35% of the vote. That's a 25% advantage for Trump among Latinos. That is a big change when Biden won Latinos in Michigan by 11 points 4 years ago. That's a 36-point swing in the margin. And if you look at Wisconsin, Harris is at 61% among Latinos, Trump at 38%. Again, 6% of the electorate. These margins matter. That is about where Biden and Trump were 4 years ago. So not a lot of change in the Latino vote in Wisconsin, but a lot of change in Michigan and Pennsylvania towards Trump, Jake.
Fascinating stuff, David Chalian. Thanks so much. And let's talk about this with my panel here. Dana Bash, your thoughts?
I mean, Pennsylvania and Michigan, in particular Pennsylvania, because there has been so much focus on the Latino vote in Pennsylvania, especially the Puerto Rican population there, since the Madison Square Garden debacle. Even Donald Trump and the people around him, even though they're not saying it publicly, believe that what that comedian did was not helpful. And yet, according to this exit poll, it shows that let's stick with Trump, that Trump is doing way better than he did 4 years ago with that very population, the Latino population overall, not necessarily with Puerto Ricans.
Yeah, and let's face it, even before the garbage remark, Trump was making a very concerted effort. He thought and obviously had reason to believe that he could make some gains with Latinos, particularly with Latino men. I think there are economic issues that all people are facing. Also, I think cultural issues. There is a real social conservatism among Latinos. And, one of the ads that Trump and a lot of people sort of wondered about it, played, I think, more than any other, was the transgender ad. And you wonder if it did actually score with social conservatives and in winning votes for him and turning them away from Kamala Harris. Whatever the reason, you can see tremendous gains. I mean, Michigan, it's extraordinary, just a flip.
We're also used to considering this by straight identity, where the identity that might be key here is rural. And I'd love to hear from John about where the kind of Hispanic heartland is. Where are these voters? And we're looking at the blue wall for a reason, where we're not necessarily talking about the border. You're not necessarily having this fight over your identity. You are the ideal Trump voter in that you are rural and you are more socially conservative.
Since Madison Square Garden, we've been talking, John King, if you're over there at the map, about two particular towns in Pennsylvania, Allentown and Reading. I believe it's Lehigh County and Berks County. Right. Do we have any sense of where the votes are there?
So here, this map you're looking at now just shows you there's not a very large Latino population in Pennsylvania. I'll put that into context in just a minute. But where you do see the deeper shading is where you have the higher population of Latino voters. So you see the concentration in Allentown, that's Lehigh County, and you see the concentration in the Reading area, that's Berks County. You're correct about that. I just want to come out, nationally, so you see the look. Like Pennsylvania has nowhere near the Latino population of a Florida or Texas or Arizona, but in a battleground state, a small population can make the difference, right? So let's come off that and come back into Pennsylvania 2024. Where were they? This is the interesting part. The exit polls are taken of people as they leave the polls, right? We're still counting votes. So some of this may not have kicked in yet in the math, if you will. People say that when they leave the polls. We don't know what precincts or Allentown are in. I don't anyway out here right now. Some of our people can jump at me if they do, if they have that information. But Lehigh County, the 10th largest of the 67 counties in Pennsylvania. It's important. It's a blue-collar county. So 53 to 45 right now, only 43% of the vote. So let's watch and see when we get higher up if this percentage changes. But just come out of this and look at 2020. Right, Joe Biden, she's about matching Joe Biden. Trump's at 46. I'm going to focus on him. So you come here, he's at 45. And then Berks County here, I come down to. I spent a lot of time in Berks County in this campaign, and it's gone back to being Republican. It was blue earlier, and we're at 92%. So maybe a little bit there, Jake. We'll study a little bit more closely as we go through this.
All right, we have some projections right now. CNN can project that Iowa will go to Donald Trump as expected. Iowa and its 6 electoral votes will go to Donald Trump, CNN can project. CNN can also project that Kansas will go to Donald Trump. Kansas and its 6 electoral votes will go to Donald Trump. So that's 12 additional electoral votes for Donald Trump, who now has 207 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 91 electoral votes. There are 270 electoral votes needed to win. Donald Trump holding a sizable lead in the electoral vote as of now, but we are expecting more votes to drop in Democratic strongholds in key battleground states. We're also counting down to the next round of poll closings at 11 p.m. Eastern, when Democrats are expecting to claim a gold mine of electoral votes out west in California. That's all ahead.
Election Night in America is brought to you by Simply Safe Home Security. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Modern home security, my tale. What's Simply Safe got that I don't?
24/7 monitoring that acts on an alarm in 5 seconds to help stop crime in real time.
Stop. This is Simply Safe. Police are on their way.
Plus no contracts, ever.
Maybe Simply Safe and I could work together.
Scaredy cat.
There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Sure, Vistaprint prints business cards, but we also print these and those and engrave that. We print your brand on everything so customers can notice you, remember you, and fall in love with you. If you need it, we print it with 25% off for new customers at Vistaprint.com.
I want trophies on the wall, big trophies. Get a lioness on the ground or 2.
She inserts a team, and then we have a capture kill option.
I build a plan and I run it. Me.
You can't trust any of them. Go get it, Lioness.
Lioness, new season now streaming.
Choosing the right candidate for any office is difficult, whether the office is square or even oval. But ZipRecruiter finds quality candidates for your office fast. If only every decision could be this easy.
Giving. Giving that's possible through the power of Dell AI with Intel. So those who receive can find the joy of giving back.
How are you spending your holidays? Stuck standing in line? You could have paid less at Aldi and saved precious time. Waste your holidays with shopping? That we just wouldn't do, because everything we don't do is for you. It's an Aldi thing.
This holiday season, add a little McCormick magic, so that everything you do to create something special turns into more moments that everyone will remember. Making the holidays memorable for over 135 years. McCormick.
Delicious, easy holiday favorites. Order online at homechef.com/holiday.
November 17th, Sanjay Gupta ventures across the globe to see how the new weight loss drugs are transforming lives. Is Ozempic right for you? Sunday, November 17th at 8 on CNN.
As we prepare for the next round of poll closings in about 15 minutes, let's take a look at the fight for electoral votes right now. As of right now, Donald Trump has 207 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 91 electoral votes. There are 270 needed to win. The results, of course, are still coming in, and we have a key race alert right now. In Arizona, Donald Trump is in the lead with 49.6% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 49.5% of the vote. Donald Trump with a narrow 1,046 vote lead with 51% of the estimated vote in from Battleground, Arizona. In Battleground, Wisconsin, Donald Trump is in the lead there with 49.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 49.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 4,004 up, that just increased. So to a 5,000 to a 6,556 lead ahead of Kamala Harris with an estimated 55% of the vote in from Wisconsin. In Pennsylvania, Donald Trump maintaining his lead, 50.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 48.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 121,000 plus vote lead. That's with 61% of the estimated vote in from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. In Georgia, Donald Trump maintaining his lead with 51.2% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 48% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 153,980 vote lead with an estimated 86% of the vote in. In Battleground, Michigan, Kamala Harris in the lead. She has 52.5% of the vote. Donald Trump with 45.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a more than 102,000 vote lead. That's with 27% of the estimated vote in from Battleground, Michigan. In North Carolina, Donald Trump maintaining his lead. He has 50.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 47.9% of the vote. Donald Trump is 134,000 plus votes ahead with 84% of the estimated vote in the Tar Heel state. In Virginia, Kamala Harris still in the lead, 49.9% of the vote. Donald Trump has 48.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris is maintaining a 55,000 plus vote lead with 3/4 of the vote in there. In Virginia, 75% of the estimated vote. And then in New Mexico, Kamala Harris with 53.2% of the vote in the lead there. Donald Trump has 44.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 48,589 more votes than Donald Trump right now with an estimated 65% of the vote. Still about a third of the vote left to count in New Mexico. And Boris Sanchez has a new projection for us in the fight for control of the U.S. Senate. Boris?
Yeah, Jake, a handful of important projections to bring you, beginning with history being made in the state of Maryland. There, the executive of Prince George's County, Democrat Angela Alsobrooks, will defeat former two-term Republican Governor Larry Hogan. She becomes the first African-American person ever elected to the Senate from the state of Maryland. Another projection to bring you, this one from the state of Delaware. Congresswoman Lisa Blunt.
Whoa, so we got Trump. I'm back, y'all. Just had to grab some red beans and rice, do a few things here. So I'm a bit behind on the chat. Let me get my phone set back up here. I should do it on my iPad. Maybe see better. Clear out some room here. But 242 for Trump. What happened? Where did he snag a couple more here? So Georgia's locked in. There it is. Georgia is locked in now. And watch. You just need to get, oops. Oh, this is not that kind. Yeah, Georgia's locked in. So look. Let me get the count here, right? 242. So they're probably not counting some of these on the West Coast here. Yeah, Arizona's not in there. Idaho's not in there. But wow, he is getting there pretty quick now. I mean, if Pennsylvania gets locked in, let's check out Pennsylvania again. How much of the vote is in? 61% in. Trump. Ooh. Up by 2.7% at this point. Wow. Let's look at where they've had reporting. Pittsburgh has already reported. Philly has reported. I don't know where these areas are, if they're typically Democrat or whatever, but although they may still be getting results in. What does that mean when it's just blue? What does that mean? Yeah. I mean, this is a pretty solid lead, though. 3%. I'm rounding up 2.7, but wow. Pennsylvania is headed in his direction. Let's go check out details on Wisconsin again. How does that shape up? Whoa, took a swing for Trump here with 57% reporting. That's a pretty strong swing there. And let's go back again. Michigan. Where are you at, Michigan? Harris has a pretty strong lead there. Was that based on the union vote? Because there's so many jobs that are tied to auto industry and unions. Is that why? I don't know. Although it's 28%. Okay. So once it hits 50%, then we could start saying, okay, it's tightening up or whatever. Let's see. And I mean, let's see the areas that have reported in. So yeah, there may be more votes that have gone in from these strongholds, these urban centers of big cities or what have you. I just don't know the demographics of the rest of this state to really speak to it, but for now, that doesn't look like. But wow, Pennsylvania, huh? Trump has got a pretty solid lead here, 61% going. So, I mean, it's very possible. We had some folks from the UK on here earlier. It's very possible that we might get to that point here pretty soon where it's still this, we're still in the evening, late evening here, and we can have the race called, more or less, I think. Don't see why not. Hey, appreciate you guys giving me some likes here. 124 likes. If you haven't already, please give the live a like. Help me with the good old algorithm. And I appreciate some of the feedback along the way, too. I'm trying this format of live just because, more and more folks are on the go, or even if you're at home, you may not be sitting in front of your TV. Even if you are sitting in front of your TV and you got, a news network going, you might be on your phone looking at something else, too, kind of getting multiple streams and kind of switching back and forth. So I've seen some lives be in this format, and I kind of liked it, so I thought I'd try to start doing something similar. But anyway, let's see what's going on with MSDNC here. What does MSDNC have to say for themselves?
Come from a background where they care deeply about global norms, where they care deeply about defending them and talking about them and elevating them. And that's an interesting part of the story, maybe a positive one.
I will also say that Andy Kim is also just like kind of an awesome public servant.
Yes.
And obviously, one of the things we've talked to him about in here on MSNBC was this very poignant thing that happened on January 6th, where he took it upon himself to clean the Capitol in the wake of the insurrection. But also just like a both well-spoken and like compassionate, like a solid leader, and to see him move into that sort of next tier of Democratic leaders, leadership, particularly after the mess that was the Bob Menendez conviction, it just like. Good on New Jersey. You'll never be sorry that you've got Andy Kim representing you in the United States Senate. Sure. So that's a good one. As we head towards California, Idaho, Washington, Oregon, again, these aren't states that are thought of as swing states in terms of the presidency, but they're going to be really, really important, particularly in terms of who's in control in the United States House. So we know that a lot of the Western states count very slowly, particularly California. We'll get our first look at those things in about 7 or 8 minutes. Steve.
Yeah, two big things just happened we can tell you about. One, we've been following North Carolina, where statewide you can see 85% of the vote now in. Donald Trump maintaining that lead in the neighborhood of 150,000 votes. The big thing that just happened is we have been talking about the giant, core city counties where Democrats need the big margins. We've been waiting all night on Mecklenburg County. This is where the city of Charlotte is. Now we've got almost all of Mecklenburg County has now been reported out. Harris, no surprise, landslide margin here, but this is short of where Joe Biden was here 4 years ago. Joe Biden won Mecklenburg by 35. Right now it's 32.5. And again, this number, Biden lost North Carolina narrowly, but he lost it 4 years ago. The name of the game for Democrats was to make a jump here tonight. You could look at it, do it in the raw vote, and you'll really see it. 378,000. That's the number of votes Joe Biden got here in 2020. 179,000 is Trump. That is essentially a 200,000 vote margin that Democrats got out of Mecklenburg County 4 years ago. Not quite enough to win the state, but the name of the game for them tonight was build on that. Drive that over 200,000. With 90% in, there is still some votes to come in, so this is going to change, but you can see clearly the difference here is sitting at less than 175,000. So instead of going north of 200,000, it is on pace to finish south of where they were 4 years ago. So that's a significant development. Democrats looking at North Carolina all night have wanted something giant to come out of Mecklenburg. We just basically got Mecklenburg. That's what it is. The other one that I think is notable, we don't quite have all of it, but in Wisconsin, again, nearing 60% of the vote in statewide, razor thin. But again, one of those questions we asked at the start of the night, getting some clarity, and it's in the most Democratic vote-producing margin county in the state, Dane County. Almost 90% of the vote in here. We're getting close to all the vote in Dane County. Significance here, Democrats rely so much on Dane County in Wisconsin now because they've lost so much ground in the rural areas of this state. I said at the start of the night, every single presidential election this century, the Democrats have added to their margin in Dane County. They have squeezed more and more and more out of it. Take a look at this. 4 years ago, Biden wins Dane County. The University of Wisconsin is here by 53 points. And that is a margin of about get that marker working. That's a margin of about 182,000 votes. Name of the game tonight was to hit that number and go further, like they have in every election this century in Dane County, with about 90% and still some votes to come.
So translation, Wisconsin is in danger. And we see that here too.
This is the county Democrats
live
rely
vote.
on here. Also,
Come on,
the WOW
load it
counties,
up.
the question coming in tonight, the WOW counties being the big
We see that here too,
suburban bedroom
right?
communities right outside
59% in, and there's still, okay, 1 point.
consistently
What?
been red. How much less red would they get? We keyed in on Ozaukee County. Okay, this is now 60% of the vote is in
1.8%
Ozaukee
separation.
County. Significance
Super
here
tight.
is Trump lost. In 2016, he won the county,
Super
but he
tight
lost
here.
so much ground that this was the worst Republican performance in Ozaukee County since 1964. This fits the profile Democrats. Exactly where Democrats thought they could knock it out of the park tonight. Knock it out of the park in Ozaukee County means get this down to single digits, something like that. Instead, 60% of the vote in. We'll see what happens the rest of the way. But so far, Trump has stopped the losses in Ozaukee County, which had been considerable. The decline in Ozaukee County, which had been considerable since he became the Republican candidate in 2016, and now leading by more than 14 points here. So those are some big counties, significant counties, politically significant counties, where we now have a giant chunk of the vote, and we can start to see some patterns developing. Again, just checking in statewide, close to 60%. It is very close there statewide, but, you know, that is a county, you know, few counties where we have that much vote in that size. That's very significant, potentially, what we just saw in Dane County.
Steve, as we head toward the 11 o'clock poll closings in the West, I want to quickly jump to Georgia. Blaine Alexander is in Fulton County at the elections hub there, where the votes in Georgia's most populous county are being tabulated. What can you tell us, Blaine?
Well, Rachel, I have an update on timing for you. I just spoke with a spokesperson from Georgia's Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger's office. He tells me that they expect to see the vast majority of Georgia votes uploaded by midnight tonight. Now, that's certainly notable when you talk about the timing, when you talk about what Georgia's going to look like, but he does say that they believe that the state is on track to have most of those results uploaded. So let's look inside here in Fulton County. As you mentioned, the state's most populous county. This is where the tabulations are happening. I want to walk you through this process. It's been fascinating to watch throughout the night. So that door right back there, that is where representatives from each of the counties, more than 100 precincts, are coming in, and they kind of walk this kind of interesting, almost parade-like route here. They walk through this kind of sectioned off area, this roped off area, and then they come over here to where several employees, several workers are waiting to receive the memory cards and the ballots. If you'll walk with me over here, I'll kind of show you this area. So they come over to these tables right here, and we see them pull out the bags and scan them in, each person kind of scanning in what's inside. And then once it's scanned, the memory...
Hey, I don't know if it shows you message or not, but I had to kind of take out some comments that were a little unsavory, not along the lines of what we want to do, you know, the type of community, the type of discussion that we want to have here. So I apologize. It's not anything personal. I just want to keep a particular, as best as possible, keep a particular sentiment and feel to what we do here.
Hear a loudspeaker. These are people who are actually announcing that another precinct has come in. Every time someone comes from another precinct, you get a loud announcement overhead. We see them come in. I will tell you an update on timing here as well, guys. We understand that all of the results are here in the building. They're just waiting on them to be uploaded. And so when I last spoke with the elections director, she told me she expects to see that happen by 11 o'clock. And so we could see that happen sometime in the next few minutes as more ballots come in right here, guys.
Fascinating, and really news we can use at this point. Blaine Alexander for us in Fulton County at the main voting center there. Again, underscoring what Blaine just reported, that the spokesperson for the Secretary of State's office says the, quote, vast majority of Georgia votes will be in by midnight, which means they will be in by an hour from now. As we close in on 11 p.m. Eastern and poll closings in 4 western states, we're getting close to the end of all the poll closings here in the United States of America. 4 closing right now in California, Idaho, and Oregon.
All right, here we go. Let's see. Well, it's only the 4 on the West.
In the presidential...
So, yeah, so what do you expect here, right?
Harris, California native, is projected to be the winner of the presidential race in California. NBC News can also project a winner in the presidential race in Idaho. Republican Donald Trump projected to be the winner of the presidential race in Idaho. Up to the Pacific Northwest in Washington State, the presidential race in Washington State projected by NBC News at this hour to be too early to call. Similarly, in Oregon, NBC News says in Oregon, the presidential race is too early to call. Let's look at the overall Electoral College, the electoral vote map right now. Donald Trump stands at 214 electoral votes.
So now this is interesting, right? You see clearly they don't have North Carolina, Georgia called. They don't have Virginia called either. On this one, they've called Virginia. Let me look into Virginia here. Let's drill in and see what's going on. What's going on with Virginia's results here? Load it up. They've called it here with how many reporting? Okay, greater than 95%. That's a pretty good margin. Yeah, I could see that. Okay, that's fine. Okay, that makes sense.
Early to call. Over to Arizona. NBC News projects the race is too early to call. And in Nevada, we've got too early to call. That's the projection from NBC News. Let's look at Senate races right now. We've got interesting Senate races in some of the states that just closed. In California, where Democratic Congressman Adam Schiff is facing off against baseball guy, Republican Steve Garvey. That Senate race in California is too early to call. I'm being informed by the control room that baseball guy is not the right way to think, right thing to call him. I apologize. I'll revise that in a moment. In the Senate race in Washington State, incumbent Democrat.
I mean, they're laughing about it, but isn't that just terribly disrespectful? You know, just I mean, if somebody did that towards a liberal, they would be in an uproar. I mean, can you believe that? I mean, I just don't understand.
There are 37 Democrats in the Senate, 15 uncalled seats as of yet in the United States Senate.
I'll be right back.
So again, we don't have any more. We don't have many more poll closings coming. We got one at midnight.
The tune
we got
here from MSDNC
one at 1 a.m.
to
We got poll closings everywhere. I should tell you, in Arizona, where we do have polls
let's
closed.
give you guys Fox, the opposite of MSDNC here.
Been blocked off, and as we continue to get more vote in, and I should add to the numbers that they messaged to you, Detroit is coming in, and Detroit had a very good day with in-person voting today, and the suburbs of Atlanta outperforming where Biden was there. One point of concern is that she's not doing as well in the rural areas as Biden did, and that's something that they're paying attention to. But I'm hearing more and more from people that I'm speaking to, blue wall. And this morning, we were talking about, well, if you pick up North Carolina and Georgia, again, they're not off the map, but it is feeling like more of that laser focus on the easiest route.
Ben, welcome, first of all. Good to see you tonight. I'm sitting here thinking about the rethink that Republicans went through after Mitt Romney lost. And they did this huge analysis of what was going wrong with the Republican Party and why they weren't reaching Hispanic voters, why they couldn't reach working class voters, why they weren't bringing in more women. And it really is stunning when you think about that. That was Mitt Romney's loss. And it appears that the person who has changed that calculus dramatically is Donald Trump.
Well, you know, they called it an autopsy at the time, and I think it's turned out to be an autopsy for a party that was dead. And I think that Donald Trump has done something incredible in resurrecting it with a new coalition that, you know, a lot of people never thought Republicans were going to be able to reach, that they weren't going to be able to cut through a lot of these different fundamental problems that people thought were there in order to reach these different sets of the electorate. And look, I think the big question they have to be asking is how much of that is tied to Donald Trump himself and how much of it is something that the Republican Party going forward can build on. And, you know, regardless of whatever ends up happening here tonight and tomorrow morning in terms of these blue wall states and the things that we take away from it, certainly we can take away this is the most incredible political comeback that we've seen since 1968. It's the most incredible remaking of the Republican coalition that we've seen in a way that was really unexpected by all but a handful of people. And how they build on that, how they choose to prioritize policies going forward, could make a big difference in whether they're able to hold on to it in the future or whether it's something that goes away if Donald Trump isn't at the top of the ticket.
Kevin O'Leary, Mr. Wonderful. The markets now have it at 92.5% for Donald Trump winning this election to Kamala Harris at 7.0%. You're a market guy. How do you read this?
I'm going to stay on this theme for a moment and call this perhaps the greatest night the Democratic Party can ever have if they lose. And let me explain that. I was very troubled just over 100 days ago when they circumvented the democratic process and anointed somebody. The analogy is easy to a Super Bowl. You arrive at the Super Bowl game, and by any measure, this is the Super Bowl of global politics, the presidential race. Your quarterback, Biden, is injured. He's taken out of the game. You don't bring a quarterback in that's never, ever, ever won any game anywhere. You run a process. And they missed that opportunity. This is a chance for them to, I'm not saying they're going to lose, but I'm going to those percentages and saying they get to reboot. They get to go back to the center. They get to scratch this whole thing. And the influences of a Schumer or a Pelosi or a movie star or an Obama deciding to anoint somebody, those guys are gone in 4 years. They won't have that kind of influence. This could be great for America because I'm an investor. I have to work with who's ever in the White House in January. But I care about policy. And when I hear policies coming out of a party that are so twisted against the American way of life, like basically taxing capital gains that are unrealized, that's not America. Or price controls, that's not America. 28% tax rate takes us to the bottom quartile of competition. That's bad. We can't do that. That would hurt the country. And all I do is work with entrepreneurs that want to build businesses. There's a reason people come here under barbed wire and drown in rivers to get into America. It's the American dream. It's the only thing the president has to do is to maintain it. Those policies are against the American dream. And I have nothing against Harris. I mean, look, she did a masterful job in getting to where she is. It would be good for them to lose tonight. It would reset and reboot and get that party back to the center. It would be good for them. They may not want to hear that.
We don't.
But they may have to. Kevin, you may have to deal with it. You may have to deal with it.
Kevin, I would love to win and do the reboot. We could still do those things. We'd bring you right into the party to help us do it.
We're going to take a pause right here because we have a big call to make right now.
We do indeed. The Fox News decision desk can now project that Republican businessman Bernie Moreno, who started his entrepreneurial career in the car company and buying auto shops in Ohio.
I'm back.
Succeeded. Sherrod Brown, who has been an Ohio institution for a lot of years. This is an important flip for Republicans. The party is edging closer to an outright Senate majority tonight, and there are still a couple of places yet to be heard from.
Right. Now, think about this. Now, if the Democrats would somehow hold on to the John Tester seat, that would be a different math. But as you look at the balance of power in the U.S. Senate, is this Moreno speaking right now? Can we go in there?
Let's listen in for a couple minutes here.
There we go.
Look, today starts a new wave. You know, we talked about wanting a red wave. I think what we have tonight is a red, white, and blue wave in this country. Because what we need in the United States of America is leaders in Washington, D.C. that actually put the interests of American citizens above all else. We're tired of being treated like second-class citizens in our own country. We're tired of leaders that think we're garbage, and we're tired of being treated like garbage. You know, my opponent talked a lot about helping the working man. And I will agree with him on the need to help working Americans. But the difference is talk without action is nothing. So what we're going to do, thanks to now having a Republican majority, by the way, how about that, in the United States Senate. And Chuck Schumer, if you're watching, thanks for the help in the primary, but you're fired, buddy. This is a new dawn of Republican leadership. With President Trump and J.D. Vance in the White House, we are going to advance an agenda that is an American agenda. An agenda that says we are pro-immigration, but not pro-invasion. We're going to make certain that the people who come to this country are invited here like I was, like my family was, on our terms. We're going to make this country an energy-dominant nation so that my kids do not grow up in a country where we ever rely on a foreign nation for energy ever again. And we have that energy right here in Ohio. That means coal, that means natural gas, it means oil, and it means nuclear. And in terms of EV mandates, they need to be gone first thing in January.
Bernie Moreno, the winner in the U.S. Senate seat in Ohio. This is a major pickoff for an incumbent senator in Sherrod Brown that ran ads that said he was at least working with former President Trump. He ran heavily on the issue of abortion and thought that they were going to make headway there. There were all kinds of polls, including the one we talked about earlier, that had Democrats fired up about women in the Midwest. Sherrod Brown won in 2006, 2012, and 2018. He was pro-labor. They thought he was safe at the beginning. This race was well run by Bernie Moreno, and this puts them closer to a Senate majority. He said it is a Senate majority. There's still the possibility that John Tester holds on in Montana, although he was behind going in. Deb Fischer in Nebraska.
Okay, so a little bit of coming clean. I'm not so sure about climate change, y'all. I think the urgency has been exaggerated because for as long as I can remember, we had another 10 years before the damage was irreversible. And then 10 years passed, and we had another 10 years before the damage was irreversible. And that's continued on for 3 decades now, at least since I've been paying attention. And I say that as a former member of the Green Party as well. That was actually the first party I'd signed up for. And then I became a Democrat. Not on paper, but on paper I was still green. And then I've moved to be more conservative. I align with the Republican Party, but I've had a bit of an evolution over time. And the urgency of things, the call to action for folks, I think that being a motivating force to sustain power and to, win elections, I think it's taken an overriding tone in that sense than it has to really address, any environmental challenges there might be. So a couple of data points that always get me, and I ask my petrophysicist friends and my geophysicist friends, these questions, and it gets philosophical at a certain point, right? CO2 is increasing. Okay. All right. But it's also clear that the planet is greener now than it ever has been in its existence, at least since we have measurement. And it's especially greener now than when they've started some of these benchmark data points, if you look at it holistically. And you wonder, why is that? Well, it's the Lorax effect. If you watch the Lorax, that little buddy likes trees. Well, what do trees need to breathe? They need to breathe CO2. And so when there's an abundance of it, well, it promotes and it spurs even more green growth of trees and other vegetation. So is there a natural balance that's happening? I'm not saying yes, let's continue to emit to no end. There has to be a balance that's struck. But in that same note of a balance, we have to also be mindful of the standard of living, quality of life of people, and not just take the approach of, I am the moral authority. I'm going to do what's right on everyone's behalf and just require everyone to have an electric car that, without all the subsidies and such, would cost over $100,000 each. And we still haven't resolved how the electric grid would be powered. You go down the list of issues at that point. Not to mention, are we the only ones that are going to follow through on some of these practices in the United States? Or they're not going to do it elsewhere, overseas? It becomes problematic pretty quickly. So bottom line, nobody likes pollution. We want clean water. We want clean air. The urgency around CO2, you have major oil and gas companies now creating plants, okay, that if you they're going to extract CO2 out of the air, compress it, and then inject it into some wells that they had, extracted oil and gas from. And they're going to re-inject it into those wells to help stimulate and accelerate production, or to just kind of capture them and store it there. And maybe after 1 billion years, it'll turn into oil as well. But let me get my AI up here real quick. Just ask it a question. So let's see.
Hey, Masood. How's the human world treating you tonight?
Hey, can you tell me what the price of carbon is on carbon exchanges in Europe?
I can't access real-time prices, but I know carbon pricing can vary widely depending on the exchange, region, and market conditions. Places like the European Union Emissions Trading System or California's Cap and Trade program have their own rates. If you're into market dynamics perhaps we could talk about the implications of carbon pricing.
Do you have any historical reference points as to the price of carbon dioxide?
Sure. The price of carbon dioxide emissions allowances has seen different trends over the years. In the EU ETS, for instance, prices were relatively low for a long time, fluctuating between 5 and 10 euros per metric ton for much of the 2010s. However, things have changed since then, and prices have been significantly higher in recent years, sometimes reaching over 80 euros per ton. It reflects increased climate ambitions and tighter regulations, not to mention regional differences in events affecting the price.
Okay, so what was the range? You said 5 to how many euros?
Between around 5 euros and 10 euros per metric ton during much of the 2010s. Nowadays, it's been significantly higher, often over 80 euros per ton, but this can vary based on market conditions and location.
Okay. And can you tell me how many tons of CO2 is produced every year by humans?
The annual reduction in CO2 emissions by humans varies widely, depending on policies, technological advancements, and societal changes. For example, global CO2 emissions dropped by about
no, not the drop. Like, what is the amount of emissions attributed to humans for CO2 annually?
Gotcha. I don't have the exact current figures, but human activities like burning fossil fuels and deforestation have been responsible for emitting around 40 billion metric tons of CO2 annually in recent years. It's a staggering amount.
So what is 40 billion times 80?
That would be about 320 billion metric tons. That's a staggering amount, don't you think? Is there anything else you'd like to tackle?
Okay. You said 40 billion metric tons, is that right?
Yes. Current annual global CO2 emissions attributed to human activities are estimated to be around 40 billion metric tons. Sorry for the confusion. If you multiplied that by 8, it would be about 320 billion metric tons indeed.
Oh, wait, I said 80. So are we talking about 3.2 trillion then?
Right. My mistake. 80 times 40 billion metric tons would be around 3.2 trillion metric tons of CO2 emissions.
So
quite a massive number, isn't it?
So the 80 is the dollar amount that you mentioned earlier. So is that right? $3.2 trillion? If we were to try to offset all of those 40 billion tons of CO2, it would cost $3.2 trillion. And so if you're going to pay some of these oil companies to capture CO2 out of the air, I mean, this starts to get pretty staggering pretty quick. And then the correlation of these numbers to temperature and other stuff, is that correlation really causality? Or are there other natural, cycles that are in play? Talk about climate change a lot, but have you ever heard a climatologist actually talk about climate change? You might get a different perspective. Anyway, get off my soapbox.
Well, we're hearing from more of the Wisconsin election officials, and they still want to push off the idea that this was a legitimate mistake, and they have recounted these 31,000 ballots or retabulated these 31,000 ballots out of an abundance of caution. What you're looking at right now is one of the tabulation machines, and if you look at the back of the tabulation machine, you should be able to see some red stickers. Those red stickers are the seals. The seals were in place on these 13 machines. What was not engaged with the locking mechanisms on the doors there. The machines operated for hours. When the Republican Observer noticed it, flagged it, that particular problem, the city and also the executive director of the Wisconsin Election Commission says that was the 31,000 ballots were run through again, as she put it, so no one could use a procedural misstep to call the legitimate votes into question. That's Megan Wolf, the executive director of the Wisconsin Election Commission. Now, I talked with Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson. He said the whole process is sloppy.
It had been done 5, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning with Republican observers going, yep, that's locked, that's properly sealed, locked, properly sealed. Why didn't they do that? Again, this has just been sloppy. And as the chairman of our party said, they've got one job to do, and they didn't do it very well.
Now, here at Central Count, there are some 108,325 ballots. These are the mail-in ballots, drop-box ballots, and in-person absentee ballots. Some 80,000 of these ballots have now been counted, but the whole process has been delayed because 31,000 had to go through a second time. Guys, back to you.
Mike Tobin, thanks. Just an update from our own Chad Pergram, talking to Democrats and Republicans about the House races as we are looking at the Senate, and they're poised to take control if they hold the rest.
Hold on, let me make sure. I had my iPad here to read the comments. I'm going to get my phone. Eyes are getting bad here. Guys, just make sure I get your question fully understood. Hey, cut that out. All right. Talking about crypto and the dollar getting stronger is not necessarily a positive for crypto. You want a weaker dollar because then you have to spend more dollars to buy that same crypto. Of course, it's all relative. There could be other secular drivers to drive up the price of crypto, but if there is a framework that's established by the Trump administration around crypto that's very friendly, that would be an extremely good, boost for the market altogether.
The big news out here, of course, California, no surprise, went to Kamala Harris. Interesting, though, because Proposition 36, which is the big story here in California, that would revise Proposition 47, which lowered the thresholds of crime. It really allowed crime in California to run rampant. We have our panel here, Steve Hilton, Jody Armour, Kayla McGee-White, and Gianno Caldwell. Steve Hilton, to you very quickly. Prop 36 is winning dramatically right now. It's expected to win. It would be a big deal for this state.
It's a massive deal because it shows that people have had enough of this far-left attitude on crime. And it's not just that proposition. You see it on some of the other ones, on rent control and raising the minimum wage. It's a really interesting shift. And if I may, Trace, the other big point for us here in California, you look at this change, this massive reconstruction of the Republican Party under Donald Trump's leadership and the Latino vote here in California, the largest group now. And this points to the future of the Republican Party. Because actually, if you think about the Latino vote, how long have we been told that the Democrats benefit from the diversity of the nation and the future? Look what's happening. The more diverse America becomes, the better Republicans can do if we keep going with this new Republican Party that Trump has fashioned.
Yeah, it's a very good point. And, it's interesting, Kayla McGee-White, because we talk about Proposition 36, and Kamala Harris was asked about Prop 36. She would not weigh in on this. She wouldn't say whether she voted for it or against it, and that's significant.
And this was one of many policies where she refused to provide a clear answer on where she stood. And, this strategy of avoidance, which we've seen repeatedly throughout this campaign from her, it was a gamble. She thought that because she was slipping in the campaign at the last minute and because she was running against Trump, that voters wouldn't notice or they wouldn't care, that she was giving them a whole bunch of nothing. But I'll just say, I'm from one of these swing states, from Michigan, and even in the swing states, it matters a lot where Kamala Harris stands on something like Proposition 36. Because if she doesn't want California to take crime seriously, what about the rest of the country?
Yeah, and nobody takes crime more seriously than Gianno Caldwell. You have studied this, Gianno, and this is a big deal going forward for California should this pass.
That's right, and that's why I started the Caldwell Institute for Public Safety. I got to tell you, I'm glad to see that many voters in the state of California have been pushing back against crime. Unfortunately, Gavin Newsom has been very supportive of the initiative of Prop 47. He thinks that there shouldn't be any changes. But this is a major problem, and I think we see this not just with this particular prop, but we've seen it with with a lot of progressive prosecutors funded by George Soros, people like George Gascon, who people are fed up with, and that's why Nathan Hochman, who's running for district attorney of Los Angeles County, is predicted to potentially win this one really big. I think the Democrats who've fashioned the idea that if you be soft on crime, then there's going to be criminal justice reform, when in fact there's been nothing but justice for the criminal.
It's going to win. It's probably going to win big, Jody Armour, but the governor of California is against it. He thinks it's just going to raise the number of people going to California prisons.
Yeah, well, the fact that Harris wouldn't answer the question about what she voted on this, a former prosecutor. Yeah. She said, I'm the top cop. She, her bona fides are that she's law and order.
She was one behind Prop 47.
Right. And so she wasn't, she's a frictionless weather vane. She gives you that impression. Exactly. Blowing whatever direction the wind blows, she's willing to go there.
Yeah, California has been called, got it on my map here as blue. My map. It's the 270 to win map, but it's been called. So that's sitting squarely in Kamala's corner. How many? 54 electoral votes. Quite a few electoral votes. Texas has 40. Okay. I thought we had 30-something, but I guess it's 40. Oops.
We'll handle it from there. Back to you guys.
Okay, Trace, thank you very much. We're looking into a lot of different numbers that are coming in, and as you know, this is all baking. Bill's at the wall trying to go into different places. Wisconsin's on the board right now. Yeah. Bill, what do you got?
Just picked up something from the New York Times. I just want to repeat this. I was trying to locate this on the map, and it's true. Right now, Donald Trump, in the big cities of America, Miami, Chicago, New York, Dallas, and Houston, he is improving on his margins from 2020 by double digits. You think about that, right? Since COVID, you think about immigration. You think about the homeless crisis. You think about how our cities have changed over the past 4 years. Maybe that's having an impact. Now, what I'm looking at here is Wisconsin. Just want to point out two things in Wisconsin. I want to compare that to what's happening in Pennsylvania, because I think there's a trend that is favorable toward Trump, okay? So here we go, Dane County. I'm going to take you back to 2020. I'll just compare the numbers for Biden and Kamala Harris, okay? So
don't move Madison, to Canada, come
on. University of Wisconsin, et cetera. Ton of Democratic votes in this county. So she is underperforming Biden's mark by about 1.7 points. And that translates to, it could be tens of thousands of votes. Trump, meanwhile, is up about 1.4 going back to 4 years ago. Let me come up here to La Crosse, all right? You get Democratic votes here in La Crosse, right along the border there with Minnesota. So this is Biden 4 years ago. It's not quite 2.5, but it's close to it, where she's underperforming in a county where she should be doing better. And here you go, Trump doing 2.5 points better in that particular county in Wisconsin. So we'll keep an eye on that. Come out a little broader here. Come back to 2024. Hang on one second, guys. And we'll go into Pennsylvania and try and prove a similar theory, all right, in two places. One is Allegheny and Pittsburgh. The other is Philadelphia. So we'll put this map in the motion here. Put the slide bar out, okay? She's nearly meeting her number in Allegheny, off a half a point. Trump's doing slightly better, just 0.6 points. The last time I looked at that, she was dead even with the number from Joe Biden from 4 years ago on a percentage-wise. Come over here to Philadelphia, because this is really where, if you're a Democrat and you want to win the state, you got to run your numbers up in Philadelphia. And this kind of matches what I just read from, America's big cities. In Philadelphia, she's underperforming Biden's mark from 4 years ago. And Trump is outperforming, overperforming where he was 4 years ago. So, when you think about the number of votes that are available in Philadelphia, and you have 300,000, right? And that's a huge difference. I mean, you can run the totals up and never look back oftentimes in Pennsylvania if you're a Democrat running with a number like that. So let's take this off the screen. Come on back to 2024, and you guys are asking, how come we can't call North Carolina?
Hello,
Nuno. We may
Nuno.
be getting closer because Mecklenburg is in, and Wake is pretty much in. This is Guilford. That's Greensboro. You had a lot of campaigning down there. It's a fast-growing area, too. There's about 22% of the estimated vote is still outstanding. It's an impressive number. I haven't looked at this yet. Let's just go see. But Joe Biden, okay, so pretty close to where Biden was. The raw number is lower.
So turn down
But on
the
percentage
volume
basis,
just a little
she's
bit
just
here.
about hitting her number, and Trump's just a little higher,
I don't
just a
think
little
of
bit there from 4
everything
years
getting
ago.
resolved.
So
I just
maybe
think
that's the reason
resetting
you can't make a
and
call in North Carolina.
putting us back in the right direction.
Maybe,
It's going to take a little bit of
changes in
time because
moment here.
inflation
We'll
has
see.
been
This is
absolute killer
Georgia.
for a lot of
Too
folks.
soon to call yet
It's gonna take
again.
a
Let's
little
see
bit
what the
more time than people
134,000.
would like
So
to get back on the right
2.7.
track
That has
here.
been consistent, guys, for a while now. On a percentage basis, it has not much moved. Trump is favored just under 3%. I can go hunting around trying to figure out why you can't call it. I would have to think maybe, DeKalb County still got a little bit of vote out there. Come up here to Gwinnett County as well. A little bit of vote out there. Democrats scored their points in Fulton, Cobb, Gwinnett, and DeKalb
All
County.
right, yeah, so I thought that's
too
what I
soon
read.
to
So
call
the
right
idea
now.
that the candidates don't have
So Jen O'Malley,
the interest of individuals in the heart, there are things that we can push for, right? And I still think Trump as somewhat of an outsider to this.
and Wisconsin and Michigan.
Maybe he can
But
bring
at the
this
end
to
of
the
this
forefront
email,
and press for
she
it,
says,
right?
we'll continue to keep you
There's a
all
couple
updated
things
as
that
we get more information.
institutionalize
This is
the
what we've
corruption,
built for. So let's
and
finish up what
the
we have
lack
in
of
front of us
progress
tonight, get some
on
sleep,
many things,
and get ready to close out strong
within the
tomorrow.
government.
So
and it also takes the form of these government programs that I hope that Elon can, cut and get rid of that don't add the value that they were supposed to.
Get some sleep and.
But at its core, it's two things to me. They need term limits for Congress, senators, and representatives. Like, you don't need someone spending their entire life, Joe Biden, spending their entire life in politics. At some point, you lose touch with reality in the real world. You don't know how the real world works.
We could have some big calls coming straight ahead. Whether they're
so, I mean, you asked Biden. It's kind of like when George Bush Sr. was running for re-election, and they started to have a bit of an economic crisis and stuff, and prices were going up. I don't remember if it was going for re-election or if it was in the 80s when there was some inflation going on, but he was asked how much a gallon of milk was, and he had no idea because he doesn't buy it. He's got people that do that for him and bring it to his house, right? There's a level of disconnect that happens with a lot of these folks, and it's
you have a little snow in your hair.
It almost becomes acceptable because that's just their job now. And I don't think being a politician, I don't even like that word, being a representative or being a senator, I don't think that should be a lifetime job. I mean, for a senator, maybe do it 2 terms and that's it, which is still 12 years. That's a very long time, if you think about it. But that's it. No need for someone to be there for 30, 40 years. Get back to the real world, add some value, so forth. House of Representatives, 2-year terms, but what if we limited them to 4 re-elections, so they get 8 years total? Call it 5, so it's 10, right? So what? But put some sort of a term limit on it, just so that we're not cycling through people every 2 years, because there's going to be fatigue at that point. You need some level of consistency, but if you don't make this a lifetime appointment in a way, and then you also, hand in hand with that, take money out of politics, and by that I'm talking about the lobbies, I'm talking about how they can trade stocks and then just trade stocks based on committee data that they get, and they only have to report it within 45 days, and that's it. To where now you probably get ads all the time on YouTube and other social media platforms like, hey, I just follow Nancy Pelosi's trades and, I'm a winner, right? Those are the couple of things. I'm sure there's a few more nuances to that, but overall, just getting the money incentive out of politics, it would go a long way coupled with term limits, because then people are forced to actually address issues and not spend time wheeling and dealing, right? So to me, those are the 2 things that we can do, and that will, in the long run, bring forward some cultural change. And there will be some consequence for folks that won't abide by it, and they'll have to, they'll have to feel those consequences, unfortunately. But otherwise, there's no way we can have real systemic change unless we have those two components in there. And I would hope that somebody like Trump could really push for it. Because again, I think of him as an outsider. You know, Paul Ryan and some of the other folks came in as like fake Tea Party members, right? I mean, they were old school establishment Republicans. They didn't really move the needle in that way at all, no matter what their intent was. But this is, I think, a last-ditch effort towards that. I mean, you look at somebody like Vance, you look at somebody like Ramaswamy. I don't think they want to be a politician for the rest of their life. This is serving a personal purpose to them, right? That they feel like they are, you know, kind of helping to usher in a set of principles, a set of ideals, a vision of how they think things should be, right? And getting alignment around people behind it. And, you know, the one thing, even with that, whether it's Democrat or Republican, even if you have a vision, if you see it's not going right, I'd like for you guys to change course, right? Like, based on new information, we're going to go left, not right, whatever it might be. But we got to take it one step at a time. So I'll be super happy if we put some term limits on folks and take money out of politics. Because last time I checked, like,
just based on looking
campaigns,
at the
I mean, geez, like $3 billion for the presidential campaigns.
for example, and the youth
And I don't remember which state had a Senate race that was a $500 million. That's completely out of hand. This is not acceptable to me. That you spend that much money on advertisement, on consultants, on all these things that just help you keep power. You spend all that money to keep power or to gain power. And at the end of the day, does that really create any value? Does that help improve anyone's, you know, standard of living? It could have been better used towards some research and development, you know, create a new product. You know, an iPhone was created. Our lives have changed. Create an electric car, electric vehicle like Elon has. You know, the way we think of the world is starting to change, right? It's those types of things that we should apply resource towards, and you know, policy and government should be geared towards reinforcing those behaviors, not dictating every aspect of our lives, but I mean, generally speaking, you know, we want people to be self-sufficient and to create things, to be creative and to be innovative. And you can create a system for that. Our system's broken right now, and it doesn't allow for that. That's why we are starting to see these disparities exist. There's been so much money pumped into the system that companies don't know what to do with it in some cases. They're buying back stock. And to me, that's a loser mentality, that I'm going to buy back stock because I have no idea what else to invest in for research and development. It's easier for me to just make some additional money on the side, right? They issue new stock for the executives, and then they buy that right back. I mean, it's ludicrous.
Despite these character issues that were so
there's a lot of this stuff that I think can shift, but again, the basics. Let's get some term limits. Let's get money out of politics.
There was a voter in the New York Times.
All right, let's get these folks on board. Let's see if anything else is moving here.
This voter said, I was 50.01% likely to vote for Trump. He didn't like him personally. He didn't like his affects. He didn't like him. Then Kamala Harris came on the scene, and he wanted to know how she differed from Joe Biden on inflation. He ended up discovering she doesn't. And he went by a 51% margin for Trump. He said, I still don't like the guy, but that tipped me over the edge. Another voter who comes to mind I saw today, he had not voted in an election since Obama. He said, I am a blue-collar worker. I am here voting today because of no tax on overtime. And I think if Donald Trump prevails tonight, we have to look at his working man's agenda. No tax on overtime, limit on interest on credit cards, no tax on tips. This holistic look that perhaps not just realigned the party on blue-collar workers, but demographically as well.
Can I just add to that? You know, for years, we've heard from the Biden-Harris administration that Americans are not suffering, that inflation, wasn't happening, then it was transitory, then we just had to deal with it, even though it wasn't getting better. That has been something the campaign has struggled with. They eventually came around to grocery prices being too high, but their essential argument was Donald Trump is a bad guy, therefore you should vote for us, even though we're not going to detail what our policy plans are. And you're seeing with a number of groups that they're saying, especially on the economy, We actually need some hard economic policy because we are hurting, and they've been told to either deal with it or that it's not happening. And the Harris campaign has not had an answer for those folks outside of what they've tried to say.
I think that issue that Donald Trump is a bad guy worked for them in 2020 in particular. I mean, people tell me all
Michigan's
the time,
looking kind of interesting there. If you're watching me click through the numbers, I'll bring it back up. I put it in the window.
Passage of time and with the record of the Biden administration,
it's pretty interesting to me. So Trump is now ahead with 40% or so reporting in.
Voted for him like the voters you described,
and
without much enthusiasm for him, but indefinitely thinking it was a better deal back then.
40% in, 1.3% lead. I mean, that can be easily overcome. But when I look at the map, what are the blue regions, the highest concentrations of Democrat voters in Michigan? I mean, I would assume Detroit's one. Here it is. Grand Rapids, I don't know how many people are.
And what he faced in Manhattan.
Let me see if I can ask my AI.
He still faced.
Hey, are you there? I think there's like a timeout. If I don't talk to it for like 3 or 4 minutes, it just times out, and I have to reload the doggone thing. I mean, not that big of a deal, but like,
hey, Masood.
Whatever.
Hey, Masood.
What the heck happened to your voice?
Hey, Masood. What's the latest?
What happened to your voice? Jeez.
Hey, Masood. What's on your mind this evening?
Those voice changes were a little creepy.
Gotcha. I'll keep it steady from here on out. Anyway, what else is on your mind?
Can you tell me what the major urban centers are in Michigan? I see Grand Rapids and Detroit, but where are the other most highly populated regions?
Alongside Detroit and Grand Rapids, Michigan has some other bustling spots like Warren, Sterling Heights, and Ann Arbor. Each has its own vibe and draws people for different reasons. Have you checked out any of these places?
Are there any parts of Michigan that, aside from Grand Rapids and Detroit, that vote heavily Democrat?
Ann Arbor leans heavily Democratic, being a college town. Kalamazoo and parts of Lansing, where Michigan State University is, also lean blue. Michigan's politics are quite the mix. Ever been caught in Michigan's political currents?
All right, just looking at where Ann Arbor is. I have no idea the geography of Michigan. Where the heck is Ann Arbor? I couldn't tell you. Come on, zoom out, zoom out. Oh, okay. So if this is Detroit right here, this blue thing's basically Ann Arbor. Okay, so that's already accounted for. So I don't know, guys. I don't know. Don't know what that's going to amount to.
And 198 for Vice President Harris.
That makes North Carolina the state in the battlegrounds that Trump has won 3 times. It was the only battleground state that he locked down in 2020. So obviously a relief at the Trump campaign that he has kept that one in his column as well tonight as we continue to move on.
Peter Doocy is live at the White House. What he's hearing from the Harris campaign and the Harris path tonight. Peter.
And we'll start with what we're hearing here at the White House, and that is nothing. They told us that President Biden and some longtime advisors were inside watching the results come in on TV, but we have been here outside, and we have been noticing that a lot of lights that were on within the White House, at least from the part that we can see, have been turning off. So it seems like some folks around here may be taking the campaign co-chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon's advice in that memo that they should get some sleep and prepare for some results in the morning. There have been 3 big changes, though, in the way that the Harris team has been presenting their case to us in the last couple hours. As results started coming in, they were telling us where they saw silver lining in all of the battleground states. They were also telling us that they thought they had a plausible case to win in all 7 battleground states. And something over the last 36 hours they've been pushing a lot is that they thought Trump could come out and declare victory early. We're not hearing much of any of that anymore. The memo that the campaign co-chair put out is pretty broad and just something that they've been telling us since the summer when Harris took over, that the blue wall was one of their pathways to victory. That is not new information. That is just what they have got right now. Vice President Harris remains at the Naval Observatory right now. We don't know if she's going to show up at her campaign headquarters.
Yeah, definitely inside panicking.
But they took the press pool and they told them just to stand by. And if Joe Biden is giving anybody watching an indication of how he feels about all these races that he has really not been a part of, he's made 6 congratulatory calls. 4 of the 6 are to people who just won in Delaware, where he is heading next.
Peter Ducey, live on the North Lawn. Peter, thank you. Another call to make.
That's right. We can now let you know that the Fox Decision Desk can project that Vice President Harris will indeed win the state of Virginia. This was much closer. It was a state that the Trump team said they felt they might be able to expand the map, but he did better than he did in the prior elections. But this has just been called for Vice President Harris. And President Trump did better with non-married men than he did 4 years ago in Virginia, which seems to be a theme that we're seeing in a lot of these states, that all according to the Fox News voter analysis.
I want to bring back our panel, but I want to read from an email that came from Jackie Heinrich moments ago. I'll just read from it. 3 sources close to Harris are expressing concern that Harris's path to victory may be too narrow to overcome. One source at the Harris Friends and Family Party says, quote, her path is so narrow and she is not doing what she needs to do in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. The exit polls I saw hours ago are all accurate. They need to suddenly outperform those. I don't believe it will happen. Asked about this, a second source close to Harris told me I 100% agree. The path to victory is very difficult. His numbers are higher than expected in counties where he should be losing by larger margins in Pennsylvania and Michigan. A third source saying, close to the campaign, I think we're losing this. I think we're losing this. Hearing word that Vice President Harris may come to Howard University soon, but not for another hour. Harold Ford Jr.
So consistent with those numbers, Brett, that Senate race in Pennsylvania.
So I voted for Trump, and I actually early voted. I wanted to avoid the lines, and when you know it, there's no line today. When I passed by the polling place, evidently everybody voted for Trump. Excuse me. I do think a lot of folks around here voted for Trump, but evidently everyone early voted over the course of a week here. Any other questions in the chat? Might have to wait a little bit before we get another slew of information here in 12 minutes, most likely. And hopefully by then we'll have Michigan and Wisconsin at higher completion rates in terms of their vote count. I'll turn the map back to where it was just so we can get that done. There we go. Get that overview. But yeah, I mean, this is it. Minnesota. Well, let me just take a look at Minnesota real quick before we get to going here. MSNBC just called the election. Okay, I'll go to MSDNC. Let's see what they're saying. Here's MSDNC just for y'all.
We're not issuing any new calls other than the North Carolina call Rachel just made. But in the total vote trends, is it that, or is it something we've seen from time going back to the beginning of elections, that when people are mad about the economy, they vote against the incumbent?
Or they don't vote at all, because I think we also forget that we are a 60% on a good year turnout country. There are a lot of people, especially low wealth people. You know, this is the Bishop Barber thing he talks about all the time on our shows, is that poor and low wealth people actually don't.
All right, looking at the questions here. I think you're just trolling. Breezy, I'm reading that right, on the MSNBC calling it. Trump laughing. Yeah, I should have laughed at that too. It's getting closer. What AI do I use? I use a couple of them. I use Copilot, which is a Microsoft product, and that's the voice version of it that you're hearing. I also use Grok, which I always call Gronk. Like, it makes me think of Gronkowski. They should have called it Gronk. Anyway, I've gotten it actually to respond to Gronk. I just tell it like, hey, I'm going to call you Gronk from now on. It's like, okay, no problem. Anyway, so Elon's Grok, I use that as well. That one's really good at creating images. Very nicely. So if you see any of the things that I've got going on, in fact, the PoliticalCow show that's listed up there, thank you, Grok, for doing that. Saved me $20. I probably would have had to pay a graphic artist at some point in the past. I use ChatGPT as well. think that's about it. All the other stuff's proprietary from work. That's just internal systems that our corporation has. Let's see. It's getting close. What rock will all their supporters hide under? Don't know. If I'm looking over here, I don't know if you guys can see me, but if I'm looking over here, I got another screen over here with 4 different channels going at once. And so I heard an alert. I just looked over, but false alarm. NBC News projects Trump to win North Carolina. Okay. A little late to the game there, NBC News. All right, what else do we got here? We can go to school. Okay. Oops. You hope to get to see Rachel cry big tears. I'm hoping that they have a view into the watch party. Y'all remember that one? The Hillary one was like they had music. They were drinking it up. They were thrilled because it was like a done deal. But then slowly it got quiet. People started sitting down, holding each other, crying their eyes out. I mean, that was beautiful. That was beautiful. It was like a work of art. I couldn't have wrote it any better than how it unfolded on its own. Okay, I almost don't even care who wins. I see pros of both candidates, but I don't want to fortify a woke agenda, and I also don't want to put an insurrectionist into office. I think the tales of the insurrection are vastly exaggerated. I don't know if that helps or not, Ian, but at the end of the day, I just personalize it, and I think what will help me, what will help my family thrive and do better. And the pocketbook is always my first go-to. And so I don't want those tax cuts to expire. I don't want my taxes to go up. I don't want poor decisions to be made from a fiscal standpoint, from a monetary standpoint. It's those types of things that start with me, that start for me, right? I want us to be more secure as a country. Energy security is key. Some folks dismiss that because of climate change. They say climate change is a bigger risk than some of the foreign adversaries we have. I just say guess again. But in any case, just be selfish and vote for what's going to work for you. Oh, missed a lot of comments here. Where'd it go? Yeah, I've had it. Ain't no party like, oh man, come on. You got to bring that guy up in this mix. ChatGPT for president. Exactly, taking last. It's detrimental for all of us, but not permanent. It's by design why we're lucky to be American. Yep. Should be just momentary. Well, not momentary, finite in its duration. Most of the population is on the east side. Okay. Well. Lenin does it translate that for me? I don't know if I could translate that. No. No translation. Kamala Harris. Okay. I might. Okay. All right. I'm gonna ask AI to make a photo inspired by the term Kamala Harris and see what it comes up with. Okay. And then I'll show you guys. Lord have mercy. Why am I doing this? There's no reason for this. Okay. Gotta be kidding me. Hello. Can you create an image inspired by Kamala Harris? Okay, let's see what it comes up with. Okay, well, that didn't work out, guys, because here's what it came up with. All right. I don't know. Not what I expected. Let me tell it to try again. Let's see what it gets. Okay, that didn't work either. Last try for the AI. Okay, didn't work. Okay. Well, I thought they were just going to like remove hair, and clearly not. Israel for parallel. Like India. Do I like India, or are you talking about Kamala? Is Trump up? When are the results expected to be in? This is all contingent now on Pennsylvania or Wisconsin. How far along is Pennsylvania? Pennsylvania had issues with their voting systems earlier in the day, and they extended the hours that the polling stations would be open. So that's already one problem. But whoa, look at Pennsylvania. They're starting to run away with it. So he's 3%. 350. 3.5% ahead with 82% reporting. Whoa. Whoa, y'all see that here? So 3.5% ahead with 82% reporting. So depending, that's at 11:57 p.m. Yep. All right, so maybe in an hour if they can sort themselves out. Now that lead is pretty big. It would not trigger a recount. Pennsylvania goes, we're done. The election's called. So it may actually happen tonight. Let's see. When Trump wins, comedy is going to be golden, like during the Bush years. Well, I tell you what, I'm going to lose out on a lot of content, because if you look at my stuff out there on YouTube, or look at my stuff out there on TikTok, Joe Biden was like the ultimate source of content. I got to tell you, I got so much good content from that guy. It's not even funny. So I don't know what to do. Harris was the same way. One gaffe after another. Yeah, the AI is sus. I'll tell you. Okay. All right. I'll just tell you guys. The gentleman above said, do I like India? Okay. The AI, very sus. I asked it, like, hey, can you make an image of Uncle Sam in deep thought? And I just wanted, the one that's on the poster has the white facial hair, long white hair that's under a tall hat, a top hat that's really tall, that's, stars and stripes on it. I just wanted a quick image like that. But the image that came back, his beard was not kind of long and like bushy and white. It was very well groomed, and it was solid black. His skin tone was a little bit darker, and then he had like a Sikh wrap around his head, and a red thing on his forehead. And I think he was wearing like a Stars and Stripes kind of like jacket or something. I had not talked to the AI about anything related to Indian culture or anything. That's just its interpretation it gave me of Uncle Sam deep in thought. And so when people say that the AI is biased, and it depends on who trained it, so clearly not realizing it, there was some bias introduced into that system that gave me an Indian Uncle Sam out of that scenario. So just moral of the story, the bias is not always political. It may lead you to the wrong answer if the people that are training and testing it don't, have the right mechanisms to check in place. And I don't think all those protocols have been established yet, which is what's really scary, that something could kind of really get out of control. Someone earlier mentioned that incident with a 14-year-old. There have been more incidents where the AI had encouraged somebody to kind of leave their family and run off with them. Bizarre stuff there. All right, what else we got here? Yeah, I won't show her without hair. Yeah, isn't that something? It just won't show her without hair. What's up with that? And this is Elon Musk's AI. I'll ask it again in a second. The country. Almost. Too close to call. Come on, Georgia's a done deal, folks. Pennsylvania, look at that. Too close to call. Look at those percentages, folks. 81% is reported. Michigan's too close. We gotta lay off that one for a bit. Jack Craig. Okay. I'm watching all the late night talk shows tomorrow. Watching them melt down. Oh yeah, they'll be melting down for sure. Old McDonald had a farm. Okay, Fabio. Hey, give the live some likes, guys, and subscribe. I'd appreciate that. We'll continue doing this. Magic thought that you meant Uncle Osama. Oh my Lord, no. Is that what you think it's a? No, because this was for a text AI, so it wouldn't have heard me incorrectly. I typed in Uncle Sam specifically. Fabio, I think you might need to get some rest. You're going a little loony here, fella. I think when people were asking for reasons to vote for Trump, and it said, yeah, I know. It's really the training of whomever is the one that's programmed it. My Harris friends are crying and drinking and eating fried foods. Take some photos, take some video, and then send it to him later. Kamala Harris is the best presidential candidate we've had since 1780. Yo, long time fan cow. I heard Kamala. All right. Ease up on that, Jenny. Ease up on that kind of stuff. You gotta drink on election night, no matter which part. Yeah, sure. Why not? Why not? Well, I mean, I have a cup of tea here. Why is it all wet? Doggone it. Oh, the tea bag's still in it. Shoot, hang on. All right, what else is going on here? Oh, Lord, we're getting really out of hand here now. Is this real? No, this is all fake. This is all fake. All right, riffraff. Good choice. Good choice. Take control of your future. You have many years of good stuff ahead of you. Good job. All right, let's get back to what they're talking about here. Come on, guys.
In 2020, where Democrats wanted him to slip further. That's not happening. This is a big region population-wise. It doesn't get the same attention as Philadelphia. Lebanon County here, too. All the vote is in. Again, Democrats wanted more of a Trump drop-off here. They don't get it in Lebanon County tonight. And we showed you Cumberland County, I believe, earlier, but also in this region, also a place Democrats wanted gains, also a place where really they're not getting it tonight. Look inside the collar counties here, just outside Philadelphia. These are huge population dense counties, and I'll flag a couple things. We got almost all the vote in Delaware County right now. Of these core collar counties, this is the most Democratic. It's the most diverse, most blue collar of these these three, of Delaware, of Chester, of Montgomery. Now, in 2020, Joe Biden won here by essentially 27 points. Getting close to all the vote in here right now, and it sits at about 24.5. Harris not at the Biden level. And keep in mind, again, this is very clear in Pennsylvania right now. Generally in these counties, the vote by mail is all reported out early, and what remains is this same day vote that's Republican leaning. So in all these counties, you just see Trump incrementally improving with each update, and Harris is now almost 2 points under.
I don't know if you guys caught that. That was an important data point that he just gave. All all of the mail-in ballots are what are, batch counted in early. I mean, because they can do it ahead of time and just add it right as the, right as the counting process begins. Anyway, so everything else is same day voting. So, as you see in this particular county in Pennsylvania, Kamala's ahead, but Trump keeps closing the gap, right? He's already 1% up from where he was at last go round. I can't read it now. 66% in. I mean, the gap can continue to close from here. And it's not to say he needs to win that county, but if you start seeing him, materially improve all across the state, I mean, there's no other conclusion you can reach. He's got Pennsylvania at this point. So going back to the map that I had set up initially, let me make it back look like what I had it. This is basically where I had it. Michigan, I don't know, I'm gonna give him Nevada. He's probably good. Michigan might go, and then we got 312. I'm waiting to start seeing when. Well, maybe it's past midnight now. So why hasn't Minnesota started reporting in data? What's going on that? Minnesota should have some data in. Waiting for it to load. A little slow. All right, 54%. And yeah, there's a pretty wide gap. Okay. I thought they might be holding out on us here for some reason. Yeah. Why they call the swing states battlegrounds? I don't know. It depends on what network. Some call them swing states. Some call them battleground states. It's everyone's looking for some kind of a buzzword. I don't know. Let's look at Pennsylvania. They're looking county by county on the screen. But when you look at it overall, because that's who's going to take the electoral votes, the 19 of them. Look, 83% in and 2.8%. Trump is up 2.8%. That would not issue a recount. That's a pretty solid margin. And if the concept holds that all the mail-ins are done and they're just doing same-day voting, it's going to favor Trump is the assumption here. Yeah, Minnesota's blue. That's for sure. The data point I've got here says 83% has been counted in Pennsylvania. Blue 42. Blue 42. What formation is that? I don't know. I can't remember now. Minnesota. I think if it's within a percent, they will recount or something like that. Each state can be different in how they determine that. But with Pennsylvania, if it continues to say at 2.7% now? If it continues to stay at that margin, I don't think they'll issue a recount. Other sites say different. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, it's funny. Sometimes they have their own polling mechanisms, but I think this is where we're going to land. This is my thought. 297. Michigan, I'm iffy on. I'd like for us to get Michigan to make it over 300, but this is where I feel it's going to land. Oh, projection coming up. Let's see.
To the other tonight, but that has happened in New York 22. There was a whole passel.
No one wants to hear about that, jabroni. Come on. No one cares about that, jabroni. All right, whatever. Forgot we had MSDNC up here. Let's get that out of here. CNN.
Like that, and is the split, right? Donald Trump at 30%. That's Detroit and the suburbs around it. Donald Trump right now, it's only 20%. It's less than 20%, 16%. So, but that if he's even above 30, right? Anything he's above 30 is an improvement for him. And so we can't see it all on this map. We have to get more granular. But Detroit, is he doing better? Is Trump doing better with the black vote? Or where is overall turnout maybe down a little bit from 2020? That's a big question, too. And
Did I
then
say
here,
jabroni?
you have Hamtramck and you have Dearborn. They're not on the map, but they're right here. Those are two very important pockets of Arab American voters that were 200,000 plus voted for Joe Biden 4 years ago. We don't know. We don't have that granular detail just yet.
Georgia should be pretty high up there now.
In the campaign.
Recount.
Spent a lot of time on my trips at Wayne State campus, younger voters, a lot of Arab and Muslim students at Wayne State, and a lot of young progressive students at Wayne State.
95% reporting in Georgia.
Oh,
this is locked in.
I'm
Yeah, that's why they got a check mark
that
on it.
we'll answer in more detail
That is locked
tomorrow
in. There's
and
no
next
way
week and the week after that when we have final
with
results.
only
But if you're
5% of the vote, she could make up this
158,000
difference. I mean, she would
ahead,
basically have to get all 5
only
of that
halfway in
percent.
Michigan. I mean, I hate to say it, but like you're looking at this, and like that's the best of the 3 blue wall states.
Let's go to Wayne County right now. Let's go to Detroit, where we find Jim Sciutto, who has an update on the vote count there. Jim?
Who cares what Fox thinks? I'm going back. What's yours?
Jake, there have been a lot of questions and some consternation as to why we haven't seen more data from Wayne County yet. And I just spoke with the Secretary of State, Jocelyn Benson, and we believe we have the answer here. I asked her quite specifically. And she said the reason is that Wayne County, in part, given all the scrutiny on this county as it impacts the outcome of the election in this state, is not reporting partial results.
It's
waiting until it has either all or the vast majority of those results in before it, in effect, gives that batch and makes it public. And I just want to highlight one point that's going to happen in the next hour, perhaps even the next few minutes. A nondescript U-Haul van is going to drive in one of these doors behind me here with the last remaining outstanding absentee ballots in Detroit, part of Wayne County, about 4,000 we expect. That's the final batch, not just, we are told, of absentee ballots outstanding, but the final outstanding votes in Detroit, big part of Wayne County. So when that truck comes through the door, they begin to tabulate those. That gets us to the point where they're going to have, in effect, all the votes they need to count and get to that point where they're going to be ready to report those final figures. We were told it could be in the next few minutes. We'll be watching. We'll report back when it happens. But that could be the point when you get that big batch reported publicly.
All right, Jim Sciutto in Detroit, Wayne County. And you were noting that we don't have Wayne County to the granular level, that we can't see Dearborn and other places where there were a lot of uncommitted votes during the Democratic primary. But just to remind our viewers, during the Democratic primaries, as a protest of President Biden's support for...
Yeah, just like those hips don't lie, these numbers don't lie either. The path has effectively evaporated. Midnight, you guys must be on Eastern. I'm Central, so it's about 11:14 right now for me. Okay, 9 in Cali. Yeah, but it's a funny thing, right? You look over here, people have been talking about Nevada. Like, Nevada's not going to move the needle. Like, it could go either way, and it doesn't matter. I mean, it's the big 3 right here. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Those are the variables that everyone's trying to sort through.
You have a big college campus. It tends to be a very liberal pocket, progressive pocket. You're saying, wow, 65% of the vote, 66 if you round up, that's great.
Oh, my God.
73%. And the math, 157,000, to 103. Again, we got 30% of the votes still to come in, and maybe the percentages change as well. Maybe all the votes that are out are from the campus, and and it juices up the number a little bit. But if you're looking at that now, you're underperforming the President of the United States. And Donald Trump's at 32% and 26%. That's I mean, if that gap holds and if his improvement like that holds, I'm sorry, go ahead. That's a big deal, though.
Well, I was just
Oh, nothing's been counted in Nevada yet, so I guess it hasn't started yet.
is not that they were going to vote for Donald Trump, but they either were not going to vote or they were going to vote for Jill Stein or Cornel West. I'm not sure if Cornel West is on the ballot in Michigan, but I mean, these numbers don't add up to 100 here, so I'm guessing that there is a better than, my guess would be, educated guess would be, there's going to be a better than average showing for Jill Stein in Michigan than in other states.
Right, and she worked it hard. She was out there quite a bit. Every trip I was out there, you saw activity, either she was in the state or had just been in the state.
Yeah. So just to explain it. Now, one of the other things I heard about people talking about Michigan is everybody in the media, all you talk about is the Arab American, Muslim American vote, but really the issue in terms of a big sizable, bigger chunk of votes is white working class voters, union voters, because the Trump campaign ran ads slamming Harris's position on electric vehicles, EVs, and that is actually going to be more significant. Ultimately, that was
guys,
this is just their projection.
You've got to see this.
Than
This is
the Arab American, Muslim American vote. Is there any way we can?
If you want an economic indicator out there right now, okay, let me bring up TradingView real quick, okay? If you really want an economic indicator out there, check this out. Come on. Hurry up and load. Look at Bitcoin right here, up 4,600, hitting new all-time highs here. So the markets are already counting on a Trump victory. Trump is good for Bitcoin. Harris has expressly, and you know, you go back to Elizabeth Warren and the entire Democrat Party are totally wanting to clamp down on it. And Trump being friendly towards crypto in general, I mean, this is a massive indicator. Ooh. So he locks in this. I mean, we might start to see some stuff skyrocket here. Yeah, across the board, everything crypto is just flying high. It's absolutely flying.
Sustains itself.
Yeah.
And the Biden number at 45, the Harris number at 40. If that's the number at the end, then you know it's very hard.
Well,
to
there
see
you
it coming
go,
back
and you can see why, and I don't, not all of that change is from that one issue or that one demographic I described, but that is quite significant if it holds. Let's go to Pamela Brown at the voting desk. Let's jump to Wisconsin if we could, because Pamela wants to talk about Milwaukee and what's going on there. Pamela?
Yeah, I've been talking to officials there in Milwaukee County as well as the city. Let's look at Milwaukee County right now. A large portion of the vote that remains is from Milwaukee City itself. This is the largest county. This is the largest city in Wisconsin. According to a source in Milwaukee County, 9 out of 19 municipalities are completely reported. And the source also says that the county clerk there expects all results from Milwaukee County to be reported between 2 and 4 a.m. tonight, Central Time. So these results coming in overnight there from Milwaukee County. That is the expectation. Now, let's dive in here to the Milwaukee City. I just spoke to an official there. Milwaukee City has 27,724 mail-in ballots left to be counted so far. In addition, officials are still waiting for results from 4 wards still, and those would be the day of votes. So from election day. So there's still quite a bit to go to count tonight there in Milwaukee City. For context, 69% went for Biden in 2020. And as I mentioned, this is the largest county in Wisconsin. So we're keeping a close eye on this.
All right, Pamela, thanks so much. Let's take a look at Wisconsin as long as Pamela drove us here.
So a critical point she makes, 4 wards in the city of Milwaukee still have not reported their election day votes. And again, anecdotally, just texting people out in the state, they said turnout was good. They weren't saying great or gangbusters, they were saying good. So we wait, you wait. But again, so we're waiting for the city. This is Milwaukee plus the suburbs around it. The county is what you see here. But she's at 66% and Joe Biden's at 69%. So when those city of Milwaukee votes come in, that not only does that percentage need to move, but that math needs to change quite significantly if you're trying to make up that. Now, 96,000, that's better than 150,000, right? Simple math, people. We always say politics can be very complicated. Sometimes it comes down to basic arithmetic. Are there enough votes still out there to overcome a 96,000 vote lead? And so if Pam says 4 big wards are still out in Milwaukee City and there's a little bit more in Milwaukee County, the answer is maybe, right? Again, you're getting to the point where you're drawing to an inside straight flush, but maybe. So then you look around in other Democratic areas, and again, Eau Claire, she's getting 55% of the vote. I just want to compare that.
Same thing.
That's okay, a little better maybe, but it's not a ton of. It's just not a ton of people there. Then you come down to La Crosse. You're looking at the blue areas and you're saying, is there anything left? Not much left, right? It's not a huge swing anyway. So even if you pick up some votes, you're not picking up a ton there. So if you're looking at this map now, I just want to check what was our percentage here? 95% in Dane County, and these other blue counties around it. I'll hit them for you. You just see they're pretty small population-wise. I mean, not tiny, but again, you're at 95% Rock County, 95% Greene County, 92% Lafayette County. That one is a little bit smaller. So again, the math's getting really hard if you're trying to figure out, can Harris come back in Wisconsin? And I would say simply that it comes down to that, and those Milwaukee precincts that are out better be gangbusters.
May I do a personal prerogative? May I see the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania? We haven't checked in there in a while, and that's obviously a place near and dear to my heart. And I have questions about it. One of them is Allentown, which is blue right now. Allentown, the city of Allentown is 54% Latino, 54%, and Pennsylvania, as we've discussed, has the 3rd largest Puerto Rican population on the mainland, behind only New York and New York and Florida. So my question is, how is she doing in this Latino area compared to Joe Biden 4 years ago?
Again, cannot go granular just into the city of Allentown, but you can look at Lehigh County here, right? And I can already tell you, 51 to 48, if you're the Trump campaign, sure, you'd like to win it. But you're looking at 48% in Lehigh County, and you're feeling pretty good because you were 46 last time, right? And again, within a battleground state, you think margins within the margins, the battlegrounds within the battlegrounds. So Joe Biden at 53% with 98,000 votes, the vice president at 50% with 93,000 votes. Now, we're not completely done there, but that 5,000 votes makes a big difference. It just does, right? So and that's there, right? So then you come out here and you come up, let's just move on up, right? Carbon County, look at this, Trump getting 73% of the vote. He's improved. That's one of the places he's overperformed himself. And then you move up here, this is Lackawanna County, Scranton, Pennsylvania, Joe Biden's hometown. It's a tough, competitive blue-collar area, but 51 to 48 now, 54 to 45.
And if that movement of 4% can be the whole thing.
It's a couple thousand votes here. It's a couple of thousand votes there. I want to show you something
else. By the way,
else.
can I just point out
Erie has now flipped.
Erie, which has always voted with the presidential victor in Pennsylvania and nationally, is now with Trump.
Has flipped, and let's see where the turnout is there. Again, it's one of the 25. They're at 95%. It's very close, but it's always very close. So you see Erie County, very close there, and I just want to come across the state, Northampton County. So you're on the your Buffalo, New York border, and here's New Jersey here. You've got 52 to 47 there. Not done yet, but the 2 multi-pivot counties, twice for Obama, then for Trump, then for Biden. At the moment, they're going back to Trump. I just want to show one more thing we haven't shown tonight. I just want to bring this up and bring this out. It's not here. It is here. No, it is here. Sorry. I will figure this out eventually. I promise you. I just have too many gizmos. Just want to come in here. Come on. And show you this. So let's go out nationally first. Everyone's been talking all night long about the headwinds. There'll be a lot of questions asked about this after the fact. This is not a good environment for any incumbent. Kamala Harris is the incumbent vice president. What this shows you is not votes. This shows you the darker the county, the more that county has been hit by inflation. Meaning, the darker the county, the more cost of living, energy prices, gas prices, housing prices in a lot of places have outpaced wage increases. Right? Try to find me. See the green?
Yeah, what does that mean? That's
the county where your wages have outpaced inflations. You can use a hand. You will fill one hand. In the more than 4,000 counties and townships in the United States, you use one hand to fill out the counties where wages have outpaced inflation.
So can I make two observations?
So I just want to come back into your Commonwealth.
Oh my goodness, look at that.
I want to come back into your Commonwealth. The darker the county, the more punishing, the more inflation has outpaced your wages, your cost of living. And just look. I mean, the fact that she's doing as well in the suburbs is a testament to the Democratic strength there. But you see in these other places, it's just that was the headwind. And that came up. I can tell you I was on the road for 15 months, and that came up from the first trip to the last trip, even for people voting for Harris. Even for people gladly and proudly voting for Harris, we're saying it still sucks when I go to the grocery store.
Yeah, and that's also why, you know, the right track, wrong track numbers are 75% wrong track, 25, but the election's not 75%, 25, because there are people who think it's wrong track, but they're still going to vote for the Democrat. Yet, this is difficult to fight against if you're in the incumbent.
That's North Carolina. Especially you're trying to win back.
Look at all the dark colors in Arizona and Nevada.
Oh, it gets worse as you go west. That's what I was going to say. Then you're in Georgia. Look, this is the Atlanta suburbs, right? If she loses just a little tiny bit, right? And look down here. These are working class people, right? And then you're absolutely right. Then you come out here and you look at in Arizona. That's Maricopa County. That's the largest county. Up here is usually Democratic area.
He's winning Maricopa County.
He is at the, well, that's just the, let's see. Let's come up there. It's close. That one's close still at half and half as you bring that out. And then you come here. This to me, of all the visits, you want to talk a place that still has the COVID body bruise because unemployment hit 30%, twice the national average.
Tourism.
And then the cost of living. I mean, look at it right there where, you know, again, the darker the county, the more, and out here it's housing more than anything. Housing in Vegas, a lot of people rent. There's not a lot of land to build new houses. So the rents go up. And once the COVID moratorium on rent increases went up, rents went up through the chutes, and a lot of the working class people out there complaining about that.
So I wasn't done with Pennsylvania,
well,
but
we'll go back.
But hold on, because Pamela. No, go to Pennsylvania because Pamela's. I'm gonna throw it to Pamela. She has some information on Georgia. If you could, there you go, Pamela. What do you got for us in Georgia?
This is important information in Georgia. I'm getting from Gabriel Sterling, the top election official there. The margin right now in Georgia is 118,000 votes. Right, 100,000 votes are outstanding right now. This is what I'm being told from Gabriel Sterling. Now, he says the split will go marginally for Harris. So let's break down what we know about where some of that outstanding vote is. Chatham, 40,000 outstanding, I'm told. This is a county that went to Biden in 2020. Carroll, outstanding, 18,000. This is a county that went to Trump in 2020. And then you have the blue counties of DeKalb and Fulton. DeKalb has 3,000 outstanding ballots. Fulton has 2,000 outstanding ballots. Again, just to recap, tight margin, 118,000, 100,000 votes still out in Georgia. And Gabriel Sterling says it's the split coming from that will be marginally, his prediction is for Harris. But this is what the data coming in is showing right now. Back to you.
John, do you have any questions for Pamela?
You say the total outstanding votes is 100,000?
He said 100,000 votes out. Yep.
Well,
and so I just gave you a little snapshot of where some of those places are. Chatham, Carroll, I asked, when are we going to find out these results from these counties? He did not have a timeline exactly for that, but hopefully soon.
But the significance, obviously, that Donald Trump right now has a margin of 118,838 votes, and you're saying there's 100,000 left.
If he's being literal, sometimes 100,000, you know, they're getting calls from counties and they say 20,000, it's really 22.
Right.
They say 30,000, it could be 33.
John,
but if he's
can I just jump in?
Yes, please.
Actually, we asked about how do you know these numbers, and actually by law, they have to have it, the actual numbers. So I understand your point, but I think they do have more precise numbers based on what the law requires.
Yeah, Amar, the Wisconsin's looking Trump, Pennsylvania looks strong Trump. Michigan, I don't know, iffy, but that would be unbelievable if he grabbed all of those. And then he got Nevada and Arizona. I mean, that would just be ridiculous. I'm actually curious, what is the popular vote status right now? This is Electoral. Where's the popular vote totals? Let me ask. Because, you know, I haven't seen them broadcasting the popular vote at all. Okay, so here is... Oh, okay, interesting. So Google has a different legend here, how they're using things. They're effectively calling this red as leads. Arizona. Oh, no results for that one. Trump leading here. Whoa, was Trump leading in Michigan? Trump is leading in Michigan big time. I know 53% reporting. Wow, but that's a big difference from what it was when I looked at it not that long ago. This one we know about. Looks like he's going to sweep all of those. And at this point, holy cow. You have not heard them talk about this, okay? Trump is leading the popular vote 63.2 million to 58.8 million. How much of California has been added in? Because I'm sure that adds into the mix here. 43% reporting. There's still going to be a margin there. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Wow. Wow, this is unbelievable. So it's looking really bad. So this is a complete catastrophic failure on the part of the Democrat Party. Yeah, a lot of states are not fully at 100% yet. Let's see where the overall count lands, but Trump has a pretty sizable lead in the popular vote now as well. And with that said, if he has a lead like that in the popular vote, you think that would then reflect down to Senate and congressional, just congressional seats in general. So could both the House and Senate and the presidency all, for 2 years, be all Trump? What would get done in that time frame? I'll check Senate and House. Let's get out of this. Let's get out of this. Do we have a Senate and House? Oh, wait, that's for Wisconsin. I don't want Wisconsin. All right, checking Senate. Senate looks like the Republicans have it. There's still 7 seats that are toss-ups, but Republicans have enough pickups to get 30 or 51%, not percent, but 51 seats. So that is a done deal. Look at the House. See the imbalance on the halfway point. It just shows the Democrats have more seats they need to pick up if they want to get the majority here. Because there are 20 more seats currently held by Republicans. Yeah. Yeah, it's moving. It's moving pretty quick. At this point, I might just call it. Oh, yeah, let's look at these kids here. All getting restless.
The stage because these are going to be some of his biggest fans. They're going to want to fill the crowd here, but now they're coming over, so that gives you a little bit of a timeline of when we see Donald Trump moving from Mar-a-Lago to here. As we know, this room is about to fill up pretty quickly, probably within the next
I'll be back in a moment.
Yeah, and of course the big question is what he's going to say. Obviously, he wouldn't come here likely and not take the stage. That's behind us. It's already a room that's filled with his supporters. We'll be waiting to see what they say. Jake, obviously something that we've been watching closely, as ever since a few hours ago when those Virginia numbers were coming in, that was what first gave that sense of confidence to the Trump campaign, and obviously that has only continued to grow ever since seeing the calls in North Carolina, how well these Republican Senate candidates are doing also, and those numbers there in Pennsylvania. Jake.
All right, Kayla. Galen, thanks so much. As we prepare for what we think is going to happen, Mr. Trump coming out and speaking, it is a good moment for us just to take a measure of where the night is at this moment. We're still, of course, waiting to call several of the battleground states, 6 out of 7 of them. But Chris, right now, I think it's fair to say anybody watching would rather be Donald Trump than Kamala Harris at this moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, if he declares victory, he hasn't won the race yet. There is still a potential path to 270 electoral votes. None of the blue wall states have been called. If he says the trends are looking very good tonight, you can't argue with that.
And I'm going to go to Jake for a major projection.
That's right. We have another major projection for you now. And CNN can project that Georgia will go to Donald Trump. Georgia, a very highly contested battleground of 16 electoral votes. This is the second of 7 battleground states that we have called, and both of them have been for Donald Trump. Let's take a look at what that means for the electoral math. Donald Trump right now has 246 electoral votes. Kamala Harris right now has 182 electoral votes. There are 270 needed to win. As of right now, CNN is not ready to project who is going to win the presidency, but I'm sorry for so rudely interrupting. Donald Trump has now been projected to have won the second of 7 key battleground states, with 5 more to go. And obviously, the blue wall states, as you were saying, are crucial.
And this is a flip because in 2020, Joe Biden won. Now, despite the fact that Donald Trump tried really hard to find those 11,000 plus votes, they weren't there. And this time around, the projection that you just made is that they are there, plus, who knows however many votes there are. So this is even more evidence why we heard the Harris campaign manager, Jenna Malley-Dillon, say to reporters maybe an hour or 2 ago that the Sun Belt is basically gone and they're looking at the blue wall, and they're still insisting that it is possible. But this is, again, a very, very bad news for
Kamala Harris. We went into the night with a lot of people talking about a potential realignment with both parties. Who would be the mix of people in each coalition? But it's actually looking pretty close to what we know in the past. You have white women voters with no college degree going for Trump in our exit polls. Similarly, with Latino men also going very heavily for Trump in our exit polls. So there's a sense that, people did not necessarily go into the ballot box and secretly vote for someone else. The people who in the past voted for Trump came home to Trump.
People will be going through these exit polls and the analysis and what worked for Trump and didn't work for Harris. On gender, back in 2020, Biden won women by 7 points more than Trump won men. This time it's exactly even. Harris won women by 10 points. Trump won men by 10 points. But the one that just stands out, sort of a flashing light, Jake, Hispanics. Biden won Hispanics 4 years ago by 32 points. As of tonight, Harris has won Hispanics by 8 points.
Can I just add one other thing about what this Georgia projection means? What it means is that she's got to win Pennsylvania. If she doesn't win Pennsylvania, it's over.
Yeah, no, absolutely, especially with the fact that he is leading right now in the 5 battleground states that we have not called. He is leading in all 5 of them: Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Donald Trump widening his lead in the race to 270 electoral votes with this new win. In Georgia, ballots are, of course, still being counted in these crucial battlegrounds. We could get new reporting on votes at any time. We're going to squeeze in a quick break. We'll be right back.
Election night in America and the Magic Wall is brought to you by Aura. Keep your finger on the pulse, literally. Track your sleep, activity, stress, and heart health with Aura Ring 4.
This is the Emirates Premium Economy seat. Economy. Perhaps they need to call it something else.
What if everything you knew about Christmas was a little different than you expected?
He's a beast.
The guy is a beast.
Thanks for the escort, fellas.
Get 4.9 financing for 72 months or $3,000 cash and complimentary maintenance.
Ford is the best in Texas.
Firestone. For those who answer the call of the vagabond.
They lose, they actually die. In the graveyard, when Max's eyes roll back and she starts rising up into the...
Andes, todo el equipo está perdido durante 2 meses.
You have a stalker? Why haven't you gone to the cops?
Instead, he kept egging Martha on.
It's so good. So good. So good.
You better watch. It's so good.
November 17th, I'm venturing across the globe to see how these new weight loss medications are transforming lives and disrupting the industry.
These drugs are very effective, but they're not going to be for everyone.
Is Ozempic right for you? November 17th at 8 p.m. on CNN.
It is election night in America, and let us bring you back to where we are right now with 270 electoral votes needed to win. Donald Trump is in the lead with 246. Kamala Harris is at 182. There are still 5 battleground states that remain uncalled by CNN. Let us go and look at where they are. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump in the lead with 50.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 48.1% of the vote. Donald Trump has a more than 165,000 vote lead. Let's go to Kamala Harris headquarters right now. Let's listen in.
Good evening, HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Cedric Richmond, top advisor to Kamala Harris, used to be top advisor to Joe Biden in the White House, basically telling people at Howard University, where Vice President Kamala Harris was going to have her celebration party, theoretically, that Kamala Harris is not going to come out tonight. She will come out tomorrow and address the nation, which I guess is what we could expect, given the fact that we're not going to know definitively this evening the results.
Ever been to Howard University when there's a big
have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Never an easy moment for whatever campaign has to make that announcement into the evening and say, hold on here, and we're gonna hold out hope in the early morning hours. And what a marked shift from how the campaign was feeling. And I know they thought this was going to be very close and still a challenge. Kamala Harris herself said repeatedly, we are the underdog here. But they did sense there was some wind, some momentum in these final days, did they not?
Kamala Harris herself said that the momentum was with her. And I think in part that was because of the huge crowds she was getting. I mean, I've been at almost all of these rallies in the last few days. She was pulling crowds of 20,000, 30,000 routinely in these final days. They felt that they were reaching all of those key demographics, that big, broad coalition.
All right, so quick comment on this draw of crowds of 20,000. I watched her when she came through Houston, Texas, and yeah, there was at least 20,000 people in that stadium. The stadium's capacity was 20,000. The seats were full, the field was full, so maybe it exceeded 20,000, but what you got to remember is the greater Houston metro area has about 7 million people in it. And out of those 7 million people, yeah, you're going to find 20,000 that probably love to show up there. I went there to just find some content, and boy, did I ever. Check out some of my videos I posted here recently. I give you a rundown of my experience at that rally and some of the protests and altercations that unfolded. Anyway. So I don't know why they're using that as a measure of success. Just the fact that people showed up for the rallies. I mean, everything's in, as Harris would say, everything's in context.
It's just going to get more scrutiny now, given the way this night continues to proceed here. 107-day campaign is what Kamala Harris had time to conduct here until Election Day.
Well, look, it's really hard to go from a standing stop to set up a national campaign. She had to adopt all of the Biden operatives. She didn't have time to put in. And I can tell you as a candidate, you have to go out there and work. And you've got to be able to believe that the people who are working for you have your best interest at heart and only your best interest at heart. And I'm not saying that these folks didn't, but she has no reason to necessarily believe it. They were Joe Biden's folks. But to go back to Joe Biden, because I really don't want to put this on staff. This is not staff. Joe Biden made a promise to the American people when I was sitting in this seat 4 years ago. He said, I am a transitional figure. The implication of that, David, was that he was going to serve one term because of his age, and he was going to move on. And when he broke that promise, he did two things. One, he broke faith with the people who voted for him. And two, he put his party in an awful position to where they had to replace him when he put on one of the worst debate performances in presidential history, if not the worst. And so Kamala Harris had to inherit all of that. Like it or not, that's what she had to inherit, and she had to overcome it. And it appears, at least tonight, that she's not going to be able to do that. So every candidate deserves some measure of blame anytime there's a loss. But I would say this, that Joe Biden should be looking in the mirror tonight and thinking about what did he do, what did his lack of keeping his word on that central promise from 2020 do to this election tonight.
Right.
Well, first of all, I would also point a finger at the Democrat Party. I mean, they should have had an open contest. They should have let their leaders of their party pick their nominee. But I don't think it would have mattered because, like I said, the American people are choosing a path. And they're choosing the path that it will dramatically, I think, take away power from Washington, D.C. And we're going to go talk about all these issues. But the fact that Kamala Harris is going home tonight, I think, is amateur hour. You know, she has an obligation to speak. This pathway for her might be narrow, but it's also might be walking through the eye of a needle. She should say something to the people that adopted her as their nominee because they were just told by the president to do so. And she's leaving the country hanging now all night. And I think it's ridiculous and it's childish.
Well, first of all, we're a very divided country. We're very polarized. And while, you know, I'm not sitting here excited about the returns or the results, there's still a path. There's still a path.
And we'll come back to all of you right after this. Our live coverage continues here in a moment. A slim path, but a path continues. Election night continues here in a moment, too.
He's an exceptional assassin. His code name's Jackal. He never looks the same way twice. I know I can find him. I like to win. So do I.
Sore throat got your tongue? Mucinex Insta-Sue Sore Throat Medicated Drops. Uniquely formulated for rapid relief that lasts and lasts.
That's my baby!
Try our new sugar-free cough drop. Insta-Sue.
For speeding.
Call 800-980-9858. 800-980-9858. 800-980-9858.
Still congested?
Nope.
Uh-oh. New Mucinex 2-in-1 Saline Nasal Spray.
Spray goodbye.
New Mucinex 2-in-1 Saline Nasal Spray. With a gentle mist and innovative power jet, spray goodbye to congestion. It's comeback season.
You Gregory Eddie, you saying I'm not a good dad?
What?
I think what we need, me and you, fight night.
A parent wants to fight Gregory.
That's how Fresh Prince began. We can't lose Gregory to Bel Air. He can't afford it. There isn't going to be a fight.
I'm opening this up for bets regardless.
Jane starts tomorrow.
Ding, ding, ding. Time to fight.
I got your back, man. Now open up, say ah.
And good evening, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. You are watching ABC News and the race to the White House, and a race it is. Here is the latest. ABC News projecting Trump will win Georgia, North Carolina, and Florida. ABC News also projecting Harris will win New Mexico, Virginia, Hawaii, and New York. One state that has not been called Nevada because we have no data yet. Stand by for that. But let's go to our Maria Villarreal. She is in Nevada. Let's talk about, Maria, how this state is indicative of what the Latino vote looks like right now.
That's exactly right. And Kara, we want to bring you the latest information. We've just confirmed with two different counties, Washoe and Clark County, that they have had their last voter vote in their respective counties. And that basically means we're going to start to see numbers trickle in, results coming in from the Secretary of State very soon. So we'll definitely be able to bring that to you, as soon as we can get them. But, you talked about the Latino vote. I think this is indicative of what we will likely see around the country. The idea that, yes, they were a huge, powerful voting bloc, but Nevada here, it was not the immigration issue that really concerned them. It was the economy, the cost of living. That was important to them.
All right, Maria, we'll stay in close touch. We'll wait for those numbers. The most critical, outstanding state, Pennsylvania. Let's take a look at where the candidates stand right now. 92% of the vote recorded so far. You can see where Kamala Harris and the former president stand right now. Let's get straight to our Matt Gutman. He is in Philadelphia tonight for us. Matt, there are 19 electoral votes at stake in Pennsylvania. We're seeing former President Trump hold onto a lead over Vice President Harris right now in the crucial Battleground state. What are you hearing at this hour?
Democratic officials are sounding very glum at this hour. There's about a 200,000 vote lead that the former president has. It might at this point be insurmountable. The economy obviously playing a huge issue. The price of eggs has gone up, Kira, 161%. That is something that matters to people. There's also something else here. People say they didn't know Kamala Harris, and the former president has a tremendous amount of name recognition, having been in the limelight for already 9 years now. People know him, and clearly they've been voting for him, Kira.
Matt Gutman, thanks so much. I'm Kira Phillips. So glad you're with us tonight. I hope you'll continue to stay with ABC News. Our team is bringing you election results all throughout the night, led by our David Muir. Don't go far. Our race for the White House coverage continues.
Get
Get Kimmel's take on the election, plus Pod Save America and Alessia Cara. New tomorrow on ABC.
Ironically, it was not so much the top line in that race, but what Seltzer had said was that senior women were breaking away from Trump over the abortion issue. And I think our friend Sean Trende had a really good observation where he said that may be true, but it may not help Harris, because that's something that could occur in Iowa where abortion was a hot issue, but might not occur nationally in other states where abortion wasn't as salient.
We have to let you go, but really quickly, what's happening in Minnesota?
That's what I was going to ask, exact question.
Minnesota, why is that still?
They have done what sometimes they do in states. They've stopped counting votes.
Really?
And we're kind of close
After all we've been through with that?
After all we've been through?
We're at a level where we're close to statistical significance, but it's not quite there yet. And there are
Is
still...
Tim Walz in charge of that?
Yeah, well,
there you go.
Rumor has it.
We have to let you go because you
Wow.
have some more data crunching to do.
I do.
We appreciate you coming
Thank you,
by.
Darren. Thanks,
It really
Darren.
does
Good job,
help
Darren.
a lot.
For coming
Good job.
by.
Very
Great job.
nice to see you guys. Thank you.
Let's check in with Aisha Hosni at the
Let's
Trump
do that.
campaign headquarters. Aisha?
Hey, you guys. Well, all signs here are pointing to perhaps imminent remarks from the former president shortly. The biggest debt giveaway was a short while ago. Somebody went onto the stage right behind me and put up the glass for the teleprompter, so perhaps somebody will be speaking to the crowd here shortly, and that might be the former president. We've got eyes outside, our security details outside watching to see if the motorcade arrives from Mar-a-Lago. I did get a video from someone at the Mar-a-Lago party a short while ago, and folks there were jubilant and cheering and clapping. They had Fox News on the screen. They were watching as we were calling states and more races for the former president. The excitement here is climbing every minute, and people here are anxiously awaiting to see if the former president shows up here tonight and perhaps gives a victory speech. Back to you.
Oh, Aisha, thanks.
Thank you very
Had a
much.
cough drop?
We'll head back there. If the former President Trump is about to take the stand and speak there. So we're going to keep a close eye on that. 1 a.m. in New York. Polls have just closed in Alaska. The Fox News decision desk says it is too early to call. Trump has a lead in our Fox News voter analysis, so we will get you back to Alaska when we have a little more data to report there.
And there you see 248 to 216, the Electoral College map. We are waiting on the blue wall, which could be a red wall. You just heard from Darren Shaw, and I think that data and the way he laid it out there and their decision-making really kind of lifts the curtain to how these guys operate. Based on our Fox News voter analysis, which again was 120,000 voters, that a rolling poll, and then the raw vote total that they came in. Alex Hoff is in Pennsylvania. We'll check in on the ground there. Alexandria.
Yeah.
To report there. And there you see the 248.
Hey, good to be with you. Yeah, the crowd here in Bucks County, they are excited by some trends they are seeing, not necessarily expecting to result tonight. Pennsylvania's results and the count is historically slow. It took 4 days in 2020, but the Commonwealth Secretary does believe that it's going to be faster this time. New technology, more training will come into all this. Now, looking at Philadelphia, both the Trump and the Harris campaigns, they are saying they're outperforming there, but Team Trump feels that this could be good news for them because there are pockets of support inside of South Philadelphia, Northeast Philadelphia, and there is a saying that goes that Republicans can gauge how well they are doing in the state by how much they are losing Philadelphia by. Simply, it cuts into the margins that Democrats need, and here in Bucks County, they're seeing themselves on the screen right now. It means a lot. If he were to win this county, Bucks County, I mean, that would be the first time a Republican presidential candidate has taken this county since 1988, and these suburbs of Philadelphia, this is what pushed Biden over the edge in 2020. Harris needs to do well in these counties if she stands to have a chance of taking the state, guys. Brett, Martha?
Alex, thank you. So let's go to Bill and see, what are you cooking up over there, Bill?
You know, I was just looking at New York. You know, we heard so much about MSG and the insult comic about the Puerto Rican joke. And, you know, Trump, you know, New York's his home, right? I mean, now living in Florida, Mar-a-Lago, but just look at this. I'm going to go ahead and use the slide bar and just, okay, 8 years ago when he's running against Hillary Clinton, this is his margin in New York, all right? 37.5 compared to almost 59 for Hillary Clinton. And then against Joe Biden, it was what? Was it? Oh my gosh. It was 3.
All right, Binky Girl, you're honestly scared about the outcome of the election? In the long run, I think this may work out very well. I agree. Don't be scared, Binky Girl. It's all good. Madison Square Garden. How are people scared of Trump? Did you not see our immigration go wild? Yeah. Yep. Yeah, folks, I appreciate you guys saying. So I've been going here for about 5 hours, y'all. I've like taking breaks to go potty, grab a bite to eat here and there, let my dog out. In fact, I think I got to let my dog out again here in a little bit. Very soon, I'm going to put it up on the screen. Please subscribe. I appreciate everyone that's liked the live event here. We'll do some more stuff as events kind of go on. Maybe not marathons going 5 hours long, but for me, I feel like this is pretty much a done deal. They're showing you Pennsylvania in the broadcast right now, and when I click through, in order for Harris to win, it's like she has to get 80% of what's remaining. Hans Fritz says, I'm scared because I'm German. You have to get a little more specific. You have to get a little more specific than that. I'm a real one for hosting this beautiful mess. Oh, this is a masterpiece. Everything that's unfolding here. So Hans, need a little more specificity with the being scared there. Europe will go down with Trump. I tell y'all what, I don't know if you're doing a real great job right now. Wasn't a great idea to ink a deal with Russia on that nat gas pipeline. I'm just saying, fella. I mean, Trump wants to produce natural gas because we have more natural gas here than Saudi Arabia. Liquefy that, put that on boats and send it your way. You can have it nice and cheap. But I don't know. Up to you. That's up to you guys how you want to do business. You're paying a lot more now with the instability and the wars and stuff going on. All right. I'm going to have to break out my AI. Okay, let's ask AI some questions again to get to the bottom of this. Because I can say stuff and people won't take my word for it, right? But they do trust AI on these things for some reason.
Famous suit.
Hey, can you tell me the price variance between liquefied natural gas and having a direct natural gas pipeline?
I can't offer real-time figures, but here's the gist. Pipelined natural gas typically runs cheaper in the long term, provided you're close to a pipeline, due to lessened transport and infrastructure costs. Liquefied natural gas, LNG, being easier to transport internationally, can have higher prices, especially due to extra costs for liquefaction, shipping, and regasification. After all, what good is LNG if it can't travel the world, right? But better to check the latest market rates to get the current picture. Anything else you'd like to dig into?
Can you give me some historic price points between the two?
Historical price differences between liquefied natural gas and direct pipeline supplied gas can vary significantly by region and over time. Generally, when global oil prices were high, LNG prices tended to spike due to oil-linked contracts, making pipelined gas more favorable. Post-2014, the U.S. shale boom and other factors saw gas prices diverge, with pipelined gas usually cheaper. But LNG can get price competitive depending on market conditions like supply chain efficiencies or excess supply. It's a complex picture influenced by geopolitics and demand. Super broad strokes, though. What else on your mind?
All right. Well, I can't pull it up real quick. Can't get the AI to verify things for us here. Let me close it down so she doesn't keep talking. But I mean, Japan signs 20-year agreements to have LNG shipped to it because it's a much more stable, secure source than, hey, let's get a pipeline going from Russia. At some point, the national security question comes into play. So here in the United States, that gas, we pay what? Like, I think it's, you look at West Texas, they're pumping stuff out at $2 or under $2, per 1,000 cubic feet. And, if you're paying 11, 12 for the same quantity as part of LNG, you might be getting it a little bit less on our side, getting it from us than getting that from, the pipeline coming in through Europe. You might be getting it in for 5. We get it to you for like 10, with all the shipping costs and everything. It's an equation that you have to weigh out, right? At what point is national security and everything else come into play? Because you've had such a massive supply chain disruption now, not having any access to it. Where's the greater risk, right? We can provide a sustainable train of shipments that'll just continuously flow indefinitely. Anyway. All right. So what was I going to say? I'm going to pull up my TikTok account profile. Come on. All right, let me see if I can scoot this over here into the map. All right, that would be me, folks. So I'll be ending the live stream here pretty soon. I don't know, maybe the next few minutes. I appreciate everyone that's kind of stuck around. Been going for, was it 5 hours? How long? Yeah, just about 5 hours now. Holy cow. A little over 5 hours straight. Appreciate everyone that's stuck with me here. It's been a bit of a marathon, but I think worth it, seeing a variety of different perspectives coming through the different channels, watching the map light up one by one. That's the part that I've really enjoyed myself. And talking through some basic issues here, but there's limitation to how much discussion you can have through chat. It's mostly me monologuing, honestly. And maybe just some interaction through the chat. But I'm going to move over to the TikTok platform where we can take guests. And I'd like to, hear people out. Tell me what your thoughts are, takeaways from the evening, what you expect to see going forward, what you're looking forward to, what you're not looking forward to, whatever it is. Everyone's entitled to their opinion, right? So that's me. My handle here on YouTube is realipoliticalcow. I think it is anyway. So I'm just Political Cow there on TikTok. You could find it. My links on my Linktree is in my profile for YouTube here, so you could click through that to get onto TikTok. I'll be going online, within the next 30 minutes or so, and we'll get some discussion going over on that side of the house with respect to what we've just kind of uncovered. But again, like, subscribe. Check out some of these videos. I appreciate y'all. Check out the stuff I got on my Linktree with my other resources. But again, thank you everybody for participating, joining, being engaged. And guys, I know they haven't called it yet, but this is a pretty clear win for Trump at this point. And what I'm very surprised about is that he's walking away with the popular vote and the Electoral College. I don't think anyone expected that to happen, but all things considered, she is the most unpopular candidate that's ever existed, who they've dressed up and tried to make her look like she's bigger than, like she was the Beatles or whatever. But all right, y'all. Thanks again. I appreciate it. You guys take care. Follow me on all the networks. TikTok in particular, I try to have real discussions with folks because it's a little bit easier in that forum. But I'll speak with you guys again soon.